All right, we got some people here. Hello, Axel One. Thank you, Black Yamato. Thank you, Redheaded Man. Debate Boar. Nine Tails. And of course, my man Doobie. Great mod. Thank you for assisting us. Much appreciated. Okay, so yeah, let's get into it. Did you guys want to talk about the uh, well, in fact, we're just gonna bring it up. We had a big discussion on two things. One was the uh, talk about attorney generals deciding not to enforce the possible anti-abortion laws that will come to place if Roe v. Wade gets struck down. Or two, we talked about the how the Republican Party is very much so like contributing to these the racial violence that we see around the country. Comment on any of those.
I'd rather start with the racial violence related panel.
Okay.
Everyone's in favor with that.
Just go ahead.
Go for a bitch.
Well, Doobie, I was watching the last stream and I was a little confused because you were kind of suggesting that there is not systematic racism in our judicial system. This is very basic information that you can find with any meta-analysis just about anywhere, and you're kind of suggesting that black people are not disproportionately harmed by our judicial system, even though it's been proven again and again that white people who commit the same crimes will have lesser sentences than black people who commit those same crimes. Do you acknowledge that?
I think that is I think you've just like shown your asshole. You're totally ignorant of
I
what
don't
the
have
actual
an
studies
asshole.
say.
I'm a robot, dude.
Maybe that's a problem. So maybe you should use your robot brain, and I'll post the things for you, and you can read it, then come back. But I think what Prem was talking about,
I'd love to,
I think it's a way more interesting conversation, right? As to like whether or not the Republican Party, or anybody, can be blamed for the Buffalo mass shooting, right? This racist piece of shit who murdered a bunch of people.
So my answer to that is actually the term called, invigorating negative culture. Although there is not a one-to-one ratio, you can't say like this person said that so it led to this. That's not really how invigorating a culture works, but Republicans have used anti-immigrant rhetoric, anti-Asian rhetoric, just about anti-minority rhetoric all around, and while it's not a one-to-one situation where one form of dialogue leads to another, they've constantly been invigorating this anti-people of color rhetoric, both directly and indirectly, which has ultimately led to the radicalization of young, vulnerable white people. Specifically, this person was, what was he, an impoverished American in rural America who didn't have any experience with minorities? When you invigorate that sort of negative culture, it will lead to a higher crime rate, specifically with racialized crime.
That's a great hypothesis and all, but with all of this invigorating that the Republicans are doing, I got to say, I'm not feeling so invigorated, and a couple hundred other million people are similarly not invigorated. So these one-offs that we're experiencing here, how do you attribute that to this alleged invigoration by Republicans?
Economic disparity. When people are economically depressed, they're going to be more likely to commit crimes.
It's not really the anti-immigrant rhetoric of Republicans that you are blaming. It's some economic disparity that I guess Republicans are or are not causing.
So economic poverty does lead to higher crime rates. That's been proven time and time again.
Great. So we've moved away. We've abandoned the attribution to Republicans.
Just to clarify, that is a source.
I understand your point. Okay. I'm just glad we're abandoning your initial argument.
Let's keep going. Okay. Do you acknowledge that economic depression does lead to higher crime rates? You acknowledge that, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, Okay,
No,
well,
tens
we're
of
working on
millions of
complete.
people are chronically
and
poor in the
further, I
United
think
States, and they don't choose to commit crime.
Yeah,
So
but
your
yeah,
your
hold on,
core
but
your
further, I think it's
correlation
kind of
your
strange
correlation
to
isn't
connect like
causation,
this
and
kind
it's
of
not very strong anyway.
hold on, yeah, but I think it's kind of strange to connect like with basically like a terrorist attack, right? Like a racially motivated terrorist attack to poverty. I don't think there's
Wait,
any evidence
I
whatsoever
was
that he did
I
this,
was going
that he was pushed into these groups because he's poor.
to clarify. The source is first off depression and sort of a lack of pursuit for younger people right now that has led to a higher crime rate for younger people. I mean, you can see this in the opium epidemic. You can see this
Wait, but
in
we're talking specifically about racial, like,
right,
like.
and that's where
So
part
why are
two
you?
comes in. Part one is the problem, the source is the economy. The second problem is the misdirection of misdirected anger, which actually leads to people leading to radicalization and hate crimes because their anger and economic depression is misdirected to the wrong people. These
And
people have
further,
been, yeah.
like if you're looking for a one-to-one thing, like, well, that you just have a standard that's never going to be met. But we can see how changes in rhetoric happen when people who have positions of power, like being a media figure, change their rhetoric. Like you can observe that in a population. And then if hate-based crimes go up based on that, then we can probably attribute that as a correlative phenomenon. But if we keep seeing these correlative phenomenons, and it can be as simple as these shooters always mentioning Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes in their manifestos, then we can start to hypothesize that there's a connection. It'll be worth testing out. And I highly doubt that these people aren't using rhetoric like we're always in war with this, we're at war, and not causing people to have a militarized mindset. It's very unlikely to not be the case.
Anyone else?
That one died on the vine.
I'm good at that. I put a stake in it.
Okay, well, I was hoping some of you guys have something to say, but yeah, I think it's kind of stupid to blame this on Tucker Carlson or the Republican Party or any of that. I think that
It's stupid to assume that they have no responsibility in this at all.
So how do you
hold on.
explain
I think they have as much responsibility as Democrats who push this kind of like a narrative that black people are being targeted in the United States, which leads to people being casually racist toward white people in the mainstream media, on fucking national television, and then these extremist types see that shit and they push them further into extremism because they feel like they're under attack for being white because it's totally fine to be casually racist toward white people on TV, right? So they push them further in that direction and eventually get into these fucking rabbit holes and they go fucking crazy, right? So I think they have just as much culpability here as the Democrats.
Do they get pushed into these fucking rabbit holes, or do they go looking for them?
No, I think they absolutely get pushed into this. I think they develop a kind of like victim mentality like exists on the other side, right? Like existed in the guy in the subway shooting who shot up a bunch of people because he was angry at white people and Jews. Right? I think the development of that kind of like racial divide narrative and the victim mentality that comes from that can lead people to extremely dangerous places.
I would say Democrat culpability is probably like 30%, because there is a situation where Democrats aren't really addressing the issues that rural Americans are dealing with right now, and it's led to a lot of white Americans who feel like they're being left behind in the era of modernization. However,
Or it could be the last 25 years of our public schools indoctrinating our students and believing that white kids are responsible for slavery, responsible for Jim Crow, responsible for alleged continuing systemic racism and toxic masculinity amongst the boys. And
I could have
blaming
sworn.
this all on the white.
I could have sworn.
I got a question.
Show of hands.
Wait, I just have a question. Where are they teaching that white kids are fucking like responsible for anything?
They're teaching them.
All they're doing is saying, "Yo, this is a part of history. It was fucked up." They're not saying specifically the white kids are responsible. They're just saying this is when I hear this,
there's a reason that states like Texas, Tennessee, Mississippi, and even
same states that are like trying to fucking like get rid of like speaking about these things, right?
The CRT curriculum that teachers want to jam down the kids' throats cannot induce guilt amongst kids, because that's what we see happening in classrooms. Is we see story.
No, like this is just recycled boomer rhetoric.
Can I
Responsibility
ask a
because
question,
of skin
Trevor?
color.
This is
Show of
just
hands.
recycled. Can I quickly say something? That if anything, schools have taught white kids that they are the center of the universe, that there is no other story that matters but their own. And like, if you think that it's been anything but like covertly teaching that white supremacy is the norm, then I'm sorry. You had a much different childhood than the majority of most real life people.
That's really stupid.
Cool, Doobie. You responded that things are stupid 10 times.
I don't know
out
how
of
to.
10.
You made a claim. You made a claim about your quote unquote experience, so that the vast majority of people have this experience. So you're providing nothing to back this up. So yeah, I'm just going to dismiss it as fucking stupid. That wasn't my experience.
Cool.
I don't think that's most people's experience. I think that there are tons of polls out there in where they've asked white people, hey, do you feel like you're being racially attacked, racially discriminated against? And they say yes, they do feel that way. And I think justifiably. Because again,
so be sure to listen to the white people only. Only listen to the white people in this situation.
No, I'm not saying only listen to them. I'm not saying only their views are relevant. Black people, I'm sure, feel racially discriminated against. Asians too, and Hispanic.
So which one has a legacy of being discriminated
dismissing,
against?
Dismissing them completely because they're white is part of the fucking problem here.
So
white people get discriminated against, but not for their whiteness. The reason that when black people feel discriminated against, it's way more valid is because we can see a legacy of it.
First of all, if I may, Doobie, Ninetails, great to see you again. It's great. It's been too long since I've been on a panel with both of y'all beautiful people. And it's me, Phil Kawi, you beautiful people at home. You can find me Kawi Nation, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. But I just had to get in on this panel because it was just, everything was just I am the king of extreme Phil Kawi.
National treasure.
You can find me at Kawi Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. I'm the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. The views I'm about to express this evening are entirely my own, but by the end of this show, they might just be yours as well. So, folks, this whole panel has been a big box of fluffy doves. Everybody's just been getting along so well. Doobie, I mean, you've just been like, it's just been kumbaya this whole time, and so I figured by the time I got here, all the problems would be solved, everybody would be getting along, and we just figured everything out, and we're all holding hands now, right? Is that what happened? No? No? Damn.
No.
I think Doobie might be too stupid to comprehend my arguments.
So people making excuses for being racist toward white people or dismissing the opinions of white people or how they feel.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Tell us.
Tell you what, I just expressed it. So I think that pushing those
guys. I just want to know who's out here excusing white people from the fucking conversation. Like who's actively doing that?
Not excusing white people from the conversation, dismissing the fact that white people in this country, the majority of them, do feel like they are attacked because of their race. They're discriminated against because of their race. And I think it's totally reasonable, given the fact that casual racism toward white people is totally fine in our mainstream media, in movies, on fucking CNN. Right, this has been the case for fucking years. Right, I've seen it. I'm sure if you were to look this up yourself, you'd find it very easily. I can give you a specific occasion to look up. Right, so Simone Sanders, when after Bernie lost the primary, she was his one of his main campaign representatives. Right, his main spokespeople. She went on to CNN and said outright, we don't need another old white man running the Democrat Party. Right? Just specifically, we don't need an old white person, right? So saying something like that, right? I think is totally fucking unacceptable, right? There's no part of somebody's race disqualifies them for being a representative of the Democrat Party.
So
but that's what's really neat to me. I need to point something out.
Oh, and
you're casually saying
nobody there.
Oh, okay. You just don't want me to talk. Wow.
And this has happened fucking dozens of times on all these major media organizations. You can look to BuzzFeed, which is kind of a meme, but it's also one of the largest publications on the fucking internet, right? Which for years was constantly putting out shit that was specifically shitting on white people. I think there's a good reason a lot of these white people feel like they're attacked for their race.
Yeah, okay, so I find it funny how you're casually using the term casual racism, which definitely applies to white people, but I have to wonder how much it applies to groups which have faced historical legacies of racism and oppression where that cannot be simply passed off as like, oh, well, that person's racist to me and I get to choose whether or not that bothers me. there definitely is no like ingrained systemic racism in the system against white people. The people getting equality who aren't white isn't like a zero sum game against your rights. So if you feel attacked because of that, that's because you're a whitey bitch. So like let's be real here. If white people really haven't been attacked in any real way. Maybe they don't like the way they've been characterized, but legally, through the government, through any other institution that you want to point to that has real power, no.
Hold on, they're specifically kept out of programs because of their race, right? And if you're a poor
No, they're
white
not kept
person,
out of programs.
they're
not kept out of programs.
yes,
They're just programs that are specifically made for them.
Exactly. So these programs aren't.
But there are plenty of programs that are
white.
specifically made for white people,
they're
Doobie.
white. No,
Yeah,
that's
and historically speaking, there have been like
people who exist today, not 100 years ago.
Yeah, cool.
So
but like
today,
that's why. But no, I know it bothers you.
For white people.
I know it bothers you when black people actually get the inclusion that white people have had all along.
That's
but guess what? Stupid. White people get to still be included, just not necessarily in spaces that are made for those groups.
And so if you're a poor white person, hold on, if you're a poor white person and you need access to these programs that non-white people are getting, but you can't get it because you're white. Right, and then on top of that, you're seeing all.
I'm sure that there are plenty of real-world examples.
Hold on.
Yes,
there's
there
so
are
many.
Most white people in this fucking country are poor. What are you talking about?
Doobie is talking
programs which are like exclusive in that way.
Doobie is specifically talking about anti-white rhetoric in our media, not systematic racism where the deck is stacked against.
Yeah, and white people can get over it. They'll be okay. That's my response.
That's the kind of rhetoric that leads to people feeling like it's okay to attack white people, which pushes them toward radical views like
pointing out the legacy of white people is not attacking them. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Saying that. Hold on. So you think that Red here has a legacy of being racist because he's white? It's saying, white people have a legacy of racism.
No, this is a shitty straw man. It's just a shitty straw man.
As individuals,
it's just a shitty straw man.
Individuals feel a certain way.
Okay, keep doing your shitty straw man.
That, hey, because in the past, people who look like them did certain things or were in charge of the government when they did certain things. Well, hey, then it's okay to dismiss their concerns today because
okay, Doobie, enjoy your straw man. Keep playing with that in the corner with yourself.
That's what you're saying. That is what you're saying.
No, it's really not. You just suck at this.
Then explain it.
No, because what I'm saying is that nobody in as an individual, and this is like, I know it's hard when you want there to be issues with it, but when you don't, it's really easy. Nobody as an individual carries this legacy on their backs. However, white people are, and I'm not saying anyone in particular, white people are in general very good at upholding the culture and institutions of this legacy. So when we create spaces that are made so that way people of different groups can have power that is free of that legacy, so that way they can have spaces with the same with the same lack of connotations to it that white people have always benefited from. It's not an affront to you. You still have spaces that you can access that have always been for white people. These are just new spaces that weren't made with you in mind.
It's entirely not true. Again, there are programs.
So there have been spaces that have always. I need to ask him a question. He's responding to me. I'm having a back and forward with him. I need to ask him a question. Kaylee, I know you really. Kaylee, just let me ask him a question.
You've been talking for a considerable amount of time.
And I need to ask him a question. He says something to me.
Hey, go ahead and Kaylee.
Thank you. I was just going to say, when you're talking about how it's not active discrimination, like, I understand your argument completely and I understand it entirely, but when you're talking about how there's certain programs that only apply to certain people, unfortunately, that does not mean equal protection under the law. So that's actually the motto in my state flag in Nebraska, equality before the law. So when you're talking about how this is designed without you in mind, well, that very basically and fundamentally violates the idea of equality before the law that's fundamental here in the United States.
My question for Doobie, please let me get to ask.
Towards access of a program, though.
My question for Doobie is specifically what programs that are deemed necessary that have existed already are inaccessible to white people as a result of this that were previously accessible. Because obviously we're talking about things that before this reform took place that you're so against would have been accessible, but now are not. So this has to be a place with no alternative. Somewhere where, like, you know, if say like there's a clinic, a hospital would be different, but if there's a clinic, well, there might be 5 other clinics in that city, so it's not an affront to white people if one clinic starts deciding just to serve only black people. So my question to you is,
Yikes.
Name one of these services that have become exclusive. Not that you perceive to be exclusive because black people have access. That have become, like, what is the transformation from an accessible space to an inaccessible space?
Okay, so I feel like I'm not gonna be mean. So I'm not saying that white people are now being like kept out of a space that they previously had access to.
Oh,
Wait, hold on, please.
thank you.
No, please, wait, listen.
That makes a lot more
no,
sense
please,
now.
please. So what I'm saying is that there are programs created specifically to benefit of people that are not white, and those programs, white people cannot access those programs.
Okay, white people
So-
just need
so
to get
please-
over themselves.
Okay, that's not.
Ninetales,
So,
don't
but if you're,
discredit his-
That's
if you're,
really
uh,
cringe,
please,
Ninetales.
please,
That's
please,
really
Okay,
cringe.
cool.
I'm sorry.
Please,
It's
please,
really
but if-
cringe when
please,
you
but
want when
I'd
you
like
feel
to just finish the
entitled to
point.
these
I'd
programs.
like to finish.
It's
I'd
really
like to finish the
cringe when
point.
you discriminate against anybody for any reason.
Actually,
Can I
there's
just
plenty
finish
of
my
reasons to
point?
discriminate when you're
Any
pushing
reason.
back. Yeah, I already am. When you're pushing
It's
back
pretty
against
cringe.
No,
historic,
I'd like to.
when you're pushing back against the
knock
legacy
it
of
off,
discrimination.
Knock it off. Doobie, finish, and then Ninetales can respond to him.
Thank you. Okay, so I think this kind of rhetoric, so just get over it, right? So maybe that works for some people, but a lot of white people in this country are poor, would benefit from these programs if they had access to them. And because they don't have access to these programs, and because, like I said earlier, like the thing I described earlier with just a casual racism toward white people that exists in the media, in our news organizations, and all, like, online in these magazines, on fucking Twitch, when we have for weeks people making excuses for using racial slurs toward white people, right? So, and this stuff is totally fine, right? So I
Okay.
think that kind of behavior, right, in this kind of environment, can push some people who are already unfucking stable toward extremism, toward racism, because they feel like they're being attacked for their skin color, and this pushes them toward people who say you can be proud of your skin color because white people built everything, or whatever the fuck, right? So
Okay,
I feel like
cool.
we need to stop doing that kind of dumb shit because it pushes people away from where we
You
want
should
them to
say
be,
that
which
you
is
think
not
that
racism.
one more time, just to, so that we can filibuster more.
I
I think the obvious reason white people feel that way is because people like you in the media will not represent the discussion about white people and their role in the culture right now as a push back against the privilege and power that they have benefited from, let alone the entitlement of assuming that just because something exists, you must have access to it. No, these programs are being created so that way
That's
communities
equality.
which have been more marginalized than white people can be brought back up. So just because you want access to it because it would help you, and like I'm all for like having equal access to these programs overall, but just wanting access to something that isn't considered like a basic need in society, that
What's a basic
get
need?
over yourself.
Like, a lot
Literally,
of
get
these are
over
like
yourself.
loan programs, or
Make your
education
own
programs,
program. Make your own program.
or
Do your own.
jobs. Hold on. But these programs a lot of these programs are put forward by the government, which is supposed to represent everybody, which is funded by everybody's tax money, right? So
Yeah,
it's
but,
just
like,
make your
again,
own.
You'll make your own
But-
government?
but
How
just
very
because-
anarcho-capitalist
Would
of
you
you,
be
No,
okay?
no,
Ninetales.
no, 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 no.
I believe
Would
she
you be
is.
Oh,
okay?
now-
would
now
you
I
be
can't
okay with one of these
respond.
programs?
Oh, you
As soon as I start
Oh my god.
Doobie finished what he was saying, and I started responding. Everyone wants to talk.
Would you be okay with one of these programs that was built specifically for white people and non-whites weren't allowed access to it?
If it's like an app, like if we're talking things like that the government funds but aren't like,
Well-
like government run services like an after
Loans,
school
job
programs.
training programs, etc.
Yeah,
Doobie,
but that's how you deal with wealth disparity is by creating
There are a lot of
disproportionate
poor white people in this
programs
country
that
that
work
could
in the
benefit from those
opposite
programs.
directions. Yeah, cool.
lot of good
But
that's
again, when
going
you deal with race disparity by creating programs that are disproportionate this way. So you may not like it because it doesn't benefit you directly, but it does solve the problem that you hate hearing everyone complain about so much.
Doobie,
Well,
I
you
do.
just solve poverty by helping everybody. You don't just.
It's not
try to
just
help
poverty
black people.
though; it's also wealth disparity based on race. So if
Well,
you
will
want it to just
solve
be
that by
poverty,
tackling poverty in general.
no, you don't.
Yeah,
That's
you will.
bullshit.
I
Yeah, you will.
acknowledge that. I acknowledge that.
Very
things
white
like
take.
action-
The water brings all rising ships up together.
That's a very convenient take
Anyway.
from a white guy.
Anyway.
Pretty
Oh, there-
fly for a white
oh,
guy.
dude.
Hey!
Ninetales,
This is-
don't do
Uh,
that.
No, it's
dude,
funny.
X-
Whoa, hang on. I just got called out there for a second, and it's the old classic meme of, you've never been discriminated against based on your skin color. Well, it just was.
No, it's more like you commenting on how we're going to fish. No, it's more like you commenting.
I mean, that's exactly what that was.
Oh, so you're going to keep cutting me off every time I explain my position. No, it's when you're commenting on how we're going to fix racial injustice as a white person, and it should be like the easy button solution. Yeah, that's really convenient.
Help everybody.
I feel strange. I feel weird about
it's convenient as shit if you raise up all ships together. Yeah, everybody ends up doing better because of it.
All ships have to be raced together. They can't be raced together at different rates. And if you don't deal with race inequality, then that's exactly what's going to happen.
But Ninetales, I feel weird about reminding you of this, but you're also white.
Just hold on. Just very quickly.
Really?
Axel 1, you got muted by a member of the audience for 10 minutes. So
and not me. Okay, I'm sorry, but that audience member is a piece of shit.
Okay, Dibby, finish your point.
Yeah, okay. I think it's weird to call out KOE for being white as if that's relevant at all to the conversation when you're white too, right? Like, it is
relevant because I'm not using the easy button way out.
This isn't the easy button way out. So
yes, it is. When you're saying that dealing with poverty in general, suddenly like the racist aspects of the system disappear. No, that is bullshit.
Equally.
That's literally like the pie in the sky thinking that he probably thinks that like leftists always have.
Well, no. Rising tide raises all ships, just the way it is. You can not like it. You can say
that's pie in the sky.
That's the way it is.
If you don't deal with the fact
that everybody has access to better resource, everybody's fucking is better off. Sorry.
Yeah, but like it doesn't matter if the tide is rising or falling.
Raises all the ships. If you help everybody,
it doesn't matter if
everybody gets helped.
Wow.
Isn't that funny how that works?
It doesn't matter if the tide is rising or falling. It doesn't matter if the tide is rising or falling, because if everyone is in a different size ship and the white people are in a much bigger ship than the smaller people, then guess what? The ships aren't equal.
Wait, hold on. But again, you're speaking about these people as like collective.
Nobody's ship is equal. During all of COVID, we were told we're all in this together, and meanwhile, we're all in kayaks, and the fucking rich people are all in these fucking giant yachts. But guess what? We're all still in the same ocean.
I'm sorry you didn't like them saying that during the pandemic, but public health does work on a mass scale. So we were all in that together.
Yeah, but we weren't all in the same boats there, just like you said. So,
true. And it affected different people differently.
Kylie Jenner is telling us, I've been in my house for weeks, even though it's the size of 9 football fields. It's kind of different from
No, true. I'm not saying it didn't affect different people differently, but when it comes to not like letting people die, yeah, we kind of were all in the same boat.
Okay. But so just to KOE's point, so if we acknowledge that black and brown people are disproportionately poor in this country, right? So if the goal is to
disproportionately born, sorry, what? I want to make sure.
Disproportionately poor in poverty.
Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure I get it right.
So we can acknowledge that, right? We can acknowledge all the reasons that's the case, right? And then say, hey, if you had a program that addressed things as a class issue, as hey, we're helping poor people, then hey, within that poor group, a disproportionate amount of those people are going to be black and brown, right? So if that's what you're concerned about, you're still lifting up those people. You're just lifting up white people too, who are also poor and in that group, right? So you could say, hey,
but if there's disproportionate access,
I'm not done. So you can say that, hey, yeah, if we did it like that, then we're not making up for all the people who had to claw out of poverty with all these racist policies, right? So we're not giving reparations to those people, and that's not fair. Sure, we can have that discussion, right? But it's true that if it was addressed as like a class issue where, hey, we're just going to help poor people in general, you would still be helping black and brown people disproportionately.
Yeah, but the problem is that, again, things aren't just class issues. And the reason that there's disproportionate access to these things is partially because when these spaces are available to everybody, sometimes they become rivalrous or excludable, so people have to compete for them. A great example that is actually quite benign is appointment times, right? A doctor can only do so many appointment times. Therefore, if white people are overrepresented in a system, maybe they'll probably get better access to those appointment times. So all this does is gets rid of the competition of like the... Think about it like this, right? It's like you're in the race and you start behind everybody and everyone's like, oh, just run faster and then it'll be fair, right? Well, no, that's not how it works. We need to give something to these people so that way, and I'm not saying like every black person needs this or anything. Nothing essentialist is what I'm saying, but there needs to be something so that way if you want to say that it's fair and if you actually do want to raise everyone up as a whole, and I very much believe this as an anarchist, you do have to be able to lift up groups and individuals to that level as well as you can. So, Doobie, I don't want to push anybody who's white further into poverty because of this. And that's why I am genuinely curious about examples where that might be the case. But I doubt any of those examples are anything but like an overblown, what would I say? An overblown implication or application of this, when in reality, like in most moderate cases, it's probably not doing that thing you think it's doing.
I only bag. Oh, and Ninetail and Capper and Com.
Oh, I'm actually a green ecologist, or sorry, social ecologist, so green anarchist. So like, calm is like a bit. If I say calm, it's closer to the truth. But the problem is that I want to go further than that. So
Yeah, it's some nonsense
Nobody's
fairy
perfect.
tale shit that nobody. Yeah, it's fine.
much like you,
Ninetail's good
Doobie.
to you.
Much like
What's
you.
unfortunate here is that
Hold on. I'm gonna let you go the next debate board. I promise. Apparently, our muter made a mistake. They did not mean Axel. We want to apologize to her for an Axel. They meant
Is it me?
Ninetails. Yeah.
Yes, good job.
Okay, so
Don't
Ninetails,
worry.
you're muted for 10 minutes. Okay, so but debate board, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I mean, despite what Ninetails was saying about how you address wealth disparity and poverty here in the U.S., we've had 50 plus years of federal government-centric approaches to trying to solve the poverty issue or poverty question, trying to reduce this allegedly problematic wealth disparity in the U.S., and it's utterly failed, and yet we're still seeing leftists, apparently anarchists to be included amongst them, progressives and Democrats still pushing for the tried and true failure of typical federal government welfare programs that exclude people, that cause harm to people, that have adverse effects on people's lives throughout their life cycle. I'm not sure what the fuck Ninetails was even talking about.
I think you'd have to kind of like, I definitely wouldn't say 50 years, although this might be a math problem for me, but I think
it's 2020.
Yeah. I think you might be discounting the fact of like you have a two-party system in here in which they kind of go back and undo each other's progress if they politically disagree. As far as like
Redhead,
the idea of like,
I'd agree with you to a certain extent, right up until the point that we have not seen a single welfare program. Well, I won't say single. That's a overboard. What we have not seen major welfare programs actually disappear in this country. In fact, the worst that the Republicans can be said to have tried to do is reduce the rate of increase in spending, not even reduce the nominal spending, but reduce the rate of increase in that spending.
Right, so because it's kind of silly to reduce
So nothing's being undone.
The spending,
point.
But I would say probably your prime example of what you would probably want to utilize as a quote unquote a successful program is how we're handling homelessness as far as like a federal level up until the 80s, and the Reagan administration had kind of like divvied up and divided all of that, and it's more of a state-run program. And the problem is, it's not that the states don't have the capability and the understanding of running it, it's they also have an issue of funding it, as well as different states are going to be disproportionately affected by homelessness as an issue. So example, my home state of Nebraska will significantly have we'll have less homeless people because we have a winter, whereas like the warm weather states, Florida, Texas, California being the big one, will have these other issues that are going to be disproportionately affected without a proper amount of funding, right? So like these things, as far as like the idea of a rising tide lifting all boats, you have to also imagine that like what other things are going to be holding back certain classes or certain races of society, that just because we're administering a rise in like funding does not necessarily mean that it's going to equate to a equal outcome or an equality outcome for significant different individuals that face different problems.
I feel like we're kind of far from the actual discussion, which is whether or not Republicans can be held responsible in some way for the
Yeah.
Buffalo shooting.
Can I? Oh, you go ahead.
Well, let me just touch on that, and let's see if we can kind of tie it all together. The reason why you would typically say, or some of us on the left look at the Republican Party and say these things are going to be discriminatory, is the amount of like rhetoric in which how they address these programs, and then codified or coded language in which they may pander to others. Now, you can never wholly intentionally prove somebody being like racist, discriminatory. You can't tell what's in their heart, right? But you can try and make as much as you inferences that lead you to the best judgment as possible. So while some can agree with the idea of like illegal immigration is a problem, it looks like the Republican Party has specifically aimed their rhetoric towards the southern border, when instances like terrorist attacks are well known to travel through the northern border because of the light and security. You could say the address of grievance would be because the larger numbers are typically coming from the southern border, but there are different methods in which you can address those, some of which the Trump administration did actually do that were effective and probably not as discriminatory as others, though I hinder to like kind of like talk about that on the idea of like how effective they actually are, or how race neutral they may be.
So because the rhetoric is about illegal immigration from the southern border, right?
Yeah,
And a
could
lot
be,
of this,
sure.
I think, is centered around the drug war and the fact that the cartels in Mexico send a lot of drugs over the southern border, right?
Yeah,
And
sure.
a lot of illegal immigrants that are coming over the southern border are carrying drugs for the cartels as a condition for them being led across the border.
Well, most, I think, and it's kind of hard to tell like about like what you're actually capturing when you're not capturing, but my understanding is most of the drugs that come into this country actually come in through ports. So like
that's true.
Well, most of the heroin and stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That doesn't take away from the fact that the cartels are using the southern border.
Of course. Yeah. And you would want to address those manners in which you want to address those importantly, but it does seem to be having that racial tinge as far as rhetoric of
This I totally disagree.
And, can I actually?
I don't think there's anything racial about it whatsoever.
Can I get in just real quick here, gentlemen?
No, hold on. After hold on. After Redheaded Man and Doobie, I wanted Axel because he hasn't had a chance to speak at all. And again, we apologize for that mix-up. And then after that, we'll go to Kaylee.
Yeah,
and then only facts.
So the only thing that I would kind of disagree with on being blind to that fact is I would utilize the example of Tucker Carlson, correct? As far as like calling it, he's one of the people that kind of hypes up the idea of like the southern border invasion. They're coming here and they're making our country vastly dirtier, not understanding that, these people have just walked thousands of miles and it's essentially like a huge fucking, camping trip. So you're carrying garbage, trash, you're carrying all these things to utilize that you're actually using as if like you're traveling somewhere else. So while there's like factual information, they may bring actual trash, doesn't inherently mean that they are dirty people, and utilizing this type of rhetoric is incredibly harmful, and I would venture to say racist, and I think that you can make some pretty great distinctions off of that.
So to be clear, so his claim was that illegal immigrants, when they're coming up the southern border and they go through this river, they leave litter in the river and makes the river dirtier the further down you go. Right. So you think saying that it is racist somehow?
No,
like
I think
the message that he's saying that these people, it implies that he's saying that brown people or Mexicans are just dirty in general. I don't know.
I think the way and manner in which he delivered it is a big enough whistle for people that want to inherently believe that it is that they are lesser or they are dirtier, is enough for me to say that it's quite racist rhetoric. I would
whistle only the left hears, unfortunately.
Not really disprovable.
No, actually, the right hears it too. Can
I don't know how you get there.
Go for it, sir.
You would want to say like, are they? So for instance, like let's say that you cage a certain group of people, and those people in that small area end up developing more diseases because they're just caged in a small area. That inherently makes them dirtier. right? So in
Yeah,
that
but he
level of
doesn't say that they're dirtier because they're Mexican, right? Tucker Carlson is for legal immigration from Mexico. He's opposed to illegal immigration, right? So
Right.
so he's not saying that, hey, we can't let Mexicans in general into the country legally
Correct.
because they're
But
dirty.
in his methodology going beforehand, before they arrive to the United States, he talks about how they're leaving these countries behind because they are lesser than, inherently because they are not white, right?
He does not say that. I've looked into Tucker Carlson claims. Like people making claims about the racist shit he said a lot.
Sure.
Because people use him as like the racist Nazi punching bag of like Fox
Well, he's a
News,
pretty
right?
good.
But hold on.
I think he's
So
a
to be
pretty
clear, I
good
don't
orator.
watch Tucker Carlson, like his show. So
It's okay if you
maybe
do.
hold on. So no, I don't. So maybe I like missed it, right? But so far as I'm aware, right, there's never been a claim of like Tucker Carlson saying that, hey, they're dirtier because they're brown, or they're less than, or they're inferior to white people because they're brown. Like he's never said that so far.
Well,
as I
do you
know.
think that it's impossible to disseminate that information without saying that they're brown?
I think if he's not saying it, right, and the leap you need to make from the dog whistle, quote unquote, is that he's complaining about litter in the river. Therefore, he means that these people coming out from the southern border are lesser than white people and dirtier than white people because they're brown. I think that's a huge fucking leap, and I
I
think if you
gotta
need to make
let
that kind of leap.
Axel. I gotta let Axel,
Well,
and he's been waiting quite patiently. Axel.
Well, actually, to work off of that, don't you acknowledge that in 2020 and 2021 there was a rise in Asian hate crime just because they were calling this the Chinese virus instead of COVID-19? Like, there is a correlation right there, and the same applies for anti-immigration rhetoric. Even if it's not one-in-one direct rhetoric, you gotta admit that there are going to be a lot of stupid people who interpret it differently.
Hold on. So do you think that let's say we had like an increase of like the Spanish flu came back and they called it the Spanish flu, and morons started attacking Spanish people or Hispanic people because it was called the Spanish flu. Do you think it'd be reasonable to accuse people of racism or dog whistling for
Doobie,
calling it the
that's
Spanish flu?
exact.
Can you just
Doobie,
answer the question?
I think
Doobie,
so.
that's
Yeah.
that's
would
exactly
that's-
what
support.
happened.
it's literally
during
what the flu is
Spanish
called.
flu. That literally happened during the Spanish flu. There was hate crime against Spanish people,
Yeah.
even though it didn't even originate in Spain.
from
It originated
Spain.
in like
No.
Wisconsin or something. But because
Kansas.
it was called this, yeah, because it
Kansas
was,
hog farm.
yeah, the media actually called it the Spanish flu, which led to a lot of hate crime against Spanish
They
people.
called it the Spanish flu because this happened during the outbreak of World War I, and it heavily affected the trenches, that area specifically of the battlefield. Yeah, there
Yeah,
were.
Spain was-
I would
Well,
say
it was
that-
also, if I may, the other big factor that it was called the Spanish flu is because Spain was one of the few countries that wasn't suppressing the death numbers in their newspapers. And so it ended up getting called the Spanish flu just because of that reason. Now, something I wanted to touch on that was invoked a little earlier. Now, I got to say now, Ninetales, I know you're on mute and you're going to be like boiling like a tea kettle when you hear this, but it's like,
Muted
when
anymore.
you're-
Not anymore.
Hey, welcome back. But I was gonna say, calling it easy mode. I mean, it's the very epitome of Twitch easy mode to say, "Oh, well, that's really easy for you to say as a white guy." I mean, come on, that's just setting
We're
it to
going
Twitch
back to
easy
that.
mode when you're talking about debating. And also, Ninetales, I would really appreciate it. I've never attacked any of your ideas or you as a person, and I've actually appreciated some of the help you've given in the past. I would appreciate it if you'd extend that same courtesy to me, because saying, well, that's easy for you to say as a white, that's kind of a shitty thing to say to somebody that hasn't actually attacked you or your ideas in any way, is trying to exchange ideas with you. So, no
It's
hard
not
feelings.
reserved for you,
Hang on. There's no hard feelings. I get it. These are issues that are worth getting passionate about, but in the future, I just kind of appreciate it if you'd extend that same courtesy that I extend to you to me.
Yeah,
but anyways,
I'll try.
Thank you. But
Can I just
also,
quickly say it's not for you personally. Like, if any white person said that, including myself, I'd find it
was
ironic.
directed at me directly. It was like, it's pretty easy for you to say as a white guy.
'cause
So I'm
context.
sorry, it's gonna be taken that way, no matter what kind of context you try to paint.
Okay,
for it.
I'm just saying it wasn't about
Anyways,
anything personal.
it's water under the bridge, Ninetales. But anywho, now I also wanted to get to Red-Headed Man. You were talking about Tucker. It's kind of touching on to what you and Doobie were talking about a little bit earlier. What you're talking about is, well, I think if you read through the dog whistles, unfortunately, it's undisprovable. You cannot disprove it. You can't prove or unprove, because none of us have the ability to reach into another person's head. That's why I always say you have to look out for mind-reading analysis. If your analysis is reliant on reading somebody else's mind, it can just be thrown out entirely and discounted, and nobody has to take it seriously. because it's just you, me, nobody has the ability to read people's minds. Now, some people try to call it different things. Like, well, I can read people's minds because of inference, or because of body language, or because of this, or because of that, or because of dog whistle. But the reality is we don't have the ability to read people's minds. And so if your analysis relies on it, be ready for it to be discarded. And I'm going to end with just one last Tucker Carlson disbelief stare as I yield to you all.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's actually a pretty good impression. The point that we have, and we do this in law as well, is the idea that inferences are inadmissible is very false as far as like a factual basis in law, right? We make inferences for justifications all the time, and
Yeah, but they can't be
deciding
wrong.
cases. No,
So
of course they can be
so
wrong. That's
it's
why I
like-
do my. That's
So
why
it's
I
not
did
like
my.
we have this perfect mind reading ability. We just don't.
I don't think I was claiming to make a perfect mind reading ability. My claim was that I had seen enough evidence to say that this rhetoric that he espouses would come off as inspirational to those people that believe that a people of a different race are lesser.
Yeah, and if I just may point out, like he's the sort of person who's saying like we're in a war. Alex Jones is much worse, but he's like I watched a video where he directly said about BLM like they are coming to your house to come and get you, which definitely was hardly true, if at all. So like that's clearly like escalated rhetoric to make people more afraid of the situation than they need to be. And if you don't think that's going to make them act, I think that's like I'm not trying to attack you, but that is naive because it's definitely not going like you're not safe to say those things and then be able, like, or sorry, I should say saying those things and then expecting nobody to act on it is like having your cake and eating it too. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah. So when we
Yeah, I
talk
think-
about, go ahead, Doobie. That's fine. I could add up.
So two things. So I don't think I got a satisfactory answer about the Spanish flu thing. We could also use Ebola or the West Nile virus, or any of these things that blown up in recent years. Right. So is calling those things by the name that they have, right? Ebola, which is like a river in Africa. The West Nile virus, which refers to the West Nile, obviously.
Mhm.
And if there are morons out there who take those words and like, oh God, well, hey, this means that it's coming from Africans, so we need to beat up Africans for bringing the West Nile virus here or the Ebola virus, whatever the fuck. Like, so if that happens, do we then get to say, hey, CNN, Fox News, whatever politician, you said Ebola, so therefore you were intending for people to go out and beat up black people?
I think Axelrod will be able to like touch on
Well,
this one pretty well.
the thing is, you're kind of asking for intentionality, right? Like, just because these people are causing damage into their society unintentionally doesn't mean that it shouldn't be stopped, right? Like, I give people good faith,
Hold on,
right?
but the
I
claim
assume
here-
that people who are like,
But the
putting
claim
this
here is that it
propaganda
is
out there
intentional.
might not realize the damage.
Hold on, but the claim here is that it is intentional.
It
That they're
is
doing this
intentional?
as a dog whistle, and they know exactly what they're doing, and they mean to encourage to push like racism, and to encourage people to think that Mexicans are dirty and they're lesser or whatever the fuck.
Could I maybe
So that's
utilize the
definitely the point.
example that you had gave as far as like COVID would go, right? And the idea of like one of the main reasons that you had seen a large flip in between Donald Trump's rhetoric towards like the China virus and how he had utilized using it, that is one, that's not the actual name of the virus, right? So like we would deviate from the idea of like, okay, that's not the actual name of the virus. He's labeling this for the reason. One of the large reasons that we had at the time was this was going to be at the start of like our tariffs kind of really affecting the trade in between China and the United States, right? So what you could see there is a use of words and political rhetoric in this case to further apply pressure in blaming China for something that came out of their area in order to advance a political kind of decision to gain more leeway, both in a distraction from how the President of the United States had decided to handle COVID-19, as well as to gain a foothold and ground within the trade war and make it more politically popular. Now, I cannot assign his intent by saying like he's racist and it's very discriminatory. I can say that one, it's not scientifically accurate, right? That you're not utilizing the same correct naming and nomenclature that you would use if you're going to describe this. And two, I can then say that the president's words are to be taken seriously and that they are to be utilized in a way and manner in which all people can use them for their own to talk amongst each other and kind of be a representative of the people, being that sole executive branch dealing with foreign powers.
Do you think that
I
people
can't-
who called it the Wuhan virus instead of the China virus or the Chinese virus, do you think those people also had racist motivations?
Well, they're causing damage regardless.
Yeah,
the
I would
thing
say
about-
so.
We're not talking about unintentional damage. What we're talking about
Yeah.
is you guys making
I
the
would-
claim that
yes,
there's
Well, dude,
I would
their
say
racist
so.
intention here.
I
Yes,
think it's
I
a
would say so,
mistake.
and I think the prime example that I would utilize is the idea of like the Spanish flu. We go away from these regional names for a specific reason because they are
No, we
not
don't.
accurate and they do have, harmful
Consequences.
commentate.
Actually,
Actually,
I
hold on,
hold on.
we gotta go to Axel because he's been waiting. And after that, only facts. He's been waiting too kindly, and then Nine Tails.
Yeah, I do want to say it's a really big mistake to try and pinpoint intentionality here. We should be looking at the actual empirical damage that it causes when it leads to sort of like calling it the Chinese virus leads to a lot of Asian hate crime. It doesn't necessarily matter if Donald Trump was racist or not when he said that. It still led to racist acts in this country. And that's what we need to focus on. And that's why we call out people for their dog whistling. Not necessarily because of the intentionality, more so because of the damage that it causes.
Okay,
Only facts?
again, but you called it dog whistling as okay. Go ahead.
So I have a couple points I want to go through, and hopefully I don't have any sniveling or interruptions while I do it. But I did want to buttress the point to the person above me, Axel. You're right. I
Yes.
think the intentionality doesn't really matter when it comes to when you look at the trend, the tendencies of the parties that engage in this behavior and in this language. Why is it so that there is a higher probability that the same people that want to talk to you about how bad illegal immigrants are and how bad Muslims are and how bad everybody else is are the same people that are willing to buck scientific nomenclature and call it regional? You can call it Ebola, West Nile, Kansas, Spanish flu, China virus, Wuhan, but there is a scientific name to it. We can all go by the scientific name. However, in a bid to make it easy, people like to use short term. It always happens to be the case that the short term that people use on the right has to have a ethnic component to it, a regional component to it, when we can very well do without. You can call it SARS-CoV-2. It's not that hard. It may have less syllables than calling it the Wuhan virus, etc. But where I wanted to start today, where it was, I haven't been on panel for a while, and I only showed up because I haven't seen such a dereliction of it's like intellectual honesty in a very long time, and that says a lot, for these after panels. Somebody mentioned talking about being passionate about these subjects. There is no passion needed when all you need is facts, numbers, and figures that can tell you the whole story. For example, just as everybody was talking, 95% of drugs as of 2016 come in through legal ports. The United States Postal Service is the biggest drug dealer mule in the world. This is anecdotal, this second part, but my brother, as a systems engineer, can confirm to me the levels and amounts of drugs that the USPS not only has to confiscate, but what they can extrapolate as to what they are bringing into this country and moving in between states in the United States. Secondly, as it pertains to drug mules from Mexico that we like to blame, there's one of the main reasons they don't go through the border through actual mules is they are less dependable, they are less trustworthy, and they can get caught more likely. Having said that, the the same cartels that can dig state of the art tunnels to get El Chapo out, hire Mexican Marines that were trained by the United States Marines because the Mexican military doesn't pay them enough. I think they know how to make their investments correctly. The cartels in Mexico aren't just some street gang. They are literally akin to like what Hezbollah is in South Lebanon, or what the Taliban are in Afghanistan. They know how to run a tight ship, which ironically they also have submarines, which I don't even think the Mexican government has. Um, uh, Redhead, yeah. And I wanted to bring this point up to Redhead is, and I didn't want to interrupt you earlier because I wanted to buttress your point too, but about the eco-fascism part, the part of blaming illegal immigrants for this harm of the environment. This isn't something that's just happening here in America. This is also being copied in France and in Europe, where right-wingers want to make a bridge to left-wingers that are very pro-environmentalist. So what they do is they use this bridge of, hey, look at these illegal immigrants. They leave all those life vests on the beaches. Look at how they come in here and bring their dirty ways. They don't know how to use a trash can, or et cetera, et cetera. And then there's another nefarious point that they bring up is when it comes to, the Paris Accord and all that stuff. It's all the brown nations that are doing all the smog and all of this and all of that. They're the dirty countries, and we're letting them in here. So when it comes to that eco-fascism thing, that is a new calling card that they're using, and we're going to see more of it used here in the U.S., just like Marine Le Pen was using in the French election that happened last month. Marine Le Pen was using the same talking points, talking about how she cares about the environment. This is the same right winger that's all for oil companies and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I was writing a couple of things. And also earlier, somebody was talking about how the federal government has failed in welfare and the government has. Well, here's the problem. Let's not talk about the government for a moment. Let's talk about private enterprise. Let's talk about how banks still systemically, racistly give worst, horrible loans for mortgages to black families versus white families, where the same house, and it is occupied by a white family, gets a valuation that is substantially better than that if a black family was to occupy it and have it appraised. That is where the racism is. That is why, if the government can't ameliorate these issues through welfare and all these things, and et cetera, even if we look at the private sector, they are, if not as guilty, maybe even more. Uh, and then another thing. There are two things, and I'll shut up. Rising tides comment. I'd like to ask this: if you go to the doctor and you've got like 10 tumors on your shins, that's possible, and you have one tumor on your earlobe, or whatever. Do you treat your whole body with the same amount of medication or surgical precision, like means tested, or you equally divvy it up? No, you go and you focus surgically on what is the biggest lagging indicator, the lagging thing that can bring down the whole system. I don't know if I explained that well. Last thing,
Sorry.
one
Personal
last
health
thing, and I'll
decisions
shut
and
up.
economics don't equate like that.
Well, yes,
Well,
it does, because the economy is
I mean,
like
they just don't. The metaphor falls apart. I'm sorry. I get where you're getting at, but the metaphor kind of falls apart. Go ahead, Sam.
Well,
Sorry.
I will give you this. My metaphor falls apart as a function that your metaphor never was put together well.
Pretty well, damn well, actually.
Lastly, the ghouls at McKinsey, aka the fraternity for Yale and Harvard fail sons, even they have numbers where they show that from 1992 to 2016, Hispanic and Black people have averaged a median family wealth that palls that is palls in comparison to white families. Right now, it's at about what $20,000-$30,000 per family median wealth, whereas a white family median wealth is about 160. And here's the irony: to add insult to injury, on my last point is during the recession in 2008, we actually have an all-time high in white family wealth versus one of the all-time lows in Hispanic and Black wealth. On that note, I'll shut up and just watch the rest of you guys.
I want to let in Debate Board, who didn't get a chance to speak. Oh, sorry, nine. I said Nine Tails. Sorry, Nine Tails, and then Debate Board.
Yeah, listening to all that, I lost my point. I do just want to say that, like, if your objections to these things are rooted in not understanding them or having these abstract notions that it'll take from you, probably check those, because chances are that this isn't a real thing that you should be afraid of. And I would consider it to be a waste of time to be afraid of things that don't exist. Personally, that is how I, organize my priorities. But if you want to go ahead and be afraid of a boogeyman because it makes you feel white and empowered, have at it, Haas.
If I could
I think it was odd that we're going to ignore the at the start of COVID and well through 2021, we were ignoring. The U.S. government was insisting that we ignore the origin of COVID. I'm sorry, of SARS-2 COVID, right? And hence why you had a lot of commentators out there in the blogosphere, in the mainstream media, referring to it as the Wuhan virus, referring to it as the China virus. This was direct pushback against propaganda from the U.S. government, intentionally attempting to obfuscate where this virus originated, and basically kind of sucking off the CCP as they attempted themselves to cast blame on the U.S. Army, and that we ignore that now is just silly. And talking about ignoring things, who cares if the USPS is an unintentional drug mule here in the U.S.? Does that mean that we somehow just now ignore what's happening at the U.S. southern border? That there's no longer an argument for securing the U.S. southern border because, oh my goodness, look at all the drugs that the USPS and UPS and FedEx are unintentionally
You missed the point.
Transporting into the U.S. Maybe, but that's what what it came off as.
A surgeon wouldn't worry about your eyelashes if your
now we're
heart
going to talk
is
about a
to
surgeon
fail.
and earlobes and eyelashes. Okay, very well. So we get the blame America first stuff out of the way. I mean,
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. This is the
responsibility for your own country.
Debate Board.
This is wait. Just
Rebel.
This is the love America first and take care of America. This is what you preach is fuck everybody else because I'm American.
You're going to now attribute something to me because you are inventing something. Just
like not a doctor. Don't prescribe your prescriptions. You're not certified to, because most of your prescriptions are written in the worst hand.
Oh my goodness gracious! See, this is what you progressives and lefties take license to do. You want to appeal to drawing inferences from these kind of disconnected facts. But Tucker Carlson, for example, he reaches tens of millions of people a week, right? And apparently he's failing.
So did
because
Hitler.
We don't have this groundswell of violence against minorities. We don't have this groundswell of violence against immigrants. So if we're going to try to, blame Republicans, I want to point out something on your guys' side. Who was it? Lori Lightfoot last week, maybe the week before. This, the potential of Roe being overturned this is a call to arms. This is a fight to victory. Is this rhetoric that you guys are cool with because it supports your pro-abortion?
Well, what's incredible to me? What's incredible to me is that Axel already pointed out for us that there was a groundswell of hatred and discrimination against Asian people when we started talking, so it's really appalling. It's really appalling to me.
I appreciate you pointing that out, but the problem with that is that there was no valid baseline of Asian hate crime in the United States pre that time anyway. Where we saw in these urban areas, where we saw this data in these urban areas, we were seeing places like San Diego where there was one incident in 2021 compared to 0 incidents in 2020. So, and calling that a 100% increase. So I appreciate the appeal to data here, but with a lack of, say, a 20-year history of baseline data to actually compare it to, and then engaging in this kind of, 0 last year and 1 this year kind of nonsense. That's what it is. It's nonsense. It doesn't actually persuade anybody of anything.
It's our opinion.
Anti-Asian hate crimes increased by 339% 99% nationwide last
And
year.
they were still
saying- yeah.
the lowest on the totem pole in terms of like people attacked or hate crime.
Oh,
There
so
was
you're
still
good. There was no.
something-
Wait, hold on.
Good.
Wait one
There was
second, please.
still
But
maybe
debate
slight-
boards-
Wait,
debate
hold on.
boards-
Wait, please, wait,
debate
please.
boards
Don't care about
stupid
how it's
point.
compared to other
So Asian
crimes.
hate
There was
crimes
still
are
a slight-
Asian hate crimes are extremely rare. Right?
Right,
They were
and there was
extremely rare
still a
before. They're
spike.
still extremely rare.
Do you
It's so
acknowledge
speaking as if there's,
Stop
like,
helping
massive-
debate board.
There's- so
Avoid
speaking as if
taking
there's
me
this
out.
massive swell of racial attacks against Asians is only makes sense if you're not taking into account the fact that there's very, very few before too.
You really want to
I mean,
help
I'm just
debate board
asking,
avoid
do you
taking the
acknowledge
L there
spike
because
between
There's
2020
no L.
and 2019, do you
There's
acknowledge
no L
that?
to take here.
That's all I ask for. Do you
you
acknowledge
said
the
that there
spike
was
being-
no associated groundswell in violence. Like there it is, but oh no, I gotta cover my eyes.
Go from 20 incidents across the country to 60, right, to reach a 300%
That's still a
increase.
spike. Do you acknowledge that? That's all I'm asking
Hold
for.
Doesn't mean
Hold on, but
Do you
speaking
acknowledge
as if
doesn't
that.
mean
Hold on,
anything.
okay. But speaking as if
Not
this is like,
meaningless.
hold on, please.
So you're saying there's
if
no
we're going,
difference?
please, if
There's
we're going
no
from
difference
40,
before that?
if we're going from 40 to 60 in a country of 300 million
It
people,
wasn't 40
and
to
you're
60.
saying,
What was it?
hold on, please, but you just defended that number. Right? You said, 40 to 60 would still be an increase, right? So I understand that's not the actual number, but I'm using it for the argument here, right? So yes, there was an increase, right? But if it were from something like 40 to 60, right? Yes, it's an increase of like 50% over the year prior, right?
Dude, you're
However-
basically telling me there wasn't enough hate crime for us to
However,
address
please,
that. Are you
please,
kidding me?
no, that's not what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying if you let me finish, right?
Okay.
However, so yes, there was an increase, but saying that, hey, in this country of 300 million people, calling this COVID the Wuhan flu or the Chinese virus or whatever, was it increase the amount of Asian hate crimes, and therefore the Republicans are responsible for this, Trump's responsible for this, and some of you guys are saying it was intentional, right? If we have an increase of 20, it seems like this isn't that big a deal. Right, so
Well,
speaking
I
as if
think
this
you
is like a
yourself
widespread
acknowledge-
problem,
I think you yourself
times-
acknowledge
It's 3
No,
times the
about
original
how-
rate.
Doobie,
just how
much?
small
Three
racial
times.
crimes are, correct? So if you already acknowledge the idea that these crimes are very small in proportion to our crimes as a whole in the country, I don't think you necessarily should be able to dismiss the fact that these charges are incredibly difficult and
yeah.
aren't always brought
it's
up.
true. Okay, but it's true that there's stupid people who hear Chinese virus or
Maybe.
Wuhan virus, Wuhan flu,
Right.
and they're like, "Oh God, it must be the Asian down the street that did this." Right? There's
Right.
stupid people in the country. However,
Of course.
the problem that I have, right, is with fucking only fact, right? You're saying, oh, when Republicans name these things or conservatives name these things, they go with the racial or ethnic name, right, intentionally because they're pushing, racial division or ethnic division. The
Sure.
fucking Ebola, hold on, the Ebola virus, which is again named after a river in
You're
Africa,
in the Nile.
wasn't named by Republicans, right?
Right.
So, and that
the
and that
China
is the, hold on,
virus we can
and that is the hold on,
utilize.
please, and that is the official name of the fucking thing, right? The West
Yeah, of
Nile
course.
virus.
Yeah,
Again,
and it led
Sure.
to people being
But we
afraid
can
of that.
utilize
Please
the
stop,
idea
please
of the
stop, please.
popularity
No,
of
let
the
me finish, let me
China
finish, let me finish,
virus
let me
coming
finish.
from the
Okay,
president
stop,
of the United
please. I'd like to
States at
finish.
the
I'd like to
time.
finish. I'd like to
Please,
finish.
Doobie, finish your point.
Right. So again, we have cases where the official names of these diseases or viruses are relate or include where they were originated. The Ebola virus, the West Nile virus, etc. Right. So if somebody says, oh, it's the Wuhan virus, which mainstream media organizations were saying, by the way, right, because it originated from fucking Wuhan, according to what we know. So you're saying, hey, them saying this. Right? Yeah, it might have led to an increase because there are stupid fucking people that hear, oh God, it came from China, so therefore I need to attack the Chinese guy down the street. Yeah, some people are fucking stupid. But to say that this was intentional and this was done for racist reasons, when we have prior to this, we have tons of viruses named exactly this way for non-racist reasons, is kind of silly.
I don't know if you can necessarily account the idea that those don't have racial tinges in between them and during the time in which they were named.
You guys are throwing the intentionality at this when you have no fucking evidence for it.
It feels like you don't believe in sociology. Like,
But
oh God.
If I may, like, do we like? There's things called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai. I mean, these are martial arts that come from different parts of the
Right,
world.
usually
we don't
do
kind
not have
of
negative
associate.
connotations.
So I mean, sometimes that's just the way we
associated.
kind of label things. But now, if I
We
may, Redhead,
can.
Redhead. This is something I've been wanting to say to you for some time. I can definitely tell you are from Nebraska, sir, because even though our politics do not line up, you give straight answers to direct questions, and God bless you for it. So, I also just wanted to make a couple of quick comments about some things that were passed by earlier before we start getting to the statistics of today. People are talking about the cartels are different, fundamentally different from any crime gang. Yes, only facts. You're right. You were absolutely dead on correct there. People forget that in 2019, the cartels defeated and routed the Mexican government in open battle and actually got a full surrender of their forces and took their it was a fucked up battle. It was because they arrested El Chapo's son, but they were routed in open battle. So yeah, it's a fucking different world down there. It's not a war on drugs, it's a drug war down there. And one other thing about the trash at the border argument, knowing what I know about Tucker Carlson, I kind of know that was his kind of little elbow gotcha at the environmentalists. Hey there, environmentalists, see? Shouldn't you be against illegal immigration? I kind of get the feeling that was kind of the joke he was formulating in his mind. Just knowing what I know about Tucker Carlson from what I've watched him. So that's my inference. So you see what I mean, Redhead? There could be two very different inferences that could be drawn from that. And then when we're talking about the crime statistics and if they're lower and they're higher and all this stuff, fascinating thing to keep in mind. FBI crime statistics are from 2019. They attributed 40 deaths to white supremacy. Now, 19 of those was from the El Paso shooting, which to me, that's looking into the mind of madness. You could argue one way or the other. But
Didn't
then,
he have a manifesto?
well, hang on. I don't know. That was 3-4 shooters ago. You're gonna have to get me up to date on that. But the other thing to keep in mind is, oh goodness. Oh yes, now I remember. In 2019, guess how many deaths? Now this is gonna be crazy. Everybody, there's gonna be a really weird thing that happens to everybody in the audience and within the sound of my voice here. In 2019, do you know how many deaths were attributed to Islamic extremism? 0. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Everybody's trying to figure out how do they fit that into their political metrics right now as we speak. They're trying to figure out how they put that little factoid into their own political puzzle pieces. So yeah, when you look at the differences in statistics, for white supremacy, 40 is not insignificant because it's not insignificant to the families of those who died. Now, you would have to track if you had an increase or decrease over the next few years. In 2020, we all kind of acknowledge is kind of a weird year for gathering any kind of group-based statistics, and even a little bit into 2021. So that's something we're going to have to look into until at least 2025. So when you're looking at increases and decreases in statistics like that, you always have to be careful because, with the Islamic extremism metric, Republicans could very well say, well, bang up job, Donald Trump. Got rid of that ISIS. We had 0 Islamic extremist deaths in these United States. There's any number of ways that these can be interpreted. So you got to be careful with what you're looking at there. And with that, I yield.
Okay, so can I say, because I feel like we're very far from the original point, but I'd like to address it if that's possible. So my issue here is that some people are saying that, hey, if it's dog whistling, quote unquote, even if they don't intend to dog whistle, the fact that they're saying these things leads to a negative outcome. So we should condemn them for saying these things. But in the case of Tucker Carlson, for example, or Trump, or any Republican person who is anti-illegal immigration, who talks about wanting to keep illegals out of the country and to deport illegals and shit like this, right? So if any of these people, if they're anti-illegal immigration publicly, and some jackass takes that and says, "Oh God, well, hey, this must be a dog whistle for killing the brown people when they come across the border," and they go out and do that thing, are you saying that we should condemn the person for having a totally reasonable anti-illegal immigration policy?
Well, there are
It would
better ways
depend
to
on.
be anti-illegal immigration.
Yeah.
You could just
Better
start
ways than
saying
what?
we want more immigration reform. We want a merit-based visa system. We want a point-based visa system like Australia and
It
Canada.
exists.
They say
There are
all those
plenty
things.
of ways to talk about reform without using rhetoric that's saying illegal immigrants are rapists.
And
Hold on.
murderers.
No, that's
And
okay.
some
So something like
are good
80%,
people.
something like 80% of the women that come over the southern border are raped, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what he was
That's
that's what he was referring to, right? To
Yeah,
say,
of
hey, these
course.
people are rapists because the women that come up over the southern border are being raped, right? It's by somebody who's fucking
Okay.
raping them. I don't know. I guess it's
Mhm.
still legal as everything.
Yeah, that's why it's a
so
terrible political
please,
rhetoric to
please,
sit
no,
there and
it's
say
not.
that
No,
without
it's
making a
not.
qualification of those
Because he's speaking
statistics.
specifically about illegal immigrants, not all
It's
immigrants, not all brown people, right? So if he's talking specifically about this group that is
like
engaging in criminal activity, right? It's like, hey, this group is engaging in criminal activity.
Doobie.
And that criminal activity is, by the way, coming over the southern border
Sure.
illegally, right?
Yeah.
So if he's referring specifically to those people and saying, hey, this is a bad thing, we shouldn't allow this, right? Then why is he responsible for some fucking idiot on the other side of the country saying, oh God, well, this just means that we need to kill all the brown people?
Doobie, like from my perspective, it's like you're holding up a magnifying glass and trying to find exactly what it is that you want to hear from his words. The fact of the matter is, majority of people
That's what
will
you're
not
doing.
interpret it that way.
That's not true.
Maybe I confess I might be biased. I
You're
absolutely
absolutely
confess
biased.
that. Right, but so are you. And I'm
No,
trying
I
to
don't
say
think
that the
I am.
majority.
I think I'm being
you
as
are.
clear and logical as possible.
Maybe we just come from different circles and we're both being biased based on our own personal perspectives. I get that. I can
Can you give me a
acknowledge
reason?
In that
Can you give me a reason?
in that
Hold on,
speech,
please.
Trump was talking
Robot.
about illegal immigrants specifically as a subgroup. So in this instance, I begrudgingly have to say Doobie is correct. Trust me, that
Okay,
hurts me more than it hurts you.
Robot, can you give me a
Afraid
reason that's because you said that even if they don't intend it to be this way, right? They don't intend for this to happen. They are not using dog whistles intentionally, right? If somebody goes out and does this bad thing, they are still at fault, which is still condemn them for saying this stuff, right? So if what they're saying is, hey, we should have less illegal immigration. Hey, these people are coming into the country too quickly, and there's going to be a cultural clash, and we're not allowing people to assimilate. We're not encouraging people to assimilate. We need to be encouraging people to assimilate. They're saying that kind of stuff, right? Which I think is totally reasonable.
Well, there are also
And
good
some
ways
some
to correct
moron
them.
and they have no racist intention whatsoever, right? And there's nothing racial about that statement saying, hey, if you have a lot of people from one culture that comes into a country all at once, there's going to be a cultural clash because countries have different cultures, right?
Well, like
So
a better
if that's what they're saying, if that's what
Impossible.
they're saying, and some asshole takes that and says, oh God, this just means we need to keep out all the brown people and they kill people, you're saying we could still hold them responsible. Like that seems
Well,
so
I'm saying-
stupid.
Nobody's talking
saying we should-
responsibility
I'm saying we
here.
should
We're
Yes,
talking
we are.
about
This is
condemn
what
them.
that's what we're talking. We're talking about responsibility. Who's responsible
We should
for
publicly
encouraging
condemn them
encouraging
that.
people like the guy in Buffalo? That's what this is about.
Well, I'm
Yes,
talking
You're
like
talking
let's talk-
about formation of a culture, right? Of like this idea
Yeah.
that people coming across the southern border are rapists and murderers, and some are good people, right? So if we talk about that idea, if in conjunction with the historical rhetoric about how immigrants coming across the southern border have also been marginalized or talked about by the Republican Party in different manners and ways, such as some of Tucker Carlson's rhetoric saying that they are invading, that they are dirty people, right? So like
He doesn't say
as a party, which Donald Trump would be the head of, as a party, that culture in and of themselves, you can see some highlighted points in which you can see very discriminatory remarks in regards to their thoughts on these people coming across the southern border. I inference that as racism and do not appreciate my leader talking about people coming across the southern border in that way. I believe that to be racist and inflammatory to the point where you have those examples that you had pointed out, people that misinterpret or believe in an unhealthy state of mind or just plain old believe that something must be done and I'm the one to do it. We call this stochastic terrorism.
Wait, so who's responsible for the guy who attacked those people on the subway because he was upset with Jews and white people?
You shouldn't be asking that sort of question. That's
This
not
is
the question
what
you're
we're
supposed to be
talking
asking.
about.
Look, but this is
Yeah,
a
so
situation.
the question-
It's not a one-to-one. It is not a one-to-one. One person is not responsible for the actions of someone else. across
Okay,
the country.
not just one person. Which party is pushing rhetoric that could encourage somebody to carry out a terrorist attack on Jews and white people?
I'm not
The
familiar
party-
with the terrorists, but
the
I
party
would.
that's
you could say
cultivating an
Republicans?
anti-minority culture. So how about
Yeah,
that?
white people are not minorities. Really quick.
Well, okay, actually, I
So wait,
want
hold on.
to
So,
ask
so if
you
a
Some
black
racists
person,
so
if a black
view
person,
white
hold on. So if a
people
black
that are
nationalist who
Jewish
hates white
as a
people and Jews
minority.
attacks people, it's still the Republicans' fault. Is that what you just said?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
No, I
Okay,
didn't
so if
say
a black
that.
person,
didn't
okay,
mean
you
that
said it'd be the
in
fault of
any
the
way.
person who's encouraging like a culture like that's like negative looks
Yeah,
at minorities,
anti-
especially like this.
Yeah,
Okay,
anti.
so the person on the subway was a black dude who
Okay.
was racist toward white people and Jews, and went onto the subway and shot people at random because he was angry at white people and Jews. Right. So
Yeah,
this
sure.
guy who you said that, hey, the person responsible for that guy is whoever is creating an anti-minority culture. So you're saying that the people that you're blaming for the
Mhm.
guy in Buffalo, right, going
No,
out and
I
murdering
meant-
black
yeah.
people, are also the people at fault for the black guy hating white
Uh,
people and Jews.
Yeah, black people can be
I
Republicans and racist too.
He
of
wasn't a
course.
fucking
also,
Republican.
Doobie, I
He can be
misunderstood
racist.
shooting you were talking about. That's
It-
why I said
but
that
why?
comment.
But
But
again, I'm not
Okay,
trying
then
to
robot
sit
guy.
here
Then
and
okay,
assign
robot guy. Then
an
who's at
entire.
fault? This is what we're talking about. Okay, which party or which group is pushing rhetoric that leads to these kind of situations? So you're just
Doobie,
saying,
do
hey,
you
Tucker Carlson or Trump might be responsible for the Buffalo guy. Who's responsible for the subway guy?
Doobie, do you remember at the beginning of this panel how I
You're not
said
gonna answer the
that a
question.
lot? I'm going to answer the question. It's going to lead up to that. Remember how in the beginning of the panel I said economic disparity and depression is what leads people to radicalization? That's
Yeah, I
what
remember you
I
saying that,
find the main source, and then secondary to that are the radicalized cultures that they're a part of. I do acknowledge that there is radicalization on the left, but I think it's disproportionately more so on the right.
Great feeling and all.
Okay, so yeah, so you are saying that the Republicans are also responsible for this racist black guy who hated white people and Jews because they don't support the kind of like financial aid policies or whatever that you like.
I mean, there might be left radical circles that radicalize that guy, but I
I
don't
mean,
know too much about
did
that.
he leave a manifesto?
He's still alive, so I hope we'll hear about it. I mean, I'm sure the
Okay,
story
yeah,
isn't going to be buried and won't be reported on very much. Just like the
Oh.
guy who drove his car into a fucking Christmas parade,
Well,
and hit
Keisha.
like 55 people. That's not reported on very much anymore.
Doobie,
You
I
can
mean,
check
I
the
do-
And he
local
had
news and where they're arrested.
anti-white and anti-Jew shit all over his fucking Facebook page. That guy's
Dude,
barely
I'll-
reported
You
on
can
anymore.
like literally pull up public records in which this person was sentenced, and then you can go through the court case and find out his
He
defense.
hasn't
You
been
can go through.
sentenced.
Well,
Well, like-
during this case, like you're talking about reporting on the media, you have the ability in the United States.
I'm talking
where all
about
court
I'm talking
records
about
are-
this narrative that's being built,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
That Republicans are pushing white people to hate minorities, and because they're pushing white people to hate minorities, white nationalists are going out and murdering minorities. Right? I'm
You
talking
would-
about that narrative because it's a very politically convenient narrative that I'm sure we're going to hear all about in the primaries.
But-
I'm sorry, the midterms. But I think it's fucking these stories are buried when they're inconvenient to the narrative, i.e., the subway guy who hated white people and Jews and went around and shot 10 people.
There is a trend. There is a trend. There is a trend. There is a trend of white nationalist attacks. There's not a trend of leftist attacks. We're not in the 60s or the 70s, anti-Vietnam.
This isn't
blowing
lefty.
things up.
These people aren't lefties.
No.
They're just fucking racists. Right? Like, what are you
Okay,
talking?
but you're trying to attribute it as a
It's
function
been
of
around since time
political party.
immemorial.
Second of all,
Yes, and there have been political parties that played to that racist rhetoric.
Yes, and you guys
right
are blaming
now,
the Republicans for
conversation-
the racism on the right.
First of all,
Second
I
of
live
all,
in a
this
highly
fascism.
we're not
Republican
trying to-
state, so I
we're not
don't
to-
blame anybody for anybody.
This
for
is
their
what we're
own
talking
fucking
about, Red Guy.
actions.
These
But
people
what
are
you
blaming
have
the
to
Republican
talk
Party
about
for this.
is the idea of what political rhetoric is used to stir up what you would consider your political base, and how that
we're not
rhetoric
try-
is espoused.
Right,
And
like
we're not
like
trying to
Lightfoot in
find
Chicago
blame,
saying
just
this is a
say-
call to arms. This is
We're
a
not
call
trying
to
to
guns. So are we going to just let that evaporate? We're going to
Whoa,
ignore that.
Wait. But Chicago bans guns. How would the mayor talk about a call to arms? Maybe she meant political arms.
I
Maybe
don't
she
know
meant.
what she's
Right,
There's
let's
talking
only
make
more context
excuses.
there.
Right, let's make excuses now for the
no.
lefty call to arms.
War-
But when that rhetoric is used on the
guns in
right,
Chicago are
we
banned,
want to then
right?
blame a wave of hate crimes
I-
on Republicans.
Is
Okay,
this the mayor
I mean,
that
let's-
actually made
let's
this
just get that
statement
out of the way.
before? Or
Yeah,
are you
right.
Okay,
talking
one
about
more
the same
thing.
person? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why everybody has their panties in a wad trying to say, "Oh, we're not no motherfuckers trying to blame any motherfucker here."
That's
What we're
not
trying
true.
to
That's
do is-
literally the
Question of the
question that we're
panel.
talking
Wait,
about.
Doobie, wait, I didn't even finish. What we're trying to do is change a culture. To change a culture to instead of being post after something interventive, to be preemptive, to prevent. Why are people coming here? Why do they end up at the border? Nobody is even talking about that. Nobody studies the reasons why are they at our border and what we can do. And hey, maybe what was our role in having that happen. But I don't want to go all lefty on everybody and explain why. And we don't have the time here. Secondly, um, I think there is something to be said that when you have the country's largest cable news host, you have what's that saying? With power comes great responsibility. I mean, look at the WikiLeaks when the military literally wanted journalists to cover the Afghan war and our participation in it as a function of protecting girls' education and all that. Literally a talking point from the military. So it would go by nature, by logic, that if you have a bunch of top journalists talking about, oh, we need to stay in Afghanistan because of the Afghan war, people's beliefs will, and those people that are in this chat or who may be watching actually probably still believe the girls in Afghanistan, the poor old girls. You can't discuss about the drone strikes that kill those girls at the weddings and whatnot. There is something to be said about powerful platforms ingraining ideas and certain manufactured consent and dialogues. So yes, Tucker Carlson, when he goes ad nauseum every day, almost psychotically obsessed with immigrants. I mean, I'm sure there are travel agents in Honduras that don't talk about invading America like he does. I mean, and on one last point, I want to read a quote from Tucker Carlson. Instead, this is what he says, and I'm going to preface it. He probably ends with a hysterical laugh. Uh, it's indefensible, so nobody even tries to defend it. Instead, our leaders demand that you shut up and accept this. We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our country poor and dirtier and more divided. But wait, Sam, or only fact, he didn't call them dirty, but I surmise that somebody that makes something dirtier is probably dirty themselves. So, yeah, he is calling illegal immigrants dirty and dividing us, which the only person making this country dirtier and divided is Tucker Carlson. There is no excuse for him to continue with this manufactured consent, this tone of speech. If he was invested in actually wanting to solve the immigration problem, wanting to solve the all these issues, he knows how to do it. He went to good schools. His own son got a letter of recommendation from Hunter Biden to get into Georgetown Law School. So he's got a couple of legal minds that could help him put things together. One last note, and I don't know if this is a slur that I can get in trouble for, so I won't say the whole word. But when I moved to Oklahoma, I used to use a word about hiring people that are cheap labor. And it started with the word China, and the last word, men. So this is one word, and if I looked it up, it's considered a slang, China and then men. Uh, there is a historical precedent set from the 1920s and 1910s when Chinese immigrants would come to California to mine, and they were preferable because they were usually smaller, skinnier, and could work hard all day, and they would call them China men. And uh, uh, and there were lots of we call it race riots where they would be attacked by white workers because they were taking their jobs, etc. I don't think it's a far reach for Trump to have those pangs, those like whatever you call them, those roots to hey, actually, this is an ironic part. I'll not end on this, but that he would find that terminology to call it the China virus from something historical like that. Here's one kind of side note, not political. His grandfather, I believe, was deported from the United States back to Holland or Germany because he had opened a brothel in wherever they were mining gold in the gold rush. So it is a little coincidental, the Chinese miners. But I'll end on that note.
The more you know.
Yeah, there you go. Facts, only fact.
Did you want anything? Did you want to say anything, Doobie?
I bored them to death.
Doobie?
He died.
Maybe he's not. Uh, Debate board?
You know, it's so far, right? We've got some reported excerpts from this kid's manifesto, right? And
The Buffalo shooter.
yeah,
Okay.
right? And it's pretty wild. I mean, looking at some of the stuff where he's self-described as a populist, falls in the mild, moderate, authoritarian left category, denounces CEOs, capitalism, and global markets, eco-fascist, supports green nationalism.
Don't care
It
about
talks
his
about
politics.
celebrates that conservatism is dead. There's no mention of Tucker Carlson yet, but I
Trying
mean,
to collect all them radical
that's not
words.
sounding like a Republican, based on what we know so far.
Talks about white replacement. I mean, regardless of politics.
Oh, sure,
It's a
the
horrible
Democrats and
ideology.
progressives talk about the Great Replacement too, except for their version is acceptable.
They're stupid.
Because
Well,
their
it's-
version says, well, hey,
Well-
if we just wait it out long enough, then we'll out demographic the Republicans.
Hold on. You kind
I
of
don't
need to
recall that.
distinguish white replacement theory. That is strictly under the context of the belief that white people are being genocided by being outbreeded by minorities. Like, that's what the Great Replacement theory is. Specifically, it's meant to address the idea that white people are being genocided and justify the radicalization of young people who think that the right race is going extinct or something like that. And that's different from acknowledging demographic changes over time. Like, Japan and China have demographic changes right now, but there isn't really a conspiracy against minorities in that regard. White replacement theory is meant to invigorate racist rhetoric in radical racist circles.
Does
Go
anybody
ahead.
remember who was the Bernie Sanders supporter who attempted the mass shooting of Republican leadership? That was
Well, I don't think he
2017.
attempted.
He's a
I
bad
think he
guy.
killed
He's a
3
bad guy.
people.
No, he killed somebody. I know
Yeah,
he was
and
attempting to do
then-
more than just that. And then the Dallas police shootings
Mhm.
a few
That
years
guy.
ago as well. I'm wondering who we get to blame for that.
We're not
Uh,
looking to blame. We're trying to change our culture and make it
Oh no,
better.
I'm just curious. I mean because that was the sense
not
of
blaming
the
anybody.
panel, and that was the sense
Well,
of this
again,
open panel.
this goes back to the mistake of kind of trying to put individual faces on the problem. The problem is the culture, and culture is very hard to change.
Doobie?
Okay, so yeah, sorry, I was listening to you, but I was talking to my girlfriend for a bit when you finished. The issue is that multiple issues, right? So first off, when he's saying, "Hey, they're making our country dirtier," it's not because they're brown, it's not because they're Mexican, it's because as you referred to earlier, he's talking specifically about this river, right? That's full of fucking litter, and he says that this is because when these people are coming over, they're leaving trash in the river. Right, so that's what he's talking
companies that do
please,
much worse.
Please, okay, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about his hypocrisy. Right, you're claiming that he's saying this for racist reasons and that he's dog whistling and say that, hey,
I
the
didn't
brown
say
people are just
racist.
dirty.
I didn't say racist.
This is what do you think? Okay.
Eco-fascist.
Okay. Earlier, I don't think fucking Tucker Carlson, who supports like drilling for fucking oil everywhere, is an eco-fascist. But secondly, to say that you were saying this to say that, hey, when you're saying that somebody's making a place dirtier, you're saying that they themselves are dirty and less than yada yada. So I think you were making the claim that he's saying this for racist reasons. Right. So that's number one. Secondly, as the debate board just pointed out, the guy in Buffalo, his policies, other than being opposed to immigration, right, and on the fucking extreme end where he's opposed to all non-white immigration, which is nowhere near the Republican Party's position. None of his other positions are Republican, conservative, etc. Right. So if all you're paying attention to is, hey, he hates immigration, if he dislikes immigration, then you're using that to say, oh well, he must be more in line with Republican beliefs. But you're ignoring all of his populist, anti-corporate, anti-elite, anti-wealthy people rhetoric in these fucking papers, which would put him more in line, I think, with some like lefty people and some Democrat rhetoric like AOC and shit. But you're ignoring that to say, oh well, hey, yeah, he's not like a Democrat, he's more like a Republican because he's anti-immigration. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
right?
the reason why is because you're drawing different connectors as far as like the idea of the connection that he is making, and his targeting of blacks is more relevant in the experience of racism than it would be in the experience
There are
of like
plenty.
his
There are
economic
plenty
policies.
of
correct?
There are plenty of racist Democrats in this country.
Yeah,
The Democrat Party also has a very long history of racism, right? So him being a racist doesn't make him more Republican,
I'd
right? So
like
that's
to
fucking
say
crazy.
that the
No,
problem
but the
was
rhetoric in which he conducted
Especially-
his act in would be founded in those beliefs as opposed
What
to his
beliefs?
economic beliefs.
so
Okay,
actually,
okay, please. I know now. I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that
Yeah.
because he was acting against a specific group, and then hey, the thing that he actually acted on wasn't the anti-rich people shit or the anti-corporate shit or anti-capital shit. It was the anti-black people shit or anti.
Yeah,
whatever.
so like the Nazi
Yeah.
Party in Germany in the early founding had a lot of socialist beliefs, but they became an incredibly authoritarian fascist party with a socialist founding, right? Like there
Right, I
are
understand.
differences in between acting out
Yeah,
these
and
beliefs,
the-
right?
Yeah. So
And-
but I think the issue, well, one of many issues that I have with that, right,
Mhm.
is that so again, there's nothing in the Republican Party, and maybe some of you guys disagree with me, right, but
Yeah.
being a racist doesn't make you more Republican than someone who's not racist.
well,
Oh, of course
uh,
not.
So, but that's the
Hmm.
implication here is that him hating black people somehow puts him further in line with Republican beliefs.
Well, the implication that
hold on,
I'm
but please, really quickly,
Mhm.
and further, the yes, we're talking about like the great replacement thing, right? How he talks
Mhm.
about this. So specifically the kind of great replacement he's talking about, and these like white nationalist pieces of shit talk about, is like this white genocide thing where Jews typically are intentionally bringing in non-white people because they hate white people and they want to like brown the country or whatever the fuck. That's what he believes. That
Okay.
isn't what Tucker Carlson
Has-
believes. It's
has
not.
this
It's
been-
not. It's nowhere near fucking mainstream Republican talk. Most Republicans are actually very in favor of Israel and Jews. Right?
Yeah.
So like, it's very far removed from what Republicans think. So I don't. So please, and to bolster a little bit what Vapor said, Democrats and lefties also push the white genocide thing, but when they say it's like the Mayo side or whatever, and it's a funny thing, and they make jokes about wanting to reproduce with as much white women as possible to help the Mayo side, right? So like it is, and to be clear, it is true that white people will be a minority in the near future in the United States, right? And
Yeah, maybe.
like so like I don't know, it just seems silly to say that hey, these people also acknowledge that white people are going to be a minority in the future in the U.S. So therefore
Plurality.
they're pushing white genocide or great replacement, and they must be encouraging Nazis to like go out and murder people.
Has his manifesto been leaked? That's what I was trying to ask earlier.
Yeah,
So
it's like
Buffalo-
180 pages long, and a lot of
Oh,
it is taken directly from Brendan Tarrant's manifesto, like just
Well-
like copy paste.
Oh, okay. Is that the guy from New Zealand? Is that the New Zealand?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. I
Christchurch,
didn't know.
dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
think
was like
that's-
6 shooters ago or something like that. But
Yeah.
fear not, folks. Your King of Extreme has returned. There was a technical difficulty, but I have returned. But this is a really touchy subject. But like right before I dropped out, there's something I wanted to say to you, Redhead. Again, like when we were talking about back and forth, and this even touches on to what we're talking about right now. But when you were talking about earlier about the Trump comment about they're sending their best people and such like that, like.
Yeah.
If you were to, there's 2 things that need to be extrapolated from this. Because one of the most valuable books that people can read, in my opinion, is Dr. Frank Lunt's Words That Work. It's not what you say, it's what people hear. Because you can say a certain amount of words, but it's the adage of doggy want a cookie. Is doggy want a cookie? Doggy want a cookie versus doggy want a cookie? Doggy want a cookie! But what I'm getting at is when Trump said that statement, if you read the rote words, like word for word what he said, Doobie's analysis is correct. But what people are hearing in the doggy want a cookie, doggy want a cookie, they're hearing an entirely different thing. So I understand exactly what you're saying there, because this is what I mean when I say words at work. And like persuasion is the most powerful force in our universe. And that was one of those moments where a bit different persuasion could have been implied and gotten a lot better results. But when you're saying this is what he said, actually when you read the rote words of what he was said, Doobie's analysis is ultimately correct. And with that, I yield.
Frank Luntz, you're talking about the political commentator, correct? He does a couple HBO. Is that the same guy? Kind of.
He's also the guy that has focus grouped every single word in the English language. So his like 300 years from now, people are still going to be reading his work on that. His political stuff will be just kind of an aside.
I don't know. He seems pretty politically significant.
Well, he's
but
like I'm saying, his language work will exist into eons. But yeah, he's done work for both sides, the political aisle. But I'm just saying that was one of those instances where the left heard an entirely different thing from what was being said.
I don't think it was just a directional. I don't think that it would just be a directional thing, right? Like it wouldn't just be the left thinking like this is such a negative thing. You would also think that it would be people on a racist side, regardless of political beliefs, saying, "Oh, this guy fucking gets it," right? That's not the implication I'm trying to make here. And this is also coming because I am from Nebraska, and I have to go out there and work with Republicans and try and convince Republicans, right?
Every day, I'm sure.
The implication is not that Republicans are racist. The implication that I'm having in the conversation that I'm talking about is Republican Party talking points are incredibly detrimental to the point where it becomes highly divisive in manners in which regarding to race. If you want to talk about things, there is a proper way to talk about it, right? But if you don't really give a shit, if you don't use political correctness, then you have to suffer the consequences of what your words are going to be interpreted as, especially from people that you
of people smearing
different.
you.
Yeah,
That's
of course.
That's all you mean. That's all you mean.
Yes.
So let's actually attack the smear attack rather than attempting to believe.
Depending
that
on
the
what the
smear is
foundations
true.
of the smear are, correct, right? So if I can interpret your words in a racist manner, then you obviously didn't really give a shit, or you didn't really have the correct tone that you were trying to interpret.
Limit. There's no limit to which
There's
the left
certainly
these days
a
will go
limit.
to not attempting to imbue everything a conservative says as racist inherently.
Well, stop crying, dude.
Oh no, King of William, you're the practitioner.
Yeah, I know
of this
you're the
chat.
one.
You do this in chat all the
all
time.
and everything.
This is
You
what's
sound
beautiful
ridiculous,
about
dude.
progressives is that they get to find racism under every little nook and cranny. But when
You're a nook and a cranny,
they're actually
dude.
criticized for hollowing out the
You're a nook and
danger of the word
You
racism,
know,
they
that's
cry
you,
about it.
nook and cranny, the both of you.
Actually
you
accused
just-
of
you know, you guys
hollowing
do-
out.
You're a nook and cranny. I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really just blatantly obvious, and
Right, you want to secure the border? You're racist. As though there's no reasonable argument.
no,
to
I do
secure a
often think
border.
that is. No, I do think that that's racist. I do.
Exactly, of course you do.
So yeah, that's right. It is racist. Guess what? It's coming from the same racists.
Like,
It's the
dude,
same people. It's you guys going around. That's all. You're obsessed with it. You're obsessed with it
We're not the
because
ones obsessed
because
with
you
it. though.
believe in the great
You guys are the
replacement.
ones who see it
You believe in the
all
great
the time.
replacement.
It's
You
like
believe
Viv and
that-
fascists.
you believe
There's always a
that-
fascist around the
You
corner.
believe that you're so mediocre that some other people are going to just overrun you, and then you'll just be washed out, and nobody will know you.
Who are you even
You
talking
believe
about
that
now?
you have
This
no
is figment.
pride at all. No, listen to me. You have no pride
No,
at all.
I am, but I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about.
This is a diverse society. This is a diverse society, and you're going to live in it, and you're going to do well in this diverse society.
I'm doing
And you do
great.
not have to be, you do not have to be a racist and freak out and be obsessed over races all the time. You're on here every day.
How is debate more obsessed over race and being a racist?
I'm
What the
pointing
fuck are you
out
talking
your
about?
obsession,
I'll
but
say
I'm
this is kind of fascinating to see how leftists think of bright people. It's kind of just fascinating to see how
Hold on,
people on the
like
left
Mr.
think of
Red
right.
Guy.
Like it's kind of this very strange, like caricature
Very
of
strange.
what
You
people
just
on the
can't
right
describe it. It's like it's Newman.
Well, no, it's just fascinating to see.
Words, dude.
No, I'm saying it's just fascinating to see how you describe it because you have a caricature of right-wing people. You need to address the actual arguments we're making, not the person in your head that represents us.
Well, that's convenient for you, you know.
Well, because it's true, so it is very
because you're
convenient.
white, Co.
And
It's because
you're
you're
Oh God, that's right, I forgot.
Every day
It's because I'm
you're
white.
racist.
It's how
You say
convenient.
a bunch of coded racist stuff. Everything you say has racist implications, and then the rest of the time you're saying, "Oh, I'm not a racist, and you simply can't define me as racist." And let's define
my
our
point
words,
my point
terms,
redheaded
racist.
man was-
Attacked quite a few times on here. People have made so many assumptions on me based on my physical appearance. God damn, it's got quite a time on this panel.
I do judge you on that.
Wait, hold on. You
Sexy
judge him
man.
because he's white? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Of course
His
he
physical
is.
appearance.
Yeah, his physical. Yeah, that's what.
Of course he
Okay,
is.
so
Yeah.
so red guy.
That wasn't
I'm
a
sorry. I'm
dog.
sorry. I keep calling you red guy.
Also a
I can't.
farmer.
I feel. I
You
always
call me
want to call you
Dustin.
red beard. I always want to call you red beard, and then
Yeah,
like
call him
redhead, and
Redbeard,
then
that's
it's like
better.
it bothers me.
Redbeard, yarn.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
just
can
like
call me
give me a
Dustin,
name,
dude.
Dustin. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
So
I'm logging
Dustin.
out, guys. Bye.
See ya.
Have a good night.
So
Thanks for
Dustin.
coming.
So what this thing that just happened, right? Where Debater said, "Hey, we want to secure the border," and King William says, "Hey, well, that's racist," and yada yada.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that this episode, whose fault was that? Was it Debate Board saying, "I want to secure the border," or was it King of William, fucking massively and charitably interpreting that to mean that he's a racist?
King of William would be responsible for that first interpretation, just purely based off of securing the border. Is if we were in a neutral, non-political setting where this was the first time you ever heard this conversation happening, the immediate
I'm
implication
gonna
would be
respond
like
to this, though.
highly problematic to sit there and say that it would be.
Okay, here's my
racist.
response to that. You know, you want to say, okay, there could be a case in which you would need to secure your border, and then then we'd have to go into just an abstract discussion about borders and the history of borders and all this kind of stuff. But
Yeah,
I'm not talking about that, and I'm not talking about that. Everybody on
course.
this panel knows I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
Right.
about people who get on here every day talking about how about securing our borders and all of the panic that Governor Abbott does and all that kind of stuff. That stuff is just racist. Sorry, that's what it is.
We just had a pandemic. Why wouldn't people want to secure their borders when there's a virus going about? I mean, that's just. I'm sorry.
Well,
If you think that that's a racist analysis, you're just not a smart person. I'm sorry.
Through the whole society.
If you think
You
that's a
let
racist analysis, you're just not a smart person, King. You're not as smart as you think you are. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're finding it out today. God, it's so convenient.
You're very smart.
I mean, I'm
Scooby,
sorry
did I
you're
answer
finding
your
this out
question?
today, man. It's really too bad. It's really too
I
bad.
think
But
William
there's hope for you yet.
Because his
There's no
parents
hope for you.
are right ringers.
Did I answer your question,
I got
Ruby?
what I need.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Okay, you bet.
You don't
Well,
need
I
hope
think
when you're
that
lucky.
the
and
larger
good.
point
the thing
Nobody's
is, I've
saying
seen-
it too.
Is
No, I
it's
really-
the license that
The road
progressives
to Damascus
exercise
is a
all
line,
the
not a
time
road, dude.
to devolve everything to race.
Yes, and you should give yourself over to Christ like Saul of Tarsus did.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I
you
think
be calling yourself Saul in Damascus, dude.
so. Red.
No,
Red.
give yourself
I'm sorry,
over to Christ
Dustin,
like he eventually
Dustin.
did. It'll do you
What-
better in
what-
life.
Doesn't matter.
Can I? Just,
Thank
just-
you, you pedant.
So during I actually supported Bernie, right? During the 2016
I
primary.
did as well. Yeah.
But and when that was happening, because his rhetoric was very populist, and he was always talking about the 1% and the rich and yada yada.
Right.
And it was like an us versus them thing. There were people on the Republican side, who took that and said, "Oh well, the Jews are disproportionately represented in the 1%, and so he must be talking about the Jews, and this is a dog whistle for the Jews. And
Yeah.
Bernie is actually an anti-Semite Jewish person.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is fucking ridiculous, right?
He's an
course.
anti-Jewish person.
And they like labeled him this way and attempted to smear him this way.
Mhm.
And there's still people out there today who think that Bernie Sanders is a fucking racist, right? So, and I think that this is the kind of thing when we start saying, "Hey, it's your fault that this mass shooter hates brown people, whatever,"
Mhm.
because you say that we should secure the southern border, and that hey, people coming over the southern border and leaving litter in the fucking river are dirty, and
Right,
they're
right.
bringing crime, which they are. If you acknowledge any of those things, then hey, you must be dog whistling toward racism and actually wanting to exterminate all brown people.
Yeah.
I think it's
Where
like
did King of William go? Did I run him off?
Seems like
well,
you
don't,
did.
yeah.
don't let the good Lord hit you. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
It seems like a massive leap, and I don't think we gain anything by making that leap. Right?
So I think one of the important things that we could utilize Bernie as an example of is probably a great utilization of like words leadership and actually addressing problems of not only like what he's accused of, but what his followers have been were doing as well, right? So the reason why those words kind of rang hollow for anybody that had followed Bernie Sanders for a very long time is one, the understanding of like the hypocrisy of like Jews being racist against other Jews. It seems very comical. There's a little bit of difference in between religiously practicing and then ethnic Jews.
Well, sure, but when that happens with like Candace Owens, for example, people just say, "Oh, well, hey, she's paid off. You know, she's a
right.
C word or a house N word."
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah, but he's saying like
But-
there's a
but what I'm-
difference between saying you practice being a Muslim and you follow Islam. Like there's a difference there.
yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Right,
So, but what I'm
Mhm.
getting at in the idea of like why Candace Owens, I believe, gets accused of this so much is because we don't have an established track record. And what we do know of Candace Owens, as far as like her utilizing, I believe it was like the NAACP to file a lawsuit on her behalf that she had also won for discrimination against her as color, and then she parades herself out as a person that is trying to say that there's no racism in America, utilizing that hypocrisy. We sit there and say that this person is disingenuous, right? So going back to your example of Bernie Sanders, we can look at Bernie Sanders' record of what he achieved and then make the inferences thereof. So what we're doing with Tucker Carlson, what we're doing with Donald Trump is we're going back and utilizing, and sometimes I can even freely and fairly admit, you don't always grab the right information. You don't always grab information that may even be relevant. This is how we all kind of like put together our ideas and our founding of like, is this person a racist or not, or is this person discriminatory? We grab these ideas, we process them, and then we make the inference as we believe, right? So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just think that
I agree it's
if we're
problematic.
making it's fucking hugely problematic because we end up
Sure.
labeling entire like ideologies, i.e. the Republican Party and the Republican position,
Yeah.
as like fueling racial hatred, as leading to people becoming mass shooters and murdering people.
Yeah,
Right. And,
so
and on the
I
flip side, you could do exactly that with a subway shooter guy and
Mhm.
smear the Democrat Party like that. Right. I think
Perhaps,
it's
yeah,
totally fucking counterproductive exercise, and we gain nothing from it, but furthering the kind of division that leads to this kind of stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
this sort of thing we're doing on the panel is also counterproductive because after every one of these events, we see the progressive blogosphere and Twitterverse and Twitchverse here get up in arms and start asking. We're just asking questions about whether or not Republicans should be held, responsible for this, and yet they do this before all the facts are known, before there's any truth of the matter that's discovered or derived from this, and yet never come back. Right? Never come back to actually evaluate, well, all of this initial information that we were using to cast blame on Republicans or to cast blame on white nationalists or Nazis or some other figment, of our imagination. There's no
those
sober
aren't figments
There's
of
no
our
sober coming
imagination.
back and reviewing what actually happened. And were these individuals clearly simply deranged individuals, or were they clear-thinking individuals who had clear associations with the people that initially wanted to be blamed?
I would disagree with your idea, and I think maybe you would as well, of the idea of like these aren't like made up things. Like Nazis do exist within our nation. Like racist Democrats certainly do. With why am I having a hard time saying this? Racist Democrats do exist within our nation, right? Like these things are certainly things because they're people and they have all different differences of opinion. The question becomes for me is, does your rhetoric play into them and pander to them, or is it condemning of them, right? Like for Bernie Sanders condemning the quote unquote Bernie bros, right? Like these standards of leadership, which I value very highly, are not easy because they cost you something, right? Like condemning racism will cost you something. People that are racist aren't going to vote for somebody that will outright condemn racism. Should that mean that it should be a requirement that if for me not to be racist, I must condemn racism? No, of course not. But when you are running for a political office in which you will represent people of a different race, I do not find it a very difficult task to sit there and say that you should be able to condemn discrimination against your own constituents.
But Dustin, despite lots of elected Republicans condemning racists, they're not being voted out of office. This is a beautiful thing, right? I mean, we can agree that's
your
a beautiful
actions
thing.
are going to
And
be
what
a
that
little
ought
bit
to
more.
suggest is that there isn't this overwhelming nature of racism in the country.
Yeah, well, your actions are as a political official, your actions and how you attribute yourself towards those constituents, in this case that might be a racial minority, are going to speak volumes as opposed to like your own words, right? So if you take a racial minority's concerns about a certain part of the district and sit there and say, I'm going to get you federal funding so we can start addressing these problems that may have not have been like established by a white power, right? But they are actual issues. We don't even have to discuss where they came from. Or you fall deaf as an adder to their ideas or their own plight. I think you can make some pretty fair inferences that this person does not view this group, this racial minority's problems as legitimate, at the very least. Whether that's problematic for you, I can't make that judgment, right? I view it problematic for me because you are responsible for constituents that are within your district, or you are the president of.
You know, that's
connection. I don't see how a elected representative is going to be held responsible, to use your word, for the actions.
Well,
Wait,
inaction.
So regardless, okay. So the congressional representative in this district from which the Buffalo shooter drove from, because I understand he drove like 2 hours from,
right.
that congressional member is responsible for that constituent.
Well, in this case, as how politics is now, all politics is national. It's a very difficult world. It's a very difficult beast in which we take onus and responsibility of our words and actions. But would you say that if we could
wait,
draw?
No. You bailed on that. You bailed
Well,
on that
I'm trying to address it right now. So
I
if
thought you
we
were going
could
to ask me a question. That's why I said
no,
you
no,
were bailing on.
no. If we could say that he had made some, if the constituent themselves had made some racial epithets, or we could look at some examples of which they were racially unfairable, unjust to black people. In this case, I believe is the incident, the Buffalo shooting is over. I think we can sit there and say that part of the culture that congressperson is responsible for has some must take some onus and responsibility for their rhetoric, if this is the case. Now, of course, in the great day and age of technology, we've got ISIS sympathizers. Does that necessarily mean that those Congress people are responsible for those actions? No, of course not. But what we're talking about here is the only thing that we can talk about in regards to our own politics, and is what are we responsible for as Americans.
Was the author of The Catcher of the Rye responsible for John Lennon's death?
I want to land something about Benjamin, Chi-Town Jacob, or OnlyFacts. Any of you? You guys want to talk?
Thanks, Dustin.
Yeah, of course. I hope I answered.
No, I'm all right.
I'm not riled up enough. Just
Yeah.
So Benjamin?
I mean, the only thing I was ever going to speak about was the passing of the drug comment that Fact brought up as a statistic and how it was blown over, but I don't really want to go back into it. So
Sure.
The
Benjamin?
port statistic or the U.S. Postal Office statistic?
yeah, the U.S. Postal Office
Yeah,
statistic.
I hadn't
and
heard that
drug
one either,
use.
but I view it as possible. Maybe not that hard.
Well,
But
here's the thing. Fact is right. Most of our drugs come through the postal service. They come through American import. They don't come from the southern border.
Mhm.
And the thing is, the point that I believe, and I don't want to speak for you, Fact, but I will say, believe what you were trying to say is, people still like to use the drugs as a problem from immigrants, and it's clearly not. And that was what he was addressing.
And I forgot that part. I was so lost in the sauce that that was actually my you really picked up on it. That was like my point, that it's like a convenient scapegoat or a convenient
Mhm.
and okay, I'm not a surgeon, I'm not a doctor, I'm whatever, but like I said, if you got tumors on your feet, you wouldn't worry about the eyelashes. I'm sorry for these horrible medical analogies.
Yeah, you treat the most what this is a weird analogy, but you treat the most harmful first.
You
I'm
picked the
missing a
closest
fucking
tumor.
word.
You picked the
So is
closest
this an
tumor to the brain.
argument Is this an argument then to banish the USPS?
I'm sure you'd be quite in
you-
favor of that, but I don't.
you-
I don't.
Actually, I was
Deficit
gonna make that
more.
joke.
You
I was
brought up.
gonna tell them. I was gonna tell them, and if you guys want to talk about banishing USPS, you can make that argument, and I think we still would find ways to show that argument. To be
No,
valid.
the point of it,
Anyways.
and the reason that I brought it back up is because,
Thank you.
Debatabor, it was
Debate board.
used to say, okay, debate. Oh yeah, I get it now. Debate board.
I did like that pronunciation. No, thanks.
Can I call you? Can I?
Very
Can I call
French.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I call you?
Aristocratic.
Debatabor.
Debatabor. That sounds like a
the thing is-
Merlot.
The thing is,
Right
like once we found out like that's bullshit, it's just like that's a reason it's being used. That's information that is being spread that is false, and that's why it's
Wait,
like
that
there's a
what is
precedent
false? I'm sorry, I lost you. What
that
are you, what are you referring
that
to as
immigrants
being
are bringing
knowingly
drugs
false?
into the country in mass in huge amounts. Like the cartel is real, like that's fine. They bring in a lot of drugs, but they bring it in a ton of other ways. They don't bring it in through immigrants.
Oh, sure. No, I don't think anybody disagrees with that, right?
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean, right, that it becomes unreasonable, right, to argue that one of the spokes of the wheel of controlling the border is to reduce the flow of drugs over the border, whether they come through illegal
even
points
though
of
it's-
entry or legal points of entry, right? So I don't see the conversion that happens that you guys
So
do
the-
there, where
So the
So
pointing out that
that
the
even if it's
USPS
not
ships
true,
a
you
whole
want to use
bunch.
it as a reason.
Yeah, so the conversion that we would make is kind of the example that OnlyFacts is bringing up. Why would we spend our resources somewhere that wouldn't be nearly
Political
as
capital.
political capital in this case, and as well as like actual money resources, right? Towards addressing a problem that is centered somewhere in a vastly master sense in a different part of the area. And that's why a racial component of this, or some, feels like it cannot be denied when you utilize a fact that is not really
That is false.
reflective of the data of the issue, right?
Wait a second.
Okay,
so
but I think
if-
the issue is that you're speaking as if the drug concerns are the only concerns, right? So it is still true that some
Mhm.
drugs do come over the southern border,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Yeah. So,
And the
but
violence
in
it
addition to
brings.
that, in
Mhm.
addition to that, there are many gangs that operate along the border and come over the border. There are so many illegals that come through the southern border, right?
Sure.
And they affect impoverished communities more than any other communities.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I think this is like this issue
just a
has like
spoke.
multiple negative. Yeah, exactly. It's a
But-
spoke of the
well,
wheel here.
I'd
Yeah,
say
well,
I'd say don't
the
tell me
CIA.
like
It's like how
I'd
this
say
is
don't tell me
how
like
this
what I'm
Reddit-
telling you is
Yeah.
my main topic, because it's not. I was just bringing up a topic. I'm not acting like
Yeah.
it's a huge portion of it, but it is a
Right.
part of it.
Yeah, so
Right,
like
okay,
what
but
we
saying that,
talk-
hey, there must be some kind of racial component here. People are going to think it's a racial component because not all the drugs come from here. Well, drugs aren't the only concern.
Right, and exactly. So then when we
Okay,
go
so-
to talk about like what are these other issues, it seems like a racial component does play a significant part of the rhetoric that is espoused, right? So like
no,
when
you
we
just
go-
stole
well-
an intellectual base. You just like stole like the whole triple there.
okay, so can I like finish the point and then maybe we'll touch on that
Sure.
as well. So when we look at how would we address the southern border, at least from my political beliefs and how I think it should work, right? You would not necessarily address it in a manner in which is just responsible for security of the border. You would also manage it in which how immigration is actually filed, which this is kind of like a little bit of Trump points here, but like utilizing the government of Mexico to become a first point of filing as opposed to in the country in and of itself, right? I could view that as a positive aspect, but I don't necessarily agree with the idea of immigration is such a negative thing that cannot be handled within our own borders, right? So how you handle and address the actual issue feels to me like there is a racial component because you don't utilize the idea of like actually addressing the problem. You utilize the idea of a show of strength against invaders, right? We need more border guards, even though we understand that border guards are a huge drain as far as like they're heavily subject to bribes because it's not an easy job and it's also not a very well-paying job, right? So you try and address these through matters of legislation and diplomacy, as opposed to what seems to be the machismo of the Republican Party in stopping illegal immigrants. That would be the problem that I have and I identify within the Republican Party as a racial component of which I see a problem with.
Okay, I think you're grasping at, I think, an extremely minority view of invaders, attributing it to the Republican Party, and suggesting that that is the overriding priority, when in fact.
Can you say that a different way? I'm sorry.
Sure. So, So this invader rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
This isn't being expressed by our presidential candidates. This isn't being expressed by our even our Republican state governors or candidates for state governorships. I think you're seizing on a very tiny minority of people who use the invader language because it's easy rhetorical points to score.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're ignoring the actual platform of Republicans and conservatives who would say, well, if the USPS is being abused, right, to ship drugs into the illegal drugs into the United States, then we ought to reform the USPS, not abolish it, right? But we ought to do that. But we can also talk about the drugs coming over the border. And if we want to talk about asylum seekers, right? And conservatives talk all the time about the first stop, right? The first nation they get to is where they ought to be seeking asylum, because it's typically that neighboring country or nation that most aligns with their culture, with their religion, with a whole host of sociocultural criteria, where they are better able to assimilate, as opposed to traveling through multiple countries just to get to the United States, where they appear more to be economic refugees than they do to be fleeing
asylum seekers,
legitimate risk to life or persecution, right? So there's no racial component to any of that at all, except that is invented by progressives because they take this license to simply attribute anything they disagree with to racism. I don't agree with the way you want to approach it, therefore you must be motivated by racism.
Sure. I think you can look at, I believe somebody may need to help me up with this. There have been, I believe Governor Abbott has used the term invaders. I believe President Trump also used.
Yeah, it's been said by numerous people.
Well, he's talking about the idea of like Republican leaders. I know that we can use the quote, why are all these people from shithole countries trying to come to the U.S., right? Like these things, this political rhetoric.
Alleged quote.
An alleged quote, kind of reinforced by, I think, everybody that was in that meeting. I think
some countries are shithole countries. I don't really see
like Donald Trump.
Can be, yeah, but
they are. That's why people are trying to escape them.
Yeah,
Donald Trump 2018 says we cannot allow all these people to invade our country. When somebody comes in, we must immediately, with no judges or court cases, bring them back from where they came. Our system is a mockery to good immigration policy and law and order. Most children come without parents, etc. I agree. Immigration policy needs to be reformed, but we cannot allow these people to invade our country. I mean, so they do say it.
And in utilizing this rhetoric, they
pause
offer
pause there for a second. Hey guys, if you're enjoying this content, how about this community? Subs this channel. Keep it up and running. We've been doing this open panel. If you like hearing these voices, come in and say some nonsense sometimes. Then hop out this community. No, not you, redhead. I
don't know. It feels so nonsensical sometimes.
But yeah, or actually, I don't know, not actually any of you guys. I can see where you guys have arrived at your specific points. But yeah, support this community. Sub to the channel. The Chinchilla is helping out. Thank you, Chinchilla, for subbing for 16 months. Awfully kind of you. Naritas with another 300 bits. Thank you, Naritas. Naritas has been very, very kind to this community. Thank you so much. One other person, consider ourselves a hype train, guys. That's how we part of this community. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, for a sub as well. Thank you. To lol dongs. Wow. Okay. All right.
That's awesome.
It is what it is. Welcome to the internet.
I wish I had one of them, let alone two.
Thanks to oh wow.
You could have one uncut and one cut.
Prime,
I mean,
we gotta
I'll
get
take
you.
I'll take either
I
one.
mean, come on, folks. Be the gasoline that makes this show run. Be a part of this incredible story that is the PrimeCayes panel, the PrimeCayes folks, this is the kind of community where you get the real analysis. Don't go other places. You don't need none of that CNN crap. You don't need none of those newspapers. You need right here. PrimeCayes. Please be a part of this story.
Absolutely. We have
Yeah.
because of those kind of individuals, we're at 43% done. 57% left of a level 1 hype train. Can we get level 2 hype train? Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you have a Prime Gaming / Amazon Prime, you can get one free sub for free on anywhere on Twitch. Make it this place because 7 days a week we got content for you either here or on YouTube. If you like these open panels where anyone can come in, right, and join in and give their opinions, right, that would give a platform for that, then help us out. If you like the every roundtable which we did earlier, if that's something that of use to you, if you like all the fun things that happen there or mind-numbing things, one or the other, it's fine. Thank you, Ginger Ramuth, for the 200 bits. Hey, Ginger, thank you. You're being super kind. Yeah, so level 1, we have 50%, 50% of level 1 hype train, 50% left. Thank you, Ginger, for that. Can we get to level 2 hype train? Thank you for the support. Yeah, if you like, or the Amazon Lily, which we do every so often, and we get a platform to women to talk about their issues, right? Free from Doobie saying just awful things to them. Then
Very froggish comments.
Yeah. Then how about what? Yep.
Prime,
Sorry.
Prime. When do we get animated emotes really fast?
When we get a maximum hype train, that'd be great, right?
Yes, I think that should be incentive for the
Yes.
178 people in chat to support Prime and the
Yeah.
channel.
All right. Yeah.
I mean, the amazing content that you get here that should just be payment enough. My goodness. I mean, you don't put Prime on the spot here. I mean, this amazing content should be more than enough to get people to follow, subscribe, and really, if you haven't sent this to a friend, can you really say that you're their friend?
I don't know, Kiwi, it's probably all the drugs that are brought in from the immigrants making me not be able to understand. To be honest.
But one or the other, yeah. If you guys want anime emotes, then when do you get when? So yeah, I don't know. We need a flashing emote. Sure. We can do all that. But anyway, guys, support this community because gotta get an artist to do all that. So if that's what you want, support the channel, sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. That's how we do anything on this community. That's how I gather these individuals, come up with these topics, and I don't know, keep the peace. That's in quotation marks there.
Grading on the curve tonight.
More like
there you
control
go.
chaos. More like control chaos. But we have less than a minute left. Can we get to level 2 hype train? Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. You want to keep it on 3 more subs to level 2. Exactly. Just for all sensei, 3 more subs to level 2. But yeah, help us out. Power this community. That's how it allows me to do all this. Spend the time that I do on this. Right, I spent a lot of time on this community, but can't do it without your support. So, yeah, if you like this content, sub to the channel, get bits or get subs. Anyone out there who can save the hype train, I have less than 30 seconds left on this hype train. Sub to the channel, get bits or give subs, or usually Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming. And Desperado says it. Desperado, you do way too much. You do way too much. Thank you for the 3 subs. Really kind of you. Desperado out there constantly trying to power these hype trains by themselves. Thank you, Desperado Sensei. For the 3 subs, 110 subs in total. Yeah, so we're at level 2 hype train. 0% down, 100% left. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Will we make it to a level 3 hype train?
You get my sub?
Sorry?
You get my sub?
Did I get your sub? I didn't get your sub. Did you get else? Sorry.
Okay, hang on. I'll try again.
Tones Girl for the 200 bits, thank you. Meatwad for the 100 bits, thank you. right? That's all a big help. Thank you to those. Um, but yeah, oh man, I'm just reading chat. Okay, because that we are at 8%. Yeah, the vape board. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Hey, Benjaby, coming in with a sub. Thank you, Benjaby. 112 subs in total. Benjaby, been a kind supporter of this community for quite a while. So thank you, Benjaby, for gifting that sub. And resubbing, right? Or I don't know, gifted a sub. Yeah, resub. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, thank you. Because that were our third of a level 2 hype train. Again, Doobie, I'm not sure if you've been seeing it. Boji's freaking out on fucking chat. She wants to see you do the thing with the feats.
Oh god, the gross.
Oh god. All right.
Yeah, I saw it, but Boji's a bitch, so I can't do it.
Okay. Well,
There you
Boji, I tried my best there. But thank you for being here, friend. Boji's a really kind individual, actually. Despite meeting her. Anyway, we are level 2 hype train. A third done. 2/3 left. That's math. That's math for you. All right. Sub to
There's the feet. There's the frog feet.
there you go. See, right? He took pity on you any which way. Thank you for the help of that. We got to make our friend Boji happy. She's really actually a kind person. Shout out to Boji. Anyway, 2.5 minutes left. 33% done. 67% left. Will we make it to a level 3 hype train? Right? Subs to channel, get 50%. Or if you have a resub ready to pop, use your resub. Resubs count to the hype train. Level 2 hype train. Get it to a level 3 hype train if you can. Or if you were gifted us up from one of our kind gifters, we got one of our new kind gifters, then consider continuing your sub. Helping out the channel, continuing on, getting the benefits of subbing. And yeah, so continue the benefits of subbing. When you sub to the channel, you will get ad-free viewing. You will get our emotes. You will get not the animated ones apparently, but thank you. Thank you, Shy-Town Jacob, for being so kind as to pay for the subs you got from Boji. See, the kind Boji still in chat right there. And
No
getting
problem.
your thank you, much appreciated.
I'm pretty poor, but there you go.
Much appreciated. Hey, it helps. Every little bit helps. So thank you, Shy Ty Jacob, for gifting that sub. Thank you, Boji, for gifting them their subs. And yeah, we appreciate your first gift sub. And Boji decides to finish that off. Thank you, Boji, for the 5 hot tier 1 gift subs. She has gifted 555 subs to the channel. Like, but what I say, Boji's super kind, right? And I don't actually really deserve her. So shout out to my friend Boji, who's had my
round of
back.
applause.
Yeah, right. For Boji, who's had my back forever. So like, really appreciate you, Boji. I know you don't have to, but you do. So thank you to you. That's enough of that sentimental shit, though. She would hate that. She would actually despise it. Anyway, so,
Thank you for that voodoo that you do so well. So I'll just put some panache on it.
because of Boji and everyone else, of course, with their kindness, right? We are a level 3 hype train. 6% done, 94% left. Will we make it to a level 4 hype train, right? Is that a possibility? Let's see if we can make it happen. We have 4 minutes left on the clock. Want to gifted subs? It's 20 tier 3 gifted subs, maybe. Gives you access to that other site, maybe. I don't know.
You got an OnlyFans site I don't know about?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say anything. But yeah, Boji.
you can find out.
Okay.
Yeah, Boji, I meant every word of it. Seriously, thank you, friend. Yeah, but gifted 20 tier 3 subs, and you'll absolutely find out. So I give you no guarantee. But we are a level 3 hype train. 6% down, 94% left. Will we make it to a level 4 hype train? Do we have enough heroes in chat? Heroes like Boshi, heroes like Desperado Sensei, real big homie out there. Like Benji, who's always been a kind supporter, right? Do we have any more people like Shy-Town Jacob, Meatwad, Tones Girl, And oh, Ginger
Meat Ron.
Ramoth. Yep.
Meat Ron. No, I was just doing
Oh,
an
oh,
Aqua Teen Hunger Force impression. That was all.
oh, okay, sure.
My name is Sheikh Zula, the Makrula, the old schooler. I mean, come on, if you haven't seen that.
I'm actually a massive fan of Aqua Teen. Like a massive fan of Aqua Teen. And they got robbed. The creators still wanted to create more of that show, and it was still popular. The people were still watching it, but then like Toonami or Cartoon Network wanted to go in a different direction. Fuck them. Oh my god, it was such a perfect show. But
Yeah,
anyway.
now, I'm going to date myself here a little bit. I watched the first Adult Swim live when it ever happened. Date myself a little bit.
Yeah, you're super fucking good. We got that. But thank you. Thank you, buddy. But yeah, anyway, we have less than 2 minutes left on this hype train. Do we have any other kind individuals who can help keep this hype train up and running? It's a collective effort, right? Teamwork makes this stream work, makes this open panel run. It allows you to get all of this, right? All of these extremely argumentative people, right? You know, very pissed off about something or another on the fucking internet, which you seem to enjoy. So if you like that, help us out. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs to keep us up and running.
Looks like we got somebody in the waiting room too.
Sub to the channel and or again resub. We got a resub ready to pop. Use your Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming. And if you recognize all this content, all this value that we get, then please help us out. Help out the community and keep us up and running. We have less than a minute left. Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? F2 all Kryptonians, what the fuck? I don't know. All right. So yeah, to keep us up and running, right? So 30 seconds on the clock. Can we make it to level 4 hype train? Subs to challenge, keep it subs. Do we have any more heroes, any mega heroes at this point? That can help us drive to a level 4 hype train. But I do appreciate the people who are helping out. I do appreciate the people who are helping out to this community, right, and keeping us up and running. Thank you. Like our friend Boji, Shy Town Jacob, Benjamin, Meet Wad. Again, no need to dog impression.
What's going on, guys? You said extremely argumentative people. So...
Ginger Ramos. Yeah, indeed I did. And Naritas. Oh, I didn't see Naritas' name previously. Sorry if I skipped your name, Naritas. I didn't mean to do that. And Chinchilla as well. Yeah. Thank you to the people who are supporting this community. All right. We and again, of course, thanking our top 5 gifters as soon as it appears on my screen because it takes a second. But even if you're not top 5, you know, all for those who are chipping in, it's a huge help. It's a massive help. Even if you're just a resubber or just a resubber, resubbers are amazing. Don't let me put you down. So top 5 would be Desperado Sensei at 33 subs. Awesome, you know, amazing. Thank you. Boji with 26 subs. NJ Palms with 21 subs. Revolt Rise with 12 subs. And Reformed Gifter, 10 subs. And on the side of that, we have Revolt Rise with 6,000 bits. And Radius with 4,300 bits. A Little Bits with 3,000. B Danger with 2,500. And Tones Girl with 2,270. Thank you. For the kindness, everyone. All right. Now we do have Crimson here, and so Crimson or anyone else want to join in?
I was just gonna say, you know, thanks for everybody who contributed, and after you're done doing that, head on over to PrimeCayes on YouTube and be sure to give that a subscribe as well. I mean, you every minute you don't, you're leaving intellectual money on the table. And Crimson, it was a wild time last time I saw you. God bless you. Great to see you back, man.
Thanks.
You can jump in if you like.
So you guys are talking about like basically Republicans promoting terrorism. Is that what we're talking about?
The responsibility the Republican Party has for, I guess, specifically like the Buffalo shooting.
Okay, so I wanted to. Okay, so my take on this being a Canadian is, we don't really have Tucker Carlsons in Canada for whatever reason. We don't. We have some slightly right and some slightly left-wing media, but we don't have the polarity of literally talking heads going on and otherizing like huge swaths of like everything. We have kind of standards when it comes to news and stuff like that. So I don't think it's responsible for America to operate under like as a cowboy nation. I think they should have standards when it comes to like public broadcasting and just the internet or just television in general. Obviously, the internet's another story. People can go on the internet and find the dark web or find whatever they want, whatever they're looking for on the internet. But when it comes to like mass programming of like mainstream media, I think there's a lot of danger when you don't operate from a humanist perspective. So that's one thing I see as an outsider, and it's an extreme problem, and it's perpetuated a lot of issues. I don't know if you could directly correlate what Tucker Carlson says to mass killings, but in some ways it's kind of a side route. Like you can make a logical correlation that it's not helping the situation.
Well, here in America, we've got a very big roadblock to that, which is the First Amendment, and also the idea that we reject the notion of prior restraint here in the United States. So it can't be determined in advance what is the harmful speech, who would be the harmful speaker, and what would be the harm that would be the fallout thereof. Nobody has the foresight to make that call, and more to this point, you have to be suspect of the motives of those who would want to do so.
Like psychologists saying that someone going on television and saying and otherizing people would lead certain ways. So I don't know how it's such a weird area to
Well, again, like it's the idea of prior restraint. Is like, you, Crimson, we know you're gonna say something really bad, so we're gonna just gag you in advance to prevent you from even saying the words that we're pretty sure that you're gonna say. Nobody has the actual foresight to actually make that kind of call. That's
Tucker
what
Carlson could go. Yeah, but Tucker Carlson could go on Alex Jones. What you need is regulatory standards in your media, and right wingers and left wingers would argue that that's the case as well. People think Canada's communist because we have standards. We have media standards. Like you can't go on and just like we're not China level, obviously, but you can't go on and say hateful things or promote certain ideologies because it gets you more views. Like that's just poison. That's literally cancer.
Well, it's like I was bringing up with the First Amendment of the United States. I mean, who is to decide? Because if you say the experts are to decide, then, well, congratulations. You just need to wait for a sufficiently bad actor to get enough expertise, and now we all live under their tyranny. Because then we're all just living under the argument from authority fallacy, and you've surrendered the entire species and the entire notion of our entire thought narrative as a species to that notion alone. So that's why free speech is really the best default. Sunlight's the best disinfectant. Bad ideas will be exposed as such in due time, and everyone will be wiser for it. People who refuse to engage with ideas that they disagree with actually make themselves dumber. Because people who come onto panels like these and people who watch panels like these and watch ideas that are actually opposing, that's actually one of the ways you make yourself smarter. So to those who just want to silence ideas and make sure that certain ideas can't even be discussed or thought about in the public square, you're just making yourself dumber. And with that, I yield.
I don't know if that's necessary.
I want to try to engage a debate board. Debate board, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. What is up?
Hey. So yeah, I wanted to try to engage with you, and then maybe Dippy as well, because I'm sure Dippy is going to say something just the worst. But yeah. So you talked about how progressives, or at least the left, cause anything it disagrees with racist. Did I have your point correct?
I think. Yeah, generally so. My point is that progressives and leftists will generally devolve into racism as being the explanatory factor for someone else's idea that they disagree with. That the genesis of that idea they disagree with can be found in racism.
Well, look, I won't disagree that it can happen, right? That like it would be disingenuous to say that there's that some points where I think we kind of saw it earlier but where someone might like fall back on that trope and not have a deeper analysis of the situation. So it happens, right? But I think the fact that that stereotype is not completely without merit um, means that Republicans try to run away from their actual current rhetoric and their past actions that have led us to this moment. So, like the banner below on the screen says Republicans caused the massacre, right? And I stand by that. Now, as I explained previously, I'm not sure how much of the previous panel that you caught, but I said that it's not individual Republicans. So like debate board, I'm not gonna blame you as a conservative or anything like that for this little thing. I'm not gonna do that, of
Well,
course.
that's good. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we're making progress. But I would say, on the whole, right, as a mass, like the Republican Party's rhetoric has been toxic, right? This is a part again of the Southern strategy, as I was saying previously. This is a party that has flirted with all of these individuals, has not like made a serious effort to expel these individuals from their ranks. Now you can't like stop a person from voting for you, certainly not, right? You can't like you can't stop a person from trying to give you support, I don't know, right? But in the end you can take actions to make it clear that this type of ideology is not acceptable. You can eject politicians who go too far into that realm. They don't do that, right? They don't do it at all. In fact, they make excuses for them. When it happens, they make excuses. I'm talking about Republican leadership. Republican leadership makes excuses for politicians who stop the dog whistle escalates to a normal whistle, right? And they don't care. This is a party that has a pattern of this behavior. So when I say that the Republicans are responsible for this shooting, right? It's because of the environment they have set, and it's nothing just recently. It's a thing that's been set up for decades. I think Donald Trump was a symptom of this, right? Not the cause. Exactly, right? He's not the cause of it, but this has all been leading up to this rash of white domestic terrorism. Your thoughts?
Well, I think the disadvantage here, though, is what the it is that you keep appealing to, right? We have the disadvantage here. I have the disadvantage here of trying to guess at all of these examples of things that you're appealing to that create this environment, as you call it, that would make it a rich environment for folks like this idiot racist in Buffalo to go around shooting up people, and to deduce the actions of these individual participants in this environment, as you call it, to the influence of Republicans. Now, I mean, when I think of congressional leaders not slapping down their members, I think of Pelosi and Omar. Where we see excuses for Omar's repeated behaviors, repeated smears and slurs. So I don't think this is a one-way street. And that's not just about whataboutism. I think, again, the Omar situation is a good example because while some of your viewers will not agree that Omar has really said anything particularly heinous or even bad, again, I don't know exactly which specific examples and people that you're talking about. I know that conservative circles certainly smack down Marjorie Greene Taylor, whoever that idiot is.
But bullshit.
Not enough,
right?
Bullshit.
No,
but
conservatives do for example, at National Review. I mean, roundly criticize and condemn this idiot for her nonsense.
There is a contingent of sane conservatives, and I would imagine you're one of them, right? So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
You know, I'm one of them.
Yeah. Okay. You aren't. Even though we maybe deeply disagree, I don't think you are. I don't think you're fucking MAGA, honestly, right? And I I know my friend Eucharist is also one who, again, we may have our disagreements, but I think he's a sane individual, and we just happen to disagree. Okay, but you say like, well, we can't attribute this person's actions directly to any one thing. That tends to be the case, right? Unless they specifically say.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, just look at this person's manifesto. We can read it. I mean, it's all over the ideological landscape, and then to try to devolve that down to Republican influence seems rather silly, and it seems to be more of an effort to make political hay and to capitalize on what is a horrific,
No, I'm sorry.
here.
This is not
to score petty rhetorical.
This ain't.
points.
This
I mean,
isn't. No,
silliness.
this is not absolutely not what's happening here. You're absolutely incorrect. No, the Republican Party has trafficked in racism, out and out racism. Has trafficked in bigotry, and of all sorts. Name the bigotry,
So have
right?
the
The Republican Party has
Democrats.
touched on it.
So what's the point here?
So no, hold on. It's
Example?
not in their It hasn't been in their fucking platform, right?
Where back you want to go?
It hasn't been in their it hasn't been like their main talking points. It hasn't been how they rally a fucking crowd. No, it's not the same. I look.
Well,
If
I wonder
you
what's in the contemporary
debate board,
Republican
since you've
platform that you
been
call
around my
racist.
community long enough, debate board.
Anti-BLM.
You are already aware of the fact that I have I despise the Democratic Party in general, right? So I don't have very much love for it. So I'm not coming from a purely partisan space. However, I can recognize the things that the Democrats have done, right? So the Democrats have done like in the 90s with the crime bill, right? That was the Democrats. That was Joe Biden, in fact, right? Let's get it straight as to who has damaged the black community, right? Hillary Clinton. I have no problem calling these people out. You know this about me. However, the Republican Party built itself over the decades since the Civil Rights Act, right? Since there was that great shift in demographics and who voted for who. They built themselves on white resentment. This isn't me wondering. This isn't me extrapolating this. This is them saying this. And which you're perfectly aware of. I don't have to tell you any of this, right? There's them saying this, and this has not gone away. There's just seems to be this assumption that at some point in time, oh, I guess it just quit on the racism, right? Yet we have, in the end, the Donald Trump existed, and in the end, Donald Trump was elected. An out and out fucking moron. But one who understood, who was coherent enough to understand what would appeal to the Republican base, right? And part of that, not all of it, but part of it was digging in on animus against the other, and he did that very effectively, and he continues to do that very effectively.
NASCAR, WWE. Let's name some more white culture things Trump just got into just to win the presidency. Like that's literally what he did. Just all white culture.
It's kind of an unfortunate thing.
Odd thing.
Well, I mean, whether you love him
or
or
roll, and I really appreciated that. Go ahead.
yeah, that was it. I was gonna say whether you love him or hate him. Roger Stone, fascinating guy to listen to. He said, whether you like it or not, the one thing that established Donald Trump as a political figure in the United States was forcing Barack Obama to bring out his actual factual birth certificate. The minute Barack Obama was forced to bring out his birth certificate, that made, whether we like it or not, whether we like any of the metrics or not, that made Donald Trump a serious participant in American political life from that point on. And so it's a fascinating thing you bring up about this birtherism thing and the way Donald Trump grew and he grew. Now, a lot of people really fundamentally misunderstand how Donald Trump got to where he is. He really understands the art of persuasion. He understood crowd psychology on a higher level. Like when people say he's a moron, it's like, oh yeah, that guy made himself a billionaire several times over and made himself the leader of the free world. Yeah, what a fucking idiot that is.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He got bankrupt.
He was the president of the United States, dude.
He bankrupt himself 6 times.
The Roe v. Wade.
He
built himself back up. That's a fucking pretty smart guy. A brilliant man, a man of ability can lose their wealth and build themselves back up several times over.
Fred Trump, another
That's-
racist, right? Who like trafficked in the he would be part of white nationalist rallies, right? You can
Arrested
catch
at a
him there
KKK
on
rally.
the weekends. That's where he like to hang out, right? Fred Trump, who has Fred Trump and Donald Trump, who has documented racist practices within their businesses, right? Fred Trump, at the very least, was smart. Can't take that away from him. The guy actually built a business and he expanded it. And then what he did was he illegally transferred funds to his children to avoid taxes. The entire Trump family is a pack of fucking criminals.
Then
But
why
anyway,
weren't they
but
charged
Donald
if it
Trump's
was
like,
illegal?
oh, he only gave me a small loan of $1 million. That's a lie. It was like $33 million or something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but something along those lines, right?
Still grew it into a lot more money.
And if he had just left it in the bank, if he had left that in the bank, he'd be richer than he is now. He's an idiot. He's a moron.
He took some risks.
And he keeps
Good for him.
And he keeps
and he made himself the president, dude. Like, I'm sorry.
No,
his
he
risks
did. No, he
paid
did
off.
do that. But that's
He
because
became president. All the risks
people-
paid off. No
American
matter how you
people have
want
been
to
proven
boil
to
it
be
down.
stupid.
He made it to the peak of fucking power.
I agree, but that's because the American people have been proven stupid and or racist. The ones who well, some of the ones who voted for him at the very least, or at the least didn't mind those things, the racism on his part.
Well, for a lot of Trump voters like myself, it was okay. We got no new wars, judges, tax cuts, and he gets an A+ because he had delivered on all three of those things.
What did you think about his opening statement? Okay, then I'll ask you. Kiwi, you know, I have nothing but love for you, right? And I state that very often, very loudly, how much I like you. Okay, so I'm not coming at you from a place of some sort of partisan animus. All right, certainly not. But please explain to me, if you voted for him on his first, well, even on the second one, but we'll start with his first election, right? Did you what did you think of his opening speech when he first showed up, when he first announced himself, when he said that Mexicans are rapists and murderers, or Mexico is sending rapists and murderers?
I really didn't like that statement. I thought it could have been put together a lot better. We talked about this a little earlier, that if you read the actual words of what he said, this is kind of a Frank Luntz version of, it's not what you say, it's what people hear. He was talking about he was talking about a subset of a subgroup. But I also understand that the way people heard that is going to be entirely different from what you actually read on a script in that. And in that instance, I was not a huge fan of that, but he was kind of carrying himself on this kind of like, dude, are we actually going to fucking do this? Is this actually going to happen? Also, the Supreme Court was a huge fucking issue. I was not gonna let some like Merrick fucking Garland of all fucking people. Yeah, I was gonna do whatever I could to get a Republican in there to make sure that the Supreme Court didn't make a really bad turn. And actually, the day before the Roe v. Wade decision, we're actually gonna get a landmark Second Amendment decision that people like me have been fighting for 20 years. So in the end, Trump delivered on the things that conservatives wanted from him. He was not an atypical conservative by any means. But like I said, we liked his judges, we liked his tax cuts, we liked the fact that he didn't get us into any new wars. The personality stuff is kind of, it's not, hang on, the personality stuff's a little cringe, I'll give you that, but if you look at the fruits of his labors, he was a fairly moderate Republican president at best. The tax cut that he signed, John Kasich would have fucking signed. All the 3 people he put on the Supreme Court, Mitt Romney would have fucking put those people on the Supreme Court. So remove his rhetoric, and he was a pretty mild, milquetoast, moderate Republican that didn't get us in any new wars.
Dude, that's such a lie.
Yeah.
You know the extremists on your
look at
party
the
are
fucking...
so excited that Trump got elected.
Guys,
because he's such an extreme president.
Oh, look at the fruits of his labors. Look at the fruits of his labors.
Let's look at the fruits of his labors. Crippling inflation. Bravo.
I guess
Joe Biden, he did that.
A lot of people on the far right.
He's in charge. He's in charge. Buck stops with him. You can try to shift the blame all you want. Buck stops with him.
Chinese trade war.
He was able to take credit for Obama's economic benefits. Why can't we blame Joe Biden for his economic failures?
Buck stops with who's in charge, man.
And then when he got in power,
like it or not, Buck stops with who's in charge.
When he got in power, Putin literally hacked West Coast pipelines to make
because of supply shortages, because of coronavirus. You can't blame that on one person.
Nothing to do.
I can blame that on Trump's Chinese trade war for sure. I watched him inflate the price of computer hardware 30% and or more.
I hate Trump, but you can't blame that just on Trump.
Bro,
This is a worldwide issue.
He started the shortage in electronics 3 years before everybody else had it. Like when COVID happened, we didn't have any supply because for 3 years we hadn't been trading the way that we should have been with China. Like the reason that there were so many shortages when COVID started, trade had already been at all-time lows for years because we just have to tighten our belts for a little, guys. We're going to be so much better and the trade deals are going to be so much better. But then, gee willikers, there was like this global pandemic and trade slowed down everywhere and now the economy's screwed. And man, oh man, why did we tighten our belts so much? I'm so hungry now.
RAM shortages, GPU shortages, semiconductors, like everything was effed. Like, and that's to do with the Chinese trade war.
I think one of the things that
so I'm gonna read Trump's words verbatim. Okay, this is the transcript. So he's in the middle of his speech. He says, "Thank you. It's true, and these are the best and the finest. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people." That's what he said.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. He was talking about a subset of the illegal immigrant population.
That's right. So, and some of them are good people. Yeah, that's how it creates a subset. Oh, yes. And then the rest, they're just a small subset. He calls them rapists. He's trafficking and racist rhetoric. You agree? Racist rhetoric.
There's nothing racist about that statement.
Oh, no, sorry. GB, I'll deal with you later. Kiwi, do you agree?
Well, again, like I said, it could have been stated in a better way.
No.
Hang on. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. What I'm saying is he is talking about a subset of the illegal immigrant population.
And only some black people commit all the crime. And they're dangerous, right? I'm only talking about a subset of black people, right? I'm not saying, there are good black people. I have black friends, right? So I'm not talking all of them. I'm talking about a subset of them, right? And surely I'm not playing any racist tropes because it's a subset. Don't dodge the question. Is this racist?
Oh, if you're going to ask straight, well, when you're talking about a subset of a subcategory of people, no, you're not talking about the entire category. No.
Wow. Seriously, dude? Seriously?
Like, you're not talking about the entire category. I'm sorry.
That is so
is he talking
dishonest.
about all people from Mexico, or is he talking about a subcategory?
I'm sorry. Even, you'll find...
I'm sorry.
You'll find fucking white supremacists. You'll find white supremacists talking to black people and having a good time. I have on this channel talked to white supremacists, right? And had friendly DMs with them. And if you ask them, they might say, "Hey, Prime, he's one of the good ones, right? I actually kind of like him." So when I say all those terrible things about black people, right? I'm not saying all black people. No. Not my black friends. And so, according to your logic, right? Since they're not saying every single one of us, then they can't be racist. Right? Their words cannot be racist at all, right? Sure, they have some funny ideas about what the white race is compared to everyone else, but I can't possibly be racist because they haven't said everybody, right? They don't have the entire superset, and so it must be the case, correct?
Well, it's not like Trump.
No, sorry, KOE. Sorry, KOE.
Well, no, I've already addressed that. When you're talking about a subset of a subcategory, then by its very definition,
you're being
it's not
extremely
racist.
dishonest. You're being extremely dishonest.
What about cutting legal immigration?
It's extremely
God bless
dishonest.
it.
No.
If you want to come here legally, God bless it. Well,
No,
no, sorry, man. I mean, you're just not interpreting me correctly. I'm sorry, but like, no, if you want to come here legally, God bless it. Like, I think we're the better for it. And to me, immigration should just be another word for moving, but you should do it like every sovereign nation has the right to have documentation to know who is coming in and out of their nation. That should be a bare minimum.
It's so easy to legally immigrate here. Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. If you're just some nice person from Honduras,
you don't even know how hard it is to move here.
No. I'm saying if you're like just some nice person from Honduras, hang on, may I finish? If you're just some nice person from Honduras that has no family here to sponsor you, you effectively have no path to actually become a citizen of the United States. That is actually correct. So, but what I'm saying is, when you're talking about a subcategory of any kind of people, like when you're talking about right-wingers, Like, are the MAGA people representative of all right-wingers? No, not necessarily. And so that's kind of what I'm getting at, Prime. I know you're not going to agree with me there, but when you're talking about a subcategory of a subset, you aren't painting with the broad brush of an entire people.
It's only
what about when he
it's only some white people who are like vicious and want to imperial enslavers, right? Only some of them, right? Only some white people who
yeah, some of them were.
It's not like Trump cut legal immigration in half, and then they had a Silicon Valley brain drain where they couldn't even get enough talent in the country to do like Raytheon weapon systems.
Oh, we got a few people. Chinchilla, Kobe, Fanatic. Maybe I'm missing someone. I'm not sure if I am.
Watch me in your judgment, internet.
So
yeah,
for me personally, like when you can see where Trump is like pretty like condemning at least towards like people of different races, like you can definitely see that in his remarks about like shithole countries and how he applies like different warfare, economic warfare that is it's pretty clear with him calling like Africa shithole countries and Haiti, what he's alluding to, right? It's like it's a clear dog whistle at that point for me.
The Muslim ban was a popular
and the
one,
Muslim, and then we had the Muslim ban, and like he wanted to tariff France just for their wine or something. It's all, cheese or something. It's all based on their culture, and that's inherently like tied to their race, then, right? That's pretty much what he tries to do. So he hides behind the veil of like saying like, well, it's just foreign policy and that kind of stuff. But it's pretty clear what's going on here. And if you like, if it comes down to the duck, right? If it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, or if it dubious here, so if it quacks like a frog. No, just kidding.
And
yeah.
And the amount of people that support that and up to as twice impeached president, it's not going to end well for America. Like, this is not something that's just going to go away in one generation. This is going to end in mass casualties, like huge mass casualties, unfortunately.
Let's go to Kobe. He's too busy doing his bong to realize that he's muted. He'll get it.
Brilliant.
Anti-white discrimination, anti-stoner discrimination. I can't even believe I come on to this. There's a Canadian here. Anti-Americanism. I can't even believe I come on here. Okay, number one. Let's not sit here on our little gaming PCs and fantasize. Well, America's gonna be a mass casualty event. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Yeah. If America falls, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If America falls, okay, Canada is becoming like literally. It's becoming like the north of the wall in Game of Thrones. We just won't even know what happens up there. And every great once in a while, like hordes will come down.
Anyway, you think it's run by like?
It's my time to talk.
You have no idea. You couldn't even find my country on a map, dude.
Run by snow geese.
Oh, brother, anytime, bro. On this channel, we can do 1v1 a geography test. I promise you that I will be able to find more world countries on the world map than you. Absolutely, I will smoke you, bro. I worked night shifts at a hotel for 2 years. I did that for hours, bro. Okay, so don't even begin to do that to me. Okay, but I want to talk about what I want to talk about. Okay, I love this country. I think America is beautiful. I think that one of the most horrible things about America right now is the fact that we have race relations. I think are in a really horrible, shitty place. And one of the big reasons is there are some realities about America that people just don't even ever want to talk about. People don't even ever want to talk about the legalized discrimination that existed in this country a generation or two ago. People do not want to talk about I think as Prime brilliantly put, the fact that there's just a lot of stereotyping that goes around nowadays. Sorry, okay. People who are quick to take the actions of a small radical group and put it onto everybody. You can find TikToks of every group of people in the world that are doing this to every other group of people in the world. And I think that these things are very bad. And I think that one of the truths that needs to be said on the Republican side is there are many Republicans, including Donald Trump, that use racial tensions and tap into themes or use dog whistles, whatever term you want to use. That needs to be accepted. And even if the only way you'll accept it is if I put a bargaining chip on the table and we accept that the Democrats do some stupid shit with race too, okay, I fucking agree. When the Democrat, I'm not a black person, as you might be able to tell from my camera, but I was pretty gross when the Democrats like kneeled with like the African headdress like in front of during the George Floyd thing. That seems like pretty insanely performative. I'm not maybe that's maybe that's tone deaf. Maybe I don't have perspective there. But like we can talk about stupid things that Democrats do. But I know there seems to be
like for-profit prisons, stuff like that.
Shut the fuck up! What? I literally
racism in America a generation or two ago.
You're like a Reddit comment. You're like an automated Reddit comment.
Minorities
every
for
3
profit
minutes
still.
Reddit comment.
Like slavery is still legal in some red states.
Yeah, okay.
Like work camps and stuff like that through prisons. And you're talking about a generation or two ago.
Let Kobe finish. Kobe's been kind. Kobe, can we see your beautiful face? Like we can't.
Yes. Okay. Listen. I will go back up. I just got out of the gym, okay? So my body is in recovery mode, okay?
Is ripped. Let the guns out, baby.
Oof. I know. Okay. Anyways, I don't know. I kind of lost my train of thought. That's the main point I want to say. Okay, we've had like multiple racist, at least or partially, in this case, fully racist motivated shootings. In other cases, where it's like there's not like a manifesto, so you can't 100% know. There's been multiple of this just this year. This needs to be discussed, and it seems like on this panel, I've been listening to this for an hour. Literally, neither side, or I don't know, a lot of discussion has been focused on the right wing, not wanting to talk about it. KOE debate board. I think there needs to be a little bit. You guys need to like loosen up here. I'm sorry if somebody were to say that similar, loosen up. Yeah, I know, but loosen up with your ability to concede points. If somebody were to describe white people in the way that Donald Trump described Mexicans, I'm sure you guys would agree that it's an example of fucking anti-whiteness. Okay, that I live in California. I live
would
around.
have to hear an actual quote about it before I could make a determination.
I agree.
When it comes to majority rule, though, it might not be, because if white culture is running society into the ground, then that's not a minority.
You're part of the problem, bro. You're one of the problems. You're literally like a soy white guy that probably works in the tech industry that is literally deciding to make some dumb fucking comment about how actually it would be okay to be racist against white people. You don't even live in this country. You're part of the problem, problem. We can't even have
the problem for acknowledging faults of actual racism. This is like anti-CRT bullshit, and it's like hilarious.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, exactly. True.
That's my point.
You're outed, bro. You're outed, Kobe.
When you're viewing things through a racial lens, you are viewing things racially. This makes you a racist.
It's not racist to view things through from the top down. Like if white people have been like the
Kobe,
white
Kobe, we can hear a background noise.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
if the old boys club is running the country into the ground, Christian crusades in the Middle East on trash like that, you can look at that objectively and say, yes, this is toxic white culture that is spilling over. Because it's not racism when you're looking at a non-oppressed.
No one cares about that. No one cares about that definition. This is that sidetrack. The sidetrack where that racism is prejudice plus power. I promise you, I don't care. No one else cares, and I promise I'm speaking for the panel.
Lots of people care.
Okay.
Also, not a very functional definition.
Not a very functional definition either, bro. Can we talk about the fucking? I'm sorry, like.
Well, I didn't eloquently put it, but it's literally the power dynamic. If the power dynamic is predominantly white culture, then that's an issue.
It doesn't mean it's okay to be racist toward white people.
Yes.
It's okay to address the problem.
The problem isn't the statement that I said with race.
The statement that I said is universally.
It is racist.
The statement that I said was universally agreed. That the statement I said that it's becoming in vogue to stereotype groups of people. That is just completely true. You can blame it on social media. You can blame it on Donald Trump. You can blame it on Hillary Clinton. We can talk about who, why, and what. But that is just fucking true. The fact that you are finding a reason to disagree with me, I think that's why you're part of the problem. You're finding a reason to be partisan on a universally agreeable statement.
You're literally talking about Indian headdresses when Republicans like enslave black people in prison camps.
What are you talking about? I have not. Number one.
You can fire off buzzwords at 100 a minute.
Number one, Native American headdress. Okay, what the fuck? No one even brought that up. What the fuck are you talking about?
You said about kneeling with Native American headdresses on the thing. You said that was disrespectful, and then you're like,
no, he was talking about Native African.
You're like, racism has existed like decades ago or whatever, and then you literally have like
your woke alarm went off too quickly. He was talking about Native African. Your woke alarm went off too quickly. I'm sorry.
I didn't. Okay, maybe. Does that change anything?
I don't want to go back over my
Might
points.
have
I
been.
think the point that I said there, anybody who was listening, was pretty obvious when I was making a point. I don't want to go back over there.
Okay,
I think my point's been made obvious. We gotta concede some stuff. I think that we are not going to get anywhere if we can't even get over the fact that saying that Mexico is not sending its best, it's sending rapists and murderers, is not at least a fucked up statement. If we can't even get over that hurdle, we're not going to get anywhere. And maybe that is saying more than maybe that's like all that needs to be said.
Like it was a bad statement. I conceded that entirely.
There's other people.
I would like way differently. And I'm sure if I would have been a speechwriter, this would have been me on the side like, God damn it! Like, so I totally get that. So but again, when you're talking, it wasn't painting with the broad brush that it was being depicted as.
I'm going to go to Fanatic and then Doobie. Okay? And does anyone else let me know, please? Okay, wait, you have your hand up? Is that you trying to...
I was just waving at Fanatic because last time we were on a panel together, it was fucking wild.
Okay,
hey, man.
Okay. So that's
how's it going, bro?
Fanatic, so that's Fanatic, Doobie, and then Redhead, right? And Chinchilla, I believe. Okay.
The Babe Boar will have something to say here.
Hey, I want to try to catch up a little bit more. I'd rather not just jump in and like
okay, they're saying nonsense. They're saying nonsense, and they need you to educate them. All right. So you know the deal. It's like it's a regular day for you. Okay. All right. So let's go. Let's go to Doobie.
So there's been a lot so far, but I think I want to kind of touch on what Kobe said and give us like a really clear example of this happening like right now, right? So this is a chat person, Luke J Walker 777, a little bit ago. Said white collar whites are dog shit, right? And if you look around that statement in chat, which I think is pretty clearly like racist, there's no, oh God, don't say that. No one's deleted. Nobody gets upset because it's fine because it's toward white people. And I think that kind of behavior is part of the fucking problem. I think that if you're going to speak as if it's okay to be casually racist toward white people, to make excuses for using slurs toward white people.
But it was only a subset, though. It was only blue collar ones. It's only a subset.
Wait, hold on, please. It was white collar, actually.
A white collar.
But I think we don't look at this. Said white collar blacks are dog shit. If this said white collar blacks are dog shit, everybody would be upset, right? That would be like called out, right? So I think we just got to be honest about that, right? So I don't think it's okay to attack people based on their race, like happened to Kale Weir earlier, right? So I think that that kind of rhetoric, right, is what leads to some of these people feeling like they're under attack. And again, we have polls that show that white people feel like they're racially discriminated against. Whether or not that's true or up to your standard or whatever, that is how they feel. Right?
Are you describing Tucker Carlson right now?
So that kind of behavior, I think fuels that belief, right? And then some of those people, who, and a lot of these people tend to be like poor. So if they don't have access to programs that are intended for like non-whites because to try to deal with like generational poverty due to like racist policies in the past or whatever. So if they don't have access to those programs, it like builds a case in their mind. So this country is attacking me, it's against me because I'm white, right? And then they fall into the arms of people that tell them it's okay to be proud that you're white, right? And so I think we need to start like deconstructing that, which is stop doing the sorts of things that encourage people in that direction.
I think I want to respond to Doobie really quick because I think there's a bunch of things that we can do. I think one of the things that we obviously need to do is probably expand like CRT in schools and things like that. We need to start educating white people about like some of the racist things that have happened in the past and in the present in this country. We need a better history explanation of things. For one of the things that would be included in CRT are things like the Sentencing Reform Act, which was in 1986, which was specifically to deal with disparate treatment for Black people. We need to talk about not just redlining, but reverse redlining that was happening in 2008, right? Like we got to start looking at all of these historic and present things that are happening now, so then we can stop trying to make these things equivalent, where we're talking about the feelings of white people versus the lived reality of oppressed Black people. I think all of these things could really help us. I do think that there's an obvious difference whenever it comes to like specifying a specific class of people from a specific region and like trying to make that equivalent to like some of the racist things. Yes, I would imagine if you were to make most stereotypes against Black people that we would probably have some really visceral reaction, but that visceral reaction is on the heels of literal living present oppression of Black people, such that is effective oppression of Black people, such that we have a super duper duper high, overwhelmingly majority of poverty rates. We have all of these like different like unemployment problems and all these other issues within this community caused by the lived oppression and these terrible sentiments. And then you're trying to make that the same as somebody making some sentiments about some of the wealthiest people in this country. When you know that white people own 90% of the wealth of this country, 90% of the wealth of this country is held by white people, over 90%. But when you know that, then when you start saying like, yeah, we're getting some real world harm because of some words that some people say from some negative sentiments that are normally just recriminative, then I think the idea that we're like, it just seems like you're being disingenuous, like you don't know what actually is happening. Like, and it seems like you're really making this crazy appeal towards like the whole Little Timmy situation. And I agree with that. I think the Little Timmy situation is real. I think it's a real big problem. I think the idea that like, yeah, there's not a lot of social programs meant to help white people because most of the time they have the complexion for the protection. So they're already doing particularly successfully. They don't need many leg ups. They're able to get it however the freak they want to. Like everything in this culture and society and the media and everything else overwhelmingly supports and protects them, which is why they're able to achieve the levels of success that they have had and the way that they have, and obviously all the generational wealth and all these things that benefit them. Then yeah, it seems like we're probably not going to have a lot of systems in place to help them, but it seems like the systems in place are already geared towards them anyway. They're fine. Like, I don't know why we're getting such bleeding hearts over somebody making a specific statement about a specific class. And that's the other thing too. Anytime white people do anything, it's almost always attributed towards individualisms, right? We always would say these individuals. That's the difference. When you have black people, it seems like they want to like ascribe that to all of them, which is. So when you see like a black criminal, then black people like the Liam Neeson situation where he felt like there was a black dude that had raped his friend, and then he decided to start looking indiscriminately for any black person he could find so that he could kill to take out that justice on that black person, right? Whereas anytime you have any shooter in any situation that's a white guy that's going, just wanting to do some mass nonsense, it's like, oh, he's a lone wolf. He acted on his own. There's no connection or correlation to any other organization. It's him by himself. We just find a way of dismissing that. That's what the difference is.
What's
so
the Little
you can
Timmy situation?
okay.
I'm sorry, I just don't know what that is.
Oh, okay, sure. Don't. He's going to explain it to you in a second. So I just want to get down the line here. So Doobie can respond if he would like. The redhead chinchilla debate.
I just want to say one thing real quick.
No. Kobe, Guy, Crimson. Okay, all right.
Quick one. Quick. Can you do it quick?
No. Go
It's
ahead.
gonna be so far out of context if I don't say.
Oh my God! Too bad. Then you don't get to say it. All right. All right. So so Doobie, if you want to respond to that, that's fine. Okay. All right. Then moving on. All right. Then we're going to go on.
One second. So I'd love to respond to it, but actually there you go. Okay. But I trust the rest of you to respond to things. I think Phonetic. I think I mostly agree with you, but I feel like you're too dismissive of the feelings that these people are like experiencing and expressing.
I'm only defensive because you're comparing them to like real world, tangible, like quantifiable.
But, okay, but not all these people are rich, right? They don't all come from like generational wealth, right? So to say that, hey, well, the white people white people control 90% of the money in this country. That's not these white people. Most white people are poor, living paycheck to paycheck like everybody else.
So it's like, I gotta say, they're not the same kind of poor as most black people or most Hispanic people. Like,
okay, but those people have programs that are specifically designed to help them out of that poverty.
They're still ineffective.
White people don't have access to. It doesn't matter that they're ineffective. What matters is white people don't have access. Okay, we're gonna start arguing. We're gonna start arguing. We're gonna start arguing.
No, you can't complain about this. They have this to offset it, but then those things are ineffective, and now that's even getting worse. We're seeing the wealth gap increase. Using the fact that there's a program that's supposed to fix it as an excuse. Come on, Doobie. Please be honest.
You're gonna fucking drive me insane. I wish I could argue with you about this, right? But I literally have to
be your champion.
That's wild, Doobie. That's wild, dude. Doobie, would you be opposed to that guy saying white collar workers are?
He's already gone. Thank you. Redhead. We got a thing. Redhead chinchilla debate. Kobe, Guy, Jacob. Is that who are you raving at? Are you raving?
I'm raising my hand to get on.
Oh, okay. Now you're raising your hand for me. Okay, all right.
Sorry.
No problem. It's fine.
Did Doobie just go full white supremacist on us there? I think he did. Didn't he?
Redhead.
Wow.
Doobie. I think Doobie just went full white supremacist and then left.
Fanatic, did you want to take a second to
Shut the
explain
fuck up,
little
bro. There was just a
Johnny
white
situation?
supremacist
Why are you saying-
terrorist
why are you
attack,
defending a white
and you're saying
supremacist?
that like Doobie is a white supremacist. Dude, shut the fuck up. That is like,
He literally
you're,
took a white supremacist viewpoint of black people have more
Literally,
help,
he just
help
literally did.
society.
he
That's
gave,
like
he gave the
insane.
viewpoint that white people are superior to black
And you're
people. In what way?
defending him. You're defending someone who just took a white supremacist.
In what
talking
way?
and
In
then
what
pieced
way?
out
Oh my
these
God.
narratives.
Attack someone after they've
Stop.
left.
Crimson,
Yeah.
explain in what way
Yeah.
in what way did
It's a
Doobie
little
argue? Wait, hold on, sorry, Fanatic. Do you think that what Doobie's argument was white supremacist?
You're muted.
You're
buddy.
muted.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Sorry, I can see why you would like say that it could be white supremacist, because if you're going to argue that yet hey, these people have programs that are supposed to help them, and because they have these programs there should be different outcomes, but they're not able to get these outcomes, then it seems like that the only argument that you have left is the white supremacist argument, that there must be some inherent superiority of white people, the reason why we're getting these disparate outcomes. Does that seem like a reach to you?
Absolutely, because I think it takes.
Yeah,
I think it
that's a
takes.
lot of
I think.
components.
I can explain it directly. Just directly. It makes the leap to assume that the group differences are down to like that the group differences are down to that can only be explained through like nature, through the idea that there's a biological difference. Somebody could believe that there is still that there's that there are what's it called? Government programs to help these marginalized communities, and that the history of racism is not as bad as it's being as being projected, and it's still because of other factors that are social factors. Many of these people argue for argue quote, culture. That has nothing to do with these innate superiority of white people.
Yeah, but the reason why I say that's still a white supremacist argument is because if you're going to sit there and say it's culture, where does the culture come from? And if the culture didn't come from like some sort of white supremacy, then what the hell else is the reason for these outcomes? Because these comments aren't made in a vacuum. These comments are made against the backdrop of talking about the fact that 90% of the wealth is already assigned to black people. And if you're trying to use the fact that like not 90% of the wealth is by white people, but saying, well, that's only because of X reason, then again, if you're providing, if it's already embedded in your argument that you know that these outcomes are crazy different, but you're saying they should be different because of like programs meant to help black people, explain to me why they're not effective then. What other reason is there?
Wait, hold on. Number one, I'm assuming Doobie and most conservatives would agree that just government health programs are just ineffective in general, regardless of the race, right? Would you agree with that?
Please answer my question, because you're not answering my question.
Right.
What other reason could we possibly?
Generally, the
what other reason could we possibly give to explain that disparity?
I can give the answer.
What was that?
Conservatives, every single conservative says culture, and they do not believe that because the culture is influenced by the white supremacy and the history of racism and the history of segregation, they don't believe that just because black culture is influenced that, and that's a big culture or a big influence, that the outcomes are because of white supremacy. They attribute it to the culture. Yeah. I don't agree with this. I agree with your material analysis.
That argument is also rooted in white supremacy, because then the question becomes, what caused black people to get to that culture? Right? Like
they don't disagree.
Culture is obviously based on some of your circumstances. In other words, like single parent households, like we obviously get what the culture of welfare ended up, how that contributed to that. We obviously get how poverty like inherently creates like a criminal culture, right? We obviously get how fatherlessness in the home. We get how fatherlessness in the home ends up creating and exacerbating the culture of like dropping out of school. We understand how like not having policies that allow people to have education. We understand that like how how the recent policies of not allowing black people like fair education is also contributing to the lower college attendance amongst African Americans now. So if we get all of these things, that these cultures, right? When you start talking about culture and the culture is nothing other than white supremacists, then that means that you're again attributing it towards something that is something inherent to black people, right? And ignoring the elephant in the room, which is the white supremacy that has influenced the culture. And therefore, if you're not doing that, then it means all of the points that I originally gave still stand. That means that the point that I'm talking about, that white supremacy is the cause of these different these different outcomes, and that the systems that are in place to try to offset these things are not effective enough, considering all of the other factors that are still at play. So it seems like a negative thing to try to introduce as if it's realistic to offset, as if it's strong enough to offset it. And so if you're doing so, either you're being a dishonest person, a bad faith actor, or it must be a white supremacist argument, because again, you still haven't given me an explanation aside from saying something nebulous like culture, which we know is influenced by the previous legislation and policies, to actually demonstrate why these changes are.
I have a question, Fanatic. Would you agree that on the average conservatives would have a different belief on how culture comes about than you and me? I agree with everything you just said. Or do you just?
I don't think so. I don't think so,
Okay.
because every
Then
time when I've argued with conservatives and I start asking them about culture, then very obviously it becomes really, really clear. What is culture? Where did you get it? Oh, it's from your parents. Okay, where did they get it from? Oh, okay, so these are habits that are developed by community. Where did the community actually form? By these policies. Okay, so you had policies that obviously say that you have to live in X area. You cannot live in these white communities. That's going to create a culture, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So then it means it had to have been white supremacy. So at the end of the day, it still boils down to white supremacy. The problem is most conservatives won't engage in conversations in order to come to the inevitable conclusion that the culture that's formed by black people that they're attacking is something that is informed largely by white supremacy. Do you disagree with that statement?
No, the reason I came onto this panel was to argue that conservatives don't want to engage with certain conversations beyond certain things. That was my entire reason.
So then we agree then. So then that means leaving that talking point at where it was is just dishonest. It's not effective, and it seems like the only rational conclusion, because if you agree with me that the only conclusion is what I'm saying, then it has to be white supremacists.
Because hold on, I accept that other people I accept that other people believe in irrational things. And I don't necessarily believe that they have to believe that irrational thing because of, say, white supremacy or because of something like that. So hold on.
So you've given yourself a perfect out. Basically, look, this is the only rational, only reasonable, the only acceptable conclusion we can come to, unless the person's retarded. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess. Right? No, come on, man, freak out of here.
Okay. All right. So we.
Hold on. I want to continue for one moment here. Number one, I will absolutely stand by, especially in the modern 21st century, the idea that many people are I don't want to use that word, but are definitely R-worded. Okay, I'll absolutely stand by that. But to answer you more seriously, I agree with you that conservatives are incorrect in the way that they believe that culture comes about.
We're talking about Doobie. If Doobie's not an idiot, Doobie is aware of all of these things. Doobie was the one that made that statement. Doobie's not retarded, so that means that the only other conclusion could either be a bad-faced actor or he's actually like making a white supremacist talking point. I think that's it.
Okay, just for me, can we
no. All right. Go finish your point.
No more R-word. That's fine. Hold on. Finish.
I won't.
Earlier, you pointed out something I thought was something I agreed with. But you pointed out that a lot of the times in the media, when we're talking about white shooters and white terrorists, there's a heavy emphasis on individualism that is absent. We're talking about black shooters. We talk about the community. We talk about this. Do you agree there, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that conservatives put an unbelievable, and in your word, R-worded amount of emphasis on individualism? And that is where a lot of their disagreement about the idea of, well, culture comes from your parents, culture comes from society. They're going to emphasize.
No, I don't. No, I disagree, because I think they only put that emphasis on individualism when it comes to white people, yet they have no problem whatsoever grouping black people into whatever nefarious thing that they want to say, which is how you get welfare queen and any of those other things. So no, they only do that with white people. When it comes to black people or Hispanic people or anyone else, they have no problem broad stroke painting them as something incredibly terrible every time.
The irony of the situation
No, stop, Kobe.
Two things. Number one, like you said before, we are going between talking about Doobie and general conservatives. I absolutely know that Doobie will tell you that white poor people are need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And I'm sure that you had enough conversations to know that Doobie would probably apply the same kind of judgments he makes about poor white people to poor black people. But to talk about conservatives more generally,
different situations, and that's where the problem comes in. Again, that's exactly the whole crux of this thing. The whole problem is if you try to equivalate, if you try to make these things equivalent, there's a problem. To say that the same prescription for white people, the same prescription for black people, when the cause of the white problem and the cause of the black problem are incredibly different, and the barriers that the white person faces and the barriers that the black person faces are incredibly different, is incredibly dishonest. Which is what leads me to this white supremacist point. That's the only reason you can get there.
This is going back to the disagreement. I agree that viewing these two situations and just viewing them as, well, they're both individuals and they both should be able to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, irregardless of any kind of context, is stupid. But I do not agree that the only reason you could come to that conclusion is because of white supremacy. If you want to argue that this individualistic philosophy is rooted in white supremacy, sure, okay, But that is
so there's no other rational explanation aside from what white supremacy. Okay, as long as we're agreed there that the only rational explanation for there is white supremacy, then that's fine. I'm sorry for this back and forth. We shouldn't need to go that far. I just don't assume that Doobie is retarded enough to come to that conclusion, like from some any other irrational way. So it seems like I always try to say I try to define things not by the worst actors on the position, but by like the best possible actors in the position, and the best possible one is literally bad faith acting or white supremacy. There's no other realistic, rational explanation for these disparate outcomes or the arguments that he was defending. So that's why we gotta move on. It took a long time to get there, but at least we agree now.
That's fine. Well, okay. This is the last thing I'll say is just that my disagreement here. I think that there are various irrational things you could believe that could lead you to the belief that we need to just think about individuals and not care about the environments they come from. That is not white supremacy. That's just my belief. But you believe that that's the disagreement.
Okay.
That's not the context to use.
Next. Chinchilla debate. Guy, Jacob, KOE.
No, we went way off topic. So
debate.
Next person again.
Yeah, so Fanatic, I think what you're overlooking here is that individualism that Kobe is talking about. Look, we do not have perfect models to even identify all relevant drivers and factors of human behavior, human actions, and therefore to say, like, take for example from your earlier panel comments, you acknowledged that sentencing commission report, right? We can account for at the group level 90+% in the disparity. We can identify factors that account for sentencing disparities up to 92%, leaving 8% left behind. Now, what I thought I heard you saying to Kobe here is that there's no other possible potential factor or set of criteria that would explain that other 8% other than white supremacy. Am I getting that correct?
It seems like so. We've controlled for every other rational and reasonable thing that left us with that. Sure.
Well, sure, leftists would rationally and reasonable go there, but I think at that point, once you get down to those single digits, where again, these models aren't capable of identifying an exhaustive universe of all factors and criteria, let alone measure these things, let alone.
This is an appeal to ignorance. This isn't an appeal to ignorance. You're basically saying, hey, listen, everything from all of the best scientists and the best people to study this on the planet, they've controlled for literally everything they can possibly do, and the only thing we can come up with is an 8% thing, but there still probably is something out there that we just can't account for. That's what you're doing right there. That's an appeal to ignorance, bro. It's really that simple. No, if the best people, if the most informed people on the no, it is an appeal to ignorance because your whole entire position. Your entire position is just we don't know of some other factor that might be controlling for it that would justify it. That's an appeal to ignorance.
Isn't that algebra?
Here's a very simple white supremacist test for you guys. If someone comes on here saying Tucker Carlson, spewing off a list of other, otherizations 24/7, then someone comes in the chat and says white collar whites are dog shit, and all of a sudden you think what Tucker Carlson's doing is fine, but what this guy's doing is not fine, you might be a white supremacist.
Well, that's another subgroup of a subcategory, so it wouldn't really. You can't paint a broad brush on people.
Debate. Go ahead.
When you take a look at the Sentencing Commission's report, you'll see the factors that they tested for, that they controlled for. You will obviously, when you review that report, recognize that not every possible driver or criteria or factor was controlled for.
Can you name a single one that they should have controlled for that they didn't?
No, because I don't have the study in front of me.
Okay, I got you. Well, I did read the study, and I did read it, and you're wrong because it seemed like they controlled for literally everything that made sense. They came with their original percentage for everything that made sense. Everything that makes sense. So when you get like they start at 19. Well, okay, so again, this is another appeal to ignorance because you're ignorant. You don't know, so you're basically saying, tell me if you're saying anything besides this, or if this is a fair summation in a very simple, succinct way. There are other factors that I'm unaware of that they might not be aware of that they didn't control for that might account for this.
There are factors they did not control for. They controlled for what, six, seven
Wait,
factors?
like, so you're saying they intentionally chose not to do it?
Well, no, they chose what they chose because that's what.
So are you saying that they intentionally chose not to do it? Are you saying that they intentionally chose not to do it?
Familiar with
Are you saying that they intentionally chose not to do it? Are you saying that they are you saying I'm gonna mute this guy. All right, I'm gonna mute Koei Nation. That's fine. Are you saying that they didn't? Wait, hold on. Debate board. I'm sorry, I was asking you a question that you refused to answer for the fourth. Okay, good. So I'll ask it for the fifth time now. Let's see if you can actually answer it this time. Are you saying that they intentionally chose not to include it?
No, I'm saying they chose.
So if it wasn't intention, then it had to have been not aware. So then, therefore, it's an appeal to ignorance, like I said. All right, go ahead and say what you got to say. I just wanted to prove that. Thank you for answering the question. Go ahead.
I know they work. Your ears work. You're not.
Say whatever you got to say, bro. We can move on to the next person. Go ahead.
So you're not retarded. So
go easy on the R words.
Well, hey, I'm just using. I'm taking my lead from.
Just say stupid or something.
So
fanatic. Say whatever the freak you want. Say what you got to say.
So, how can you measure for a specific criterion or factor if you lack data, right? If you can identify a driver, but yet you don't have data behind it, how can you include that in a model?
I don't know if you would. I think.
Let me try. Just move on, bro. No. Red-headed man, please just let him say his last thing. I've already proved he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's an appeal to ignorance. I'm not engaging it any further. Let's just move on. Who was the next person who had something else to say? He obviously doesn't have anything important anymore.
Can I ask a question?
And your preferred narrative here is anything that you cannot explain or wish to accept is simply racism. This gets back to my earlier point. Devolving to racism when you can't explain something. It's irrational. It's unreasonable.
I think the
next... we gotta go to Guy, who's been waiting quite patiently, and then after that it's Jacob and KOE.
So I first wanted to point out that it's a little bit disingenuous to attack Doobie after he leaves and then call him something extremely atrocious.
I disagree.
I don't think that that's appropriate to do, and I don't think that we should engage in that type of behavior. I know that I work with a number of people in anti-extremist groups that try to stop extremism that we're dealing with here that is a big problem in the United States. A lot of white supremacists do believe that white people are under attack. That is a fact. Casual racism directed toward white people further their beliefs. So like when we just say things like white people are all terrible and white people are all rich and 90% of or all 90% of all property is owned by white people. We're essentially like making their beliefs more true, that people are, hey, I am a poor person. I'm being overlooked. The narrative does not include my experience and nobody cares about my experience. And then they find people that are telling them, hey, yeah, you are being taken advantage of. Yeah, this is racist against you. There is this whole movement that you can join. Like, you're pushing people towards extremism.
So, so America negotiates with terrorists now? Gotcha.
Hold on. Let him.
Yes.
Hey, let Guy finish. Guy's been waiting the most patiently. Please, Guy.
So, you can't dismiss these people's claims. Like, you can't like just tell them that the wealthy people are doing well and like you're in the same like racial group as these wealthy people, and so we're not going to try to help you or contribute to you, because again, it pushes them into a position where they feel like they need to fight for their lives. And once people feel like they need to fight for their lives, they're driven to some pretty desperate extremes. So again, I do understand like the pain and the suffering and all of the terrible things that have happened to people, but there are a lot of people that are suffering. And the more that we try to say specifically, these people deserve help and other people don't, we are otherizing the people that are not receiving help when they do need it.
Okay. All right. So next we have Jacob, also been waiting patiently. Then KOE. Anyone else? Raise your hand so that I know. All right. We have redheaded and okay, Benja. All right.
Yeah, so the conversation did go off when Doobie left. So what I had to say is towards Doobie, but I noticed that Doobie's basically trying to say that these people's feelings matter. And it's like in a perfect world, everyone's feelings matter. But we don't live in a perfect world. So like, I'm just trying to be honest here, but this whole idea that like white people feel some sort of marginalization bullshit is a white problem and needs to be solved by white people. Like, go get therapy. You're not like.
What if they can't afford it?
Like, until we have Medicare for all, what do we do?
I don't think that is point. No, I don't think that wasn't a realistic prescription.
Things 50 to 100 years ago.
Look, I'm not gonna have a bad faith argument.
That wasn't a
if you
realistic
don't- if you
prescription. It
don't
was it was not a real statement. Come on, y'all.
Yeah,
What he was implying is basically, look, if it's not a real thing and all you're talking about is your feelings and it's not really and you're not really effectively being oppressed or whatever, and your feelings are invalid in that regard, that you probably need to get some therapy, as opposed to dominating a conversation or is trying to erect some sort of special program specifically for individuals who have invalid, unfounded feelings, and we're comparing them to actual real world tangible victims. That's what he's basically saying. It
I
sounded
don't
like.
think that as a society we should be invalidating people's feelings, generally speaking. We should be trying to empathize with these people and then show them where they are wrong so that they can like feel better. Because again,
To show them where they
some
are wrong is to
people-
invalidate their feelings by
some
definition,
people
right?
need therapy.
Okay,
and
so I
therapy
thought
is
we're
going to
agreeing.
fix them, and we do need to send
I
them
don't
to
think
therapy.
so.
I'm all
Right.
for Medicare for all and getting
you
therapy
open up-
for all of the damaged people, but we need to stop damaging people further and causing them to need more therapy.
So you open up with such a stupid statement. You say we need to stop invalidating people's feelings. We need to show them where they're wrong. We should empathize and show them where they're wrong. Showing them where they are wrong is literally invalidating
like
their
going through
feelings.
life learning
Because
from no one
sometimes
else?
feelings cannot be well founded.
curious.
And when those feelings are wrong, please stop saying fanatic in the middle. Sometimes what you need to do is find those feelings, recognize where those feelings are wrong, and then and by doing that, you're automatically invalidating their feelings and trying to use those feelings to justify a comparison to people who have valid, well-founded, quantifiable, tangible feelings based on real harm in the real world is absolutely ridiculous. And that's what this comparison
That's
is.
like exactly what people need to hear, but like with like the anger and volume turned down like 10 degrees, and like they might understand it, but all that people hear is like, you're mad at me and I don't know why. And I'm not saying that that's what I'm hearing, because again, I heard everything that you said and you are 100% right, but there is something to be said about the way that we communicate with these people. And when you like approach them as enemies, it turns them into enemies. And when you approach them as potential friends,
How are they not?
friends.
How are they not enemies though when they're trying to get rid of systematic racism in school and stuff like
Right,
that?
and they're
How are they
invalidating
not?
our experience and normalizing our experiences by comparing it to theirs, which is when they're not even equivalent.
How are they not enemies when they want to get private schools so they get less minorities in their schools? Like that's another reason.
So the comic book villains of your nightmares.
I'm not trying to say that we need to go and hug white supremacists and tell them that it's okay. What I am saying though is that not all white people are white supremacists, and that when we tell little kids that, hey, you caused all of the suffering in society.
No one's doing that. No one's doing that. No one's saying you as an individual. We're talking about a class of people as an individual. I mean, a class of people as a group that historically did this. Like that whole argument. This whole white.
It's not what you say, it's what people hear. Fanatic, when you bark at them, they don't care what you're saying.
Why are you doing the straw man right now in this?
You're barking at people.
No one's saying they did it.
The nuance is getting lost on something.
Because of people like you
everybody.
virtue signaling these ridiculous points that nobody else is talking about. No one here would be arguing that the people living today are responsible for the previous harm, even if there are benefits of some of the white supremacy. That's never been the argument. So now you're introducing this argument as if it's valid when we all know that that's not the case.
Bark at people how horrible they are. It's going to go great for the left in these midterms, folks.
Yeah,
you're going to keep saying stupid stuff.
Guy, hold on 1 second. I will get you. Guy, why do you think that that's the argument? Because it is certainly not. Like, no one here, I can tell you, no one here who supports CRT would advocate for what you just said. Right? That's literally just a stereotype made by Fox News.
I'm sorry, say it again, please.
What
is the thing that I said?
Oh, that we're telling white kids that they are the source of all our problems.
Again, we need to find ways to combat this narrative.
No.
That's not the narrative.
Pull back. That's not. Yes, that's not the narrative. So I'm saying, why do you think that's the case?
There are a lot of people that are hearing that.
Yes, because from Fox News. Okay, so then,
and people like you.
I got it. Why would the people who are pro CRT be responsible from the bad faith people at Fox News and their rhetoric? What can we do?
I feel like we are giving fuel to the fire that they are burning.
How are we?
And I don't disagree
Who is we?
that they are causing the issue.
Who is we?
I'm talking about the left.
Who is
I'm
we?
talking about the left as
the
a whole.
left. So the left in general. So I'm talking about people who specifically are pro CRT. That's not a Venn diagram that covers the left completely. So that's what I'm discussing,
Okay,
right?
well, then
So
I will
how
go
are
with people that are
we
pro-CRT.
responsible for Fox News polluting the message?
Again, we are giving fuel to the fire.
You keep saying that that's useless. That's like a useless statement. How are we doing that? Explain that metaphor you're using.
Aren't we putting out the fire?
We didn't start the fire.
God damn it.
If Doobie's naive enough to think breadcrumb programs are going to solve systematic racism, then I don't even have to say.
I want to understand this guy. What is you keep using this metaphor?
Again,
Explain it.
When we dismiss, like when people feel like they are in a traumatic situation, when they feel like they don't have the resources that they need, regardless of the race that they are, if they are denied the resources that they get, if the only thing that they're seeing like in the media is, hey, we are going to support these disadvantaged groups, and they feel like they are excluded from all of these groups because they're not considered disadvantaged by the general mainstream, it pushes them toward people that will empathize with their suffering, and so it enables them to be like kind of directed into the path.
That has nothing to do with
blaming
CRT.
the media.
That has
And you're blaming the media. That's not us again. You keep saying we're doing this, and the media that you're talking about is Fox News. Fox News is out here telling these niggas, yo, you guys are being harmed, and you guys are and no one's doing anything for you, and so on and so forth. And it's Fox. But you keep saying we're fueling the fire. We're adding fuel to the fire. How are we responsible? You're saying the media is doing it. What about a media? Which part of the left media is doing that? What are you talking about?
It's RT as well. In his defense, RT is doing it as well.
RT doesn't exist anymore. The fuck? What are you talking about? Look, anyway,
No, it's teachers. It's
We're doing it
administrators
by
in
like
classroom.
saying that
It's
everything that ever happens is like
it's in fucking Russia.
No one ever said everything that ever happens. That's again disingenuous.
Oh my god.
You said that all of culture was created by like white supremacy, and that all of white culture is white supremacy.
No, I did not. I'm sorry that you feel so bold. I'm sorry that you feel so bold to spout off your straw man. But again, I literally listed off all of the things that I was saying were elements of the culture, and said those elements of that specific portion of the culture were caused by white supremacy. Specifically, the lack of home ownership. Specifically, the lack of education. Specifically, the higher crime rate. Specifically, the poverty. Those elements of the culture are caused by white supremacy, and we can literally trace them to specific policies. If you took that to mean that literally every single aspect of black culture was caused by white supremacy, I'm sorry for your terrible understanding, but once again, I am incredibly careful with my words, and I would never say something that's stupid. Sorry for your miscomprehension.
I drop a lot of I misunderstood you. The volume, the speed at which you speak is difficult. My only intention was to parrot the talking points of my friends that work in anti-extremism, and to point out the potential danger in some of the rhetoric that I thought I was hearing, and I am sorry if I misheard you.
Okay. You haven't been able to justify it.
Okay.
Prime kept asking you. This is the question that Prime was asking you over and over again. I'll try to lower my voice with you, okay? Every single time what he's trying to ask you is because you keep saying, well, yes, we're fueling the fire, right? Now, we understand media like Fox News. We understand like crazy alt-right people and how all those things are feeding these narratives. But you kept saying we, like you kept blaming us or other people in these conversations and so on and so forth. So again, how would you say that the left is fueling the fire? How would the left be fueling the fire? Which portions of left media are fueling that fire?
One example, and I don't mean to criticize you directly when I say this. At one point, you said something to the effect of 90% of the property in the. Can you restate the talking point? I don't recall the statistic you gave me.
Sure. So what I said was that 90% of the wealth in this country is owned by white people. And I said that, and then I elucidated that the reason why I was stating that is that was obviously indicative of the fact that there are more things and more policies and protections that are aimed at assisting white people than there are aimed at assisting black people. I think both of those statements are absolutely true. I think you agree with those statements. So now it sounds to me like you are saying by spouting off a true statement, a fact, of the actual existence in this country, that somehow that's fueling the fire to aid people in being alt-right for stating a fact, a truth that you agree with?
You gave an implication when you stated that fact earlier that like no poor white people mattered, or that there weren't any
No.
poor white people, or
No,
poor
there
white
was no. That's
people
no.
were born on a different
I can.
level than black people.
I
And
literally never
again,
said anything like
that's
that.
the
Hold on.
rhetoric
Can you
that I'm
stop
trying to
there?
comment
Can you?
to.
Certainly
So
don't
this is
let
where
him
this
get
is
a
where
call out.
this is no. That's
Certainly
not
don't
a
let somebody
misunderstanding.
online
And now
finish his line,
I'm
not
gonna
at
stop
all.
being charitable because I thought you were going to be genuine, and you're not. Never did I imply. Never did I imply, or any other person in this channel here. No one believed that I was saying that there are no poor white people, or that there like nothing even that extreme. What I did say and what I stand by, because I'm a very careful nigga with my words, what I did state was that the difference between the white poverty and the black poverty are the causes, and that the cause of black poverty, a large portion of it, is specifically white supremacy. That was a statement that I made. Now, if you want to start trying to assume that I'm therefore saying that every white, all that other nonsense that you are stating right now is absolutely ridiculous. I didn't say anything like that. That's where the dishonesty comes in.
I wouldn't have defended you if you did. I wouldn't have defended you.
You didn't mishear. You're just being dishonest.
No, dude, buddy, you misheard the whole time. Like as soon as I tried to talk, I said that, like when Fnatic basically defended me when I was simply saying get therapy, not as like literally you immediately jumped on it and was just like, well, Americans don't have universal health care. Like, shut up, dude. Like that's not the point. If you don't see the point,
what if
if you
people
don't
cannot
see
afford
the point,
therapy?
if you don't see the point,
It's a legit
all right,
question.
I think I responded because it's kind of like a bit of a virtue signal. Like obviously, if that was
it's a virtue
possible,
signal, and
if it was
basically,
possible,
like-
stop. If it was possible for like racial animus to be solved within people's communities, like obviously, yeah. Let's
No,
just advocate
what I'm
for that,
saying
right?
is that
So
it's a
finish
white
up,
problem,
Jacob.
and
Then we're gonna go
what-
to KOE.
Yeah, what I was actually going to say before I got cut off and yelled at about universal health care, was basically that this is a white person problem in the sense of if you're going through this and like, oh, I feel like I'm not represented at all now, okay, then maybe the people teaching you, taking care of you, like the systems you're growing up in have failed you. This isn't on Fnatic or black people to fix your problem of not feeling adequate or whatever the fuck it may be. Like you're just it's so disingenuous to say that we need to care about your feeling, like we need to stop everything and care about your feelings because white people are misrepresented now, when literally my friend's grandparents couldn't go to school with white people. Like, yeah,
hold
I
on.
get it. I'm not trying
so-
shut up. I'm
so-
not trying to say that one person's pain is more important than another. I get that. But what I am trying to say is you can't sit there and say like there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like it's very easy what you do about it. You talk to the kids having these problems, you explain to them, and you go through whatever it may be that they're having hardship and trouble with, and you help them. You help them think. It doesn't have to be a therapist. It could be as simple as a parent. But like, you can't blame this on like systemic. Like,
Okay. So we gotta move on. KOE, Red. Who else? You want Kobe wants to go after that? Anyone else?
Yeah.
All right.
Sweet. All right, now I do gotta say, Fnatic, you got a lot of passion, but I do gotta say, your complexion for the protection line, that was a great joke when Paul Mooney wrote it 30 years ago. Also, in the idea of the unknown factors, that, that's kind of what algebra is. You take an unknown factor and you try and figure out what it could possibly be. And also, I'm just going to say, somebody is absolutely right. Let's not dump on somebody the minute they leave and they can't stick around and defend themselves. And also, let's go easy on the R word. There are people that do have to actually live with actual mental illness and actual mental disabilities, and you're really making light of the suffering that they have to go through. So you can use better language, especially for people who claim to be so careful with their language. And Kobe actually was very correct in an analysis that he had earlier, when he's talking about whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not. A good vast majority of conservatives do view humanity through the individualist lens. And so you can say, well, it shouldn't be, or I disagree with it because of that, or the individualist lens was made here. But Kobe actually was he was touching on something that, Mr. Fnatic, people might view the world a little differently from you. And whether even if you think you have the 100% objective truth of what you think, you've gone to the mountaintop, you've got the tablets, you know the absolute truth, even then, there's still always something you can learn from other people. And I think your mind's a little too closed off to the possibility that there's something that you might have to learn from some folks. I yield to Kobe.
You're muted, Kobe. Also, I wouldn't conflate the individual lens with status quo lens.
Sorry. It's Redheaded Man. Redheaded was the next person, and then Kobe.
Fair enough.
Jeez, guys, I'm sorry. I seem to be drawing a blank here. I do think, just to touch point and touch base with somebody online here, the words of de-radicalization are typically affirmation of like, hey, you know, what you may be feeling is not to invalidate your feelings, but you do need to, in a sense, do it in a positive way. We can kind of look at this as like how we embrace or how we deal with school shooters or how we deal with these proactive steps in addressing a grievance that people believe to be true.
I'm not going. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't think that Fanatic, as far as like his ultimate outlook of saying like, hey, as we address these are going to invalidate those feelings. Yeah, of course. I mean, factually, that's just going to that's how it's going to happen, right? That's how we do it. I have to guess, and somebody online is more than capable of assuming his own safe, but the way I had viewed his standpoint is the idea of like how if we are to achieve the idea of like introducing and helping, you know, kind of rural folk in my state, right? The idea of like what systemic oppression is, why these things are not based in an individual level. Your messaging has to be very clear, very concise, and very hand-holding to, you know, quote somebody else.
Bro, it really infuriates me that I'm sitting here on this panel and I feel like we're constantly enduring these ridiculous conversations about protecting the feelings of these white people. Like, it's wild as hell to me because these same individuals, these same people are nonstop talking about like, yo, we shouldn't teach about critical race theory, which completely contributes towards the negative feelings of black people. Slavery happened X amount of years ago. Get over it. When we talk about reparations, we're constantly hearing
that what they
conversations.
believe to be CRT is not actual CRT. Though, correct?
Of course, I get that.
Right.
And so the whole point around CRT is protecting their feelings because they're going to teach our kids all this nonsense. All of these times, literally, I think the biggest like hurdle to black progress, whenever it comes to the political sphere, is white feelings. It's yo, slavery happened X years ago. Get over it. Oh, whenever we talk about reparations, it's you want to complain about what happened to your ancestors. Whenever we want to talk about like real, so you guys just feel like you guys are being done wrong, whatever. There goes the race card. Everything that you can do to invalidate every feeling that we have when these feelings are valid, traceable, quantifiable, and well-founded. Everything you can do about that. But whenever it comes to white people, protect their feelings. Don't tell them about these statistics. It'll really make them feel bad. Don't associate the gunman as anything because it'll make other people feel bad. Don't decry Republicans in that way. It'll make them feel bad. Everything's about protecting white feelings. When y'all niggas got every advantage, all the complexion for the protection, all the wealth in the freaking world, all the generational health that you can possibly get, but we gotta be concerned with your feelings? Freak out of here, bro. It's sick. Y'all niggas are sick.
The Constitution.
From valid to invalid feelings within the same sentence. Kind of fascinating.
This is like what I wanted to like ask. Like, I don't disagree with you. I actually agree that like one of the stupidest fucking things about living in a fucking democracy is we have to care so much about the feelings of different interest groups. But ultimately, if it's Fanatic, I don't, and to anybody else who wants interest, I don't think the statement white people hold most of the social, economic, and political power in America, which is a statement I would absolutely agree was fact. That doesn't seem to be compatible with the idea we live in a democracy and that doesn't seem to be compatible with the idea that white feelings don't matter or that they need to just get over themselves. Unfortunately, they do.
Is racism constitutional?
Yeah,
that's what I'm gathering from the entire time. No, but I'm gathering it's still constitutional because like people can go on and just talk about, you know, anti-black rhetoric or anti-BLM or George Soros anti-Jewish stuff.
You can talk about doing
free speech is legal. Free speech is legal in the United States. Yes.
No, you can talk about doing anti-constitutional stuff.
So free speech is legal, and the media perpetuates racism on a daily basis. So you can make arguments. Tucker Carlson, you can make arguments that what MSNBC is doing is.
I just want to go back to addressing Fanatic, if I could, please.
Just like I mean, like I just wonder, like I agree with you that it's stupid that we have to talk so much about white feelings. I agree with you. We should teach CRT in schools. I agree with you all this kind of stuff. Like that's just all that I'm trying to say. Like it does seem to me to be advantageous, and something I kind of want to criticize other people for. I don't think you, Fanatic, necessarily need to like You're not the Democratic Party, nor is any of us. If you can talk about how this issues however you want. Like, I would argue about from like a more political perspective. Yeah, we need to talk about this shit a little bit more.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff a little bit more appropriately. But I wouldn't agree with people saying in individuals, we can talk about the shit however we want. I don't care how people talk about the shit.
Yeah.
But like we're talking about politically.
Redhead.
Oh yeah, just politically, people's
and that is the question that I'm kind of getting at, because I do work in politics and I do try and do my fucking best to go out there and talk to rural Nebraskan Republicans about what CRT is or what their interpretations are and like how they believe that they're affected. And one of the best things that I've had to be able to utilize as a resource is one of the last projects Martin Luther King Jr. was working on was before he was assassinated was something that's known as the People's Party. Basically, he was combining rural Americans that were also kind of suffering economically and blacks in the city and kind of bringing them together. And when you look into the People's Party nowadays and what it has become, there are some different rural issues, such as kind of gun control is something that they really want to establish, and that's not going to be very conducive with a rural Republican kind of state. But there are things that are very fundamental. So the question that I'm trying to get at, Fanatic, in a sense of like functionality, I don't disagree with the statistics. I don't necessarily disagree with the solutions. I need a way, a manner in which that I can tell people that they have an ability to feel good about themselves and address this problem in a palatable manner. Does that make sense?
I think so. I think the way that you do that is by educating those people on
Mhm.
like what the actual valid reasoning behind other people's like problems and the constant like freaking cries for freaking legislation, reparations, all those things by black people who have experienced a lot of these harms. And when you start seeing that, then you start feeling some sort of way. I remember I felt like I had really terrible ADHD, like not really really terrible, but just pretty bad ADHD. And then I watched Miss Kiff on Dr. K, and then I was like, nigga, I better stop complaining about this. I'm not about to be complaining about this anymore, because this nigga's really struggling in a whole nother level. He's been medicated his whole life, and I know that with enough like effort, I can just overcome mine and just force myself to focus and just get
Pull
past
yourself up
it.
by the bootstraps.
Where other people can't do that. So it's like, you know what, nigga, I better shut the hell up and recognize, like, man, that's not something I can do. Or you can start feeling like, yeah, man, I was kind of neglected, being the youngest and mom going to school the whole time. And then you start seeing niggas that really grew up without their parents, and then you're like, yeah, nigga, all right, no, I had it good. God is amazing. I really, I'm not that bad off. So there's a thing where you can start actually looking at the actual harms that are happening to people who are living today, and then that should give you enough. But that only requires you to have enough introspection and enough care and concern for your actual fellow man and your fellow brethren. But white folks is selfish. Yeah, that's a racist statement. Suck me. It's a selfish statement, but it seems to be what's actually historically true, especially in this country, is that the majority of them are selfish. They didn't want people living in their neighborhoods. They didn't like that's what caused all of these problems. We saw what would happen when black people would integrate. We saw the way those people responded when it came to like the schools, right? And then the things they were yelling at these little children and all this nonsense. We see what their hiring practices are like. We see what they are even when it comes to dating practices. We see it everywhere. So then like this idea that it's like, oh no, like how do we fix this? It's like, yo, educate these niggas, but they don't even want to let you educate them, because once you educate them, then they got to actually start checking themselves like, yo, we really are continuing to screw these niggas over when it comes to the way the police force is, everything we complained about. Martin Luther King was over, that was one of the major, from the March on Washington, one of the major talking points was police brutality. Why were we rioting over that 70 years later in 2020? What the freak is going on? It never goes away. And now we're talking about, we got to protect these niggas' feelings, though. Like, I mean, that doesn't really speak to their lived experience when you talk about the facts of the matter, that they actually have a crazy advantage. They don't really feel the advantage when they're literally choosing to put themselves in situations through terrible, like, drug use and all this other nonsense and causing these outcomes. But
if you refuse to persuade people, you won't get anything done.
I don't care about your feelings.
You won't get anything done if you refuse to persuade people. Sorry. You'll sit on the sidelines of history if you refuse to persuade people.
That's all I want to say. Isn't it advantageous politically to emotionally persuade the group that you argue is both incredibly self-interested and also controls a majority of political, social, and economic wealth.
Sure. So I guess basically what your argument is to be socially to be socially empathetic, just in order to be manipulative, so that you can get the means that you want. Then sure, whoever's job it is to do that, they can do that. But I'm not doing that. I'm trying to live in a reality where I have to suppress the actual victimhood that's happening to African Americans in order to appeal to your white guilt, so you can fix your feelings. So that I'm not going to do that, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous to ask black people to do so. And to do so is normalizing the actual harm that's happening against black people. Because when you say, "Hey, you know what? Your problem isn't that
persuade people, you'll be on the sidelines of history.
The second you make these things equivalent, you're literally saying that this thing must not be that bad. Because what they're going through is not existent. It's not even real. So we're going to compare your real harm to this other person who's not actually having real, and then now we're going to sit here and pretend. And now we're going to.
You know what the problem was with World War II?
That what you're going through is equivalent. The reason why I'm getting more pissed off is because the more I talk about it, the more it hits me how absolutely absurd it is that I'm sitting in a panel with a bunch of white niggas while I'm trying to pretend that these niggas are actually going through something equivalent, and everybody's complaining about their feelings. That's why. Because I actually know this. I know people who are literally actually victims of actual problems while you are sitting here having conversations.
I don't think anybody here.
You're just having fun, freaking passion.
identified a misunderstanding when I had before. I'm very sorry.
Now you're not sorry at all. You've been strawmanning me this entire time from the very beginning. You never would shut up. Every single time you quote me, it's intentionally you're misconstruing it, and every time it's. Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody's been
I know better, nigga. I know I'm good with my words. You're intentionally doing it. You're intentionally trying to infuriate me. Here. Suck my dick.
The major
Somebody's been nothing but nice to you, and you're treating him like shit. What the fuck?
It was nice to him. The major problem with World War II is they just didn't persuade Hitler.
Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, man. What an
That's the problem with World War II. They just should have persuaded Hitler to not kill the Jews.
I think that the issue that we had was I thought that CRT wasn't
Stop.
being taught in
No.
schools
Stop.
because we had abandoned that idea.
No, hold on.
Because it was a
Stop.
bad
Some guy,
talking point.
dog. Some guy. You just said that we shouldn't talk bad about Doobie. I'm going to apply that to Fanatic. I disagree with a lot of Fanatic. I disagree with a lot of. Hold on. No. That's fine. That's fine. Sure. Also,
No, Fanatic was based.
I disagree
Everything
with
he
a
said
lot of
was
what
totally
Fanatic just said, but I think that we should all apply that standard that we wanted to apply to Doobie. Let's not talk about Fanatic. Okay, he left the panel. He stepped out of the conversation. That's it.
I concur.
Yeah.
I'd be super angry. I'm a white guy, and I'm fucking super angry about how things are right
Bro,
now.
you're such a good ally. Holy shit. Hold on, you're a white guy and you're angry at racism? Everybody stop. In the chat. In the chat. Can we get a confirmation? We have a white guy who's mad about racism. He does not agree. He's not a racist guy.
I'm one of the only people standing up with him
Never
on this
met one
panel.
before.
There's only a few of us here standing up with him. So.
Dog.
Oh.
Well, hold on, I have a question.
Weird bravery.
If you were alive, if you were alive in the 1960s, would you have marched with Martin Luther King?
No, I'd be on my computer if they had computers back then.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
Oh, fucking Christ.
You wouldn't have even had electricity,
anyway,
so I wouldn't have probably
60s, yeah,
known
they-
it was happening. Well, yeah, it had, but definitely wouldn't have had TV.
really
Would have
big,
had
though.
radio.
They're really
but,
big.
Yeah. But like, I was like, seriously, in Washington? But no, like, no, somebody, I'm actually going to stand behind. You were nothing but nice. You were charitable through that whole conversation. You're trying to understand.
No, he wasn't.
Fanatics
He wasn't. He
is-
was on him.
No, bullshit. Fanatics is one of those guys that thinks he can learn nothing from anybody else.
No,
And that's
he's not
basically
here.
that.
He's not here. He's not here. He's not here. How about this? Let's
True.
move on. He's not here. Let's move on. I'm just gonna say.
So,
There was a point that was
you know,
made.
I value your
There was a
opinion.
point that
I
was
will
made by an
say that.
individual earlier in chat that I agreed with, and that was in America, white feelings matter a lot. I fucking agree. It's annoying as fuck that we have to talk about all the time. How are white people going to think about if we talk about X, Y, or Z? That's ridiculous. I'm a history nerd. Prime knows I got history books. I love to bring out and own people about how much of a nerd I am. I would love it. We could just talk about objectively. We could sit in Shakespearean robes. But unfortunately, we live in a fucking representative democracy. It's annoying as shit. And part of living in a representative democracy is fucking feeling people's feelings matter a lot. And something that was also said earlier that was 100% true is white people hold a lot of economic, social, and political power. And as long as we live in a democracy, and as long as white people continue to hold a lot of economic, social, and political power, white people's feelings are going to matter.
You live in a representative democracy where, like, literally you can win the popular vote and lose the fucking presidency.
Yep.
Yeah, totally true.
What are you going to do about it?
Total representative
America,
democracy
sit there
there.
and vote for somebody that's not going to help you at all?
America,
Are you going to start
with
winning
30%
elections
of, like,
so you can actually start
at least-
affecting how the system does these problems or addresses these issues.
Status quoism is how why America's stuck in these Stone Ages.
Exactly.
And going backwards.
Prime knows. I'm a big
progressive boogeymen are here to George Soros us all into irrelevancy. You know, it's like.
Crimson, do you vote? Do you vote?
I'm Canadian. No, I would.
Canadian.
I don't go to
do
the US.
you vote? Do you vote in your election?
Yes.
I think
every year.
Why is that effective then?
I think Fanatic was kind of a little bit right.
Oh, he was totally right.
It's infuriating, like especially like it must have been infuriating for him to be like the only black dude fucking screaming right in a pit of white dudes. Some trying to understand and some just like not listening to him.
He was totally right.
I don't think anybody's, well, we've got a couple conservatives here, but I don't think anybody's disagreeing with factual information that Fanatic is providing. Right? I don't even believe that somebody online is disagreeing with factual information.
Well, what was somebody online trying to say? What was
my again? I thought that we had abandoned the idea of saying we are teaching CRT in schools. We are trying to teach like cultural awareness and like awareness of the history and the traumas that have been done to peoples that make up this country. And I feel like when we otherize people, like again, I don't want to talk about Fanatic while he's here. I agreed with so much of what he was saying, and then he got really mad halfway through, and then screamed about how terrible all of the white people
you were attacking him though because like
I didn't say anything. He got angry on his own.
No, okay, hold on.
Understood what he was.
Somebody's right. He did. He just.
I came into this conversation talking about the ways that.
Yes, and if you misunderstand what somebody's talking about, you ask what? Clarifying fucking questions.
Hold on, stop. Some guys stop. The way that some guys describing this is like very obviously why Fanatic was getting upset, right? Fanatic there was a misunderstanding, and somebody online, you're describing Fanatic's frustration as he's getting upset at all white people, and he was screaming about white people. I think that's a very dismissive and understandably frustrating way to try to have a conversation with somebody. I do agree. I do believe that Fanatic's position is much more complicated. Every time that he would make these generalizations about white people, he would say he talked about it in class. Even if you think his rhetoric is bad, it is totally understandable why he was getting frustrated. And for you to just dismiss his frustration and be that's adding to it. That's adding to it.
Yeah, so you're literally riling against what you're talking
about the history and the past and the things that have happened. And again, the statistical things that he was saying, I'm totally fine with. But when he goes, I don't care about white people's feelings anymore, I'm like, hey, we need to not be dismissing people's feelings. I don't think
coddling.
Somebody's right.
Wait. This
the anger was unjustified. Somebody was trying to understand him.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You get fucking. Wait a minute. You get fucking irritated when somebody says that they don't care about fucking white feelings anymore. You had decades to care about fucking black people feelings. No, and some motherfuckers just didn't. Hearing that one thing fucking triggered you that bad?
What are you talking about?
Oh my god!
I have no idea what that. Dude, no, I'm sorry, Black Yellow. I have no idea what that was supposed to mean. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying. Like, are you like is that he got mad because he got caught up in? I believe that he probably got caught up in a moment of what he was talking about.
He was talking about system.
But somebody anybody on this panel, somebody was trying to actually understand him, and he fucking blew up in his face.
Shut the fuck up.
And anything, yell at me. Like, why the fuck is he yelling at somebody?
Let's talk about the principle, not the person. Come on, please. We can talk about the principle of whether or not what Black Yamato is bringing up is a totally legitimate principle. Is it legitimate to be frustrated as a fucking black person in the modern day at just the idea of how much we have to care about white feelings as an individual, not as fucking a political organization, as Fanatic as an individual?
Absolutely, it's infuriating. It drives me nuts. I'm not even black.
That feeling is just as valid as anybody else's. Yes.
Sure. But hold on. Do you guys see that when you guys agree with this now, but when you in the moment are saying that he's being unreasonable in his frustration, that's like a little frustrating for him?
When he's screaming at you and being unreasonable?
No, I don't know if anybody was disagreeing with that idea. I think that there was a communication breakdown in between him and somebody online, just because I actually personally do know how that... how
other people jumped on board
and what his intentions are, right? If we're going to talk about this issue, that's completely fine, and Fanatic is well versed in the issue, hence why I keep trying to pry fucking shit out of him, right? if you could find somebody that can speak with the level of passion and knowledge in which that he has to disseminate to regular people, it would be perfect.
The irony is somebody online is telling people to diffuse the situation, and then he's piling on him is abhorrent. I'm actually disgusted with that, to be honest.
Okay, well.
I don't think that I shouted at him, and I don't think that I called him any names or I called him a liar at any point. I tried to restate back to him what I had heard from him and asked to clarify if that's what he said, and I apologized to him when he told me that I misunderstood what he was trying to say. I apologize to you if you feel like I'm being disingenuous at all. I'm simply trying to understand to the best of my ability and share the information that I've gained from the people that I know that work in the fields of, again, anti-extremism.
Okay, it didn't come off like that when you were talking to him, and it was coming.
That's how it came off exactly to me.
That's because
I was being
Fanatic
shouted
was not
at. I
allowing
apologize if I was a bit
him.
agitated. I am trying my best, but I do have PTSD, and it does trigger me a little bit when people shout at me.
Okay, so like, I still.
Okay, you should let us know about that. So I would have, you know.
No. It's completely fine. I'm here as like, what do they call it? Exposure therapy. I'm getting better, aren't I?
Oh, okay. Well, then Fanatics can provide you with that therapy. I'm
here
sure.
for it, my friend. I saw him and came in.
Yamato, please. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I didn't. I didn't get to finish hearing what you were gonna say because everyone else we got wrapped up in the conversation. But
that was exciting.
Oh no! Somebody online because he was talking, and then we started talking about like other stuff. He was explaining the point that he was gonna go that he was trying to get through to Fanatic.
He got piled on, and I don't think he should have got piled on that bad. So, but he was spiraling a little bit.
It's an open panel, so anybody can join.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
It happens. Yeah.
My understanding and why I believe
happened to me happens.
So I kind of like rather than like do a postmortem here, I'd rather do more. Kobe, you have more to say?
Listen, I'm trying. I do not mean I am trying. Like I do want to talk about the principle, not the person. Okay. At the end of the day, I do agree. Like I think that it sucks how much when there is a bunch of a terrorist attack against a black community, or grocery store in a black community. The discussion is like, how do white people feel about it? But like, I also like. That seems to just be an inherent consequence of the material reality of like social, political, and economic power is majority held by white people in this country.
Right.
But I also like again like I was trying to say like individuals' frustration of that is totally obvious, and I think that people are being very unreasonable by being like, oh, he's yelling. Like, obviously, yes, that's a totally reasonable reaction. You know, if to this. I don't know. Maybe to move it on. I think that one of the reasons why a lot of people who react so much so to statements like, I think Yamato, you agree that the statement I don't care about white feelings anymore in and of itself is not that big of a deal. I do think that people view that statement in the context of there are these people there are many people that are going to hear this as adding on to this anti-CRT narrative, that are adding on to this blah 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 narrative. And I think that they are worried about, as I think somebody online said that like the kind of like the tree of like, there's this white supremacist conspiracy theory that white people are being replaced. When these things are said, it adds to that in this nebulous way. But I also recognize that like it's a bit ridiculous to apply to an individual that like, well, you might like, I hate when people do this. Where it's like the thing you just said might apply to a narrative. You shouldn't say it. Does an individual really need to be restrained by like what a narrative they might say? Like, no, I don't think so.
Could their audience make an effect on that though? The amount of people that listen to them?
On the size.
There's multiple objectives that you can try and accomplish.
This actual truth is like the size. Like I think that we can all agree. Like we're on Twitch. Obviously, we have people listening to us. But no, I obviously within TOS and within like within the parameters of human interaction, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Okay, you mean in terms of like like interpersonal interaction, but like if you're the president, then
yeah, I want to be absolutely clear when I'm talking about like I view all of us here just like a bunch of dudes.
That's what I was asking.
That's what I mean. Obviously, when we have power, obviously, yes, that all that matters more.
Here's the thing though. Does like white replacement theory? It helps conservatives directly, right? It helps mobilize conservative voters. It helps with their program, right? Because they have one They have one road right now, and that road is they don't have multiple roads. They're typically majority white males in the party. They I don't know if they've even have many plans on diversifying, status quo American narratives or not. So when we talk about stuff like this, it's incredibly like naive to think that like this isn't being weaponized against people, like voter suppression among a series of other things isn't being weaponized against minorities in general. I'm sure there's some of the good ones or whatever to put it, but like I think it's just a bit scary the way things are going. And I think like people have a legit right to be fucking furious, angry, and the fear-based narratives that are being stoked by Tucker Carlson and stuff like that is killing people. It's literally killing people. And this shithole country that is America is allowing it to happen out of the ruse of freedom.
Yeah, but then you're going to have to admit and bite into the apple of like what fear-based rhetoric is as far as like on the left, and what does that look like? The idea of all these Republicans want you replaced. All these Republicans want you under their white supremacist power structure. Doesn't seem to that apple or that knife has to cut both ways.
I think that this conversation would be way better if we said this kind of like these like white replacement theories, they benefit the GOP. I think that like the idea that it benefits conservatives in this more nebulous sense is not necessarily true. In the same way that I would argue in the opposite.
I agree.
I would argue in the opposite.
What is the route for conservatives though to branch away from where they're going? Is there a Romney that's going to step up, or is there a moderate conservative that's going to step up before things get insane, more insane?
I think that they should start voting for Biden and form a Rhino party. An anti-Trump, like good old-fashioned conservative party. Biden for president, the real Republican.
I don't necessarily know what's going to cause that change. I don't know what's going to cause that change, but I think there are several conservatives on this panel, or I think just one really, KOE. But like, as somebody, I've had many conversations. I think that a good step on that is like what I just did there. Separate conservatives from GOP. Understand there are conservatives you're going to talk to that have myriad disagreements with this, and start from there. No, don't go with the idea of white replacement benefits conservatives. Start with white replacement benefits the GOP.
Hey, KOE, do you agree with that statement?
Persuasion.
Do you agree with that?
In terms of persuasion, it's sublime. It's actually A+. I gotta give it now, because yes, there are a lot of conservatives that we kind of have this, like I've said often, you have to have kind of a certain ambivalence when it comes to your Republican Party leaders. Because it's kind of like Mitch McConnell. It's almost like that scene from Dumb and Dumber. It's like, Mitch, just when I thought you couldn't sell us down the road anymore, compromise your conservative principles any more than you possibly could, you go and do something like this.
This is
and
flooring to me.
Amy yourself, got Amy on the court. Oh yeah, yes, we have to have this certain ambivalence when it comes to our leaders, and we don't like what they do all the time. So, no. There's a lot of time we feel like we're.
Specifically, I was asking whether the Great Replacement theory that benefits the GOP. Do you agree with that statement?
In long run, no. Actually, and the reason I say this, I was actually having this discussion with my daughter. Many of you probably know my daughter's Hispanic, and so we were talking about what are you going to do in 100 years from now? Because 100 years ago, hang on. In 100 years ago, the Irish weren't considered particularly white. And now Irish people are considered. Now, what are you going to do in 100 years when Hispanic folks are now considered white? That could happen. I'm not saying it's going to, but that could happen actually. And so that's, you're wondering what the future of politics is going to look like. The idea that we can predict perfectly, but in terms of the Great Replacement, I don't think in the long term it does. Honestly, I think it's.
I have some statistics on that. By 2050, minorities will outnumber white people in America.
Again, white has been a moving target throughout its history. It's like if you've ever seen the movie Gandhi starring Ben Kingsley, he's playing a man from India, and when he's in South Africa, they still call him black because the idea of what was black was a very different idea just in the 1950s. So by 2050, the idea of what is white might even be a fundamentally different idea.
Hold on.
Just something to consider.
I was peeing, but I was listening to what was being said. You just said the GOP in the long term does not benefit from the Great Replacement theory or whatever. I'll agree, probably overall one of your theory just said, right? But would you be more sympathetic to the idea that short-term electoral gains, that this kind of rhetoric obviously does a lot of people watch Tucker Carlson, this does stoke up pro GOP sentiment?
What do you mean? Like, what is like to me? I think
Talking
no,
about the idea.
because
Talking about the
honestly, I
idea
think no, because the Republicans have to make such inroads with Hispanic voters. So no, it actually.
Why
doesn't.
am I on Kobe's team today? What's
Well,
going on
it
here?
seems like they've actually been making large strides over the past couple of years with Hispanic voters utilizing this sort of rhetoric.
Hold on.
Trump has got more Hispanic voters than any Republican president in history.
There's a meme that I see it posted every once in a while that I think is very funny. And what is a meme that's like, it's like the Wojak, and it's like two Hispanic Wojaks, and one Wojak has the American has the American flag t-shirt on, and the other Wojak has like a Salvadoran flag, and it says, "Don't come in here and ruin our American culture with your Salvadoranness." I think that it's going back to what KOE is saying. To my argument, I think that some of this, some more broadly, the idea that immigrants are going to come in and change our culture is becoming palatable to some Hispanic communities, and I think that that's why the GOP is making these inroads. I would argue that it's the other way around.
Yeah, I think the problem when we say Hispanic community is that they're not a monolith. They have all these various different cultures, have very different rivalries and prejudices among themselves, right? And we just like erase all that by calling them Hispanic. And so we can't. So then when things like that happen that could be described, we don't. It makes no sense under our very basic understanding of like race and ethnicity. So
Right.
yeah, we have Ramoth here. Lady Ramoth, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Hey, did you want to say anything?
I'm just catching up right now. I had to work on some of your volumes.
Okay. Yeah. Anyone else? Wanna go? Okay.
Just be very clear. The argument I'm making. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to be very clear. The argument I'm making seems like tautological. If like the Great Replacement theory, just in general, is the idea that immigrants are going to come into America and change American culture, the party that is more so against immigration is going to benefit from that theory being popular. Like that's just that almost like just electorally, especially when there's two parties. Like that's just how it works.
Yeah, I don't know how you could functionally disagree with that. KOE.
I thought I did a damn good job of functionally disagreeing with that just a minute ago. I mean, I thought I did a bang up job of that. In fact, but no, I think in the long term, like I said, what these things are going to be moving targets for the next 2 centuries, and so I think the idea that we're going to be able to look into the crystal ball and be able to tell what's going to happen with all the metrics and with all the metrics saying generally the same, I don't think we're going to be able to do that.
If you're saying, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, if you're saying in the next 2 centuries, like no one can make
Even
any
over the next
prediction.
50 years, even.
I'm not sure.
I don't know if America's going to last 50 years.
America will last thousands of years in one form or another. We'll go bankrupt like 60 times, but we'll still, like, this flag and the fucking symbolisms behind it will be around. Like, that will be the symbols of the imperium of man throughout the whole fucking galaxy.
Well, like,
so yeah,
you know,
America's going
there's already
nowhere.
no law in the upper,
Obviously,
Trump's
Great
committing
Replacement theory is not going to matter.
Yeah,
It might not. It might not. I mean, I don't know if America will be around. I honestly don't know, because the way things are going, like America's been mitigated to a backsliding democracy. You have the GOP now literally subverting like democracy to perpetuate for power. There's just so many things wrong with what's going on right now that I really don't think it'll be around much longer.
The implication that America won't be around in the form that it is today.
In the form
I
that it
think
is today.
That's the difference between what the two of you are saying. I mean, technically, the enclave in Fallout was the American government still in action. And again, in some bunker somewhere, there will be some guy doing something because, man, they've got a lot of control.
Italy. I mean, like, I don't know what kind of a statement is that. Like, oh, I don't know if America will be around in this form. Yeah, like fucking Italy, right? It was a bunch of fucking nation states that wouldn't you couldn't call a country, right? Most of the nations that you would call today were some like warring tribes, right? And yes, no, they aren't the same now as they were before, indeed. But like, yeah, that's time. That's not like an extraordinary statement. Canada will also, I can very safely say, not be in the form that it is today. Yeah, the fuck.
I think we're less susceptible to ideological sway, though. Where
You're
America's
not
very
less
totally-
acceptable to fucking
yeah,
time
sure.
and cultural
Oh,
shifts. And
Jesus.
that,
Sure.
Like what? That's not the only thing that
Since
destroys
when
it.
are democracies
And-
not susceptible to those?
You
types
have like a
of changes?
special province. You have a province that literally tried to split off in the 1980s. That like Quebecois had like terrorists trying to split off in the 1980s. You have like indigenous rights activists that argue they should have special laws, and people
Canada,
that like
they're
like
mental. Like you can't even wear religious paraphernalia.
Oh, so these fucking people are just not Canadian.
bro. This Canadian nationalism. Oh my
Quebec
God.
is like your wacky, like eccentric stepbrother that like shows up and like wearing like
Okay. This is like the very very flaccid retail about like America and like, oh, America is like it's
You're
about to
America's
explode,
Texas.
man. Like it's not doesn't stand a chance, man. All right, well, any which way. We have thank you. We've reached the end of this. I've been doing this for 9 hours. I don't want to do it anymore. All right, so I'm gonna send you all. Thank you all for being here. Much appreciated. Hit the follow button. I haven't done so before. We always have more content for you. We'll be on YouTube tomorrow doing the gaming. No one shows up for the gaming, but the game is great. Kobe, you should show up for the game, and the game is great. But anyway, yeah. Also, we have the whatchamacallit. On Wednesday, we're looking like we're gonna have a special panel about homeschooling, which will be a lot of fun. So anyway, which way, hit us up on Twitter. Go to our Discord where we do everything, including all of this, and of course YouTube. Like, comment, and subscribe, so that you can be a part of this community. All right, so I'm gonna send you all.